All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Philip, and I run the channel Podfinder here on YouTube. And today I am going to talk about dragons with my friend Jake. Jake, introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I have lots of coffee.
Cheers, me too.
uh, so this is an amusing uh collab because I'm on a night shift and he's on a day shift. So he just woke up and I've been up for hours. So I hope I don't annoy him or any of you.
And I
Uh,
hope my brain is functioning at full capacity because I want to give dragons their due here.
well, you've gone over it so many times. I'm sure that you at least know most of it by rote. It's going to be instinct for you.
Some of them I know better than others. Some of them I'm like, yeah, this is a dragon. It will be fine. It's a dragon. It's purple. We can figure it out. But
It says decay. He's
yeah,
about like decay.
yeah. It's pretty straightforward. This one's a bog dragon. He lives in swamps. We're done.
So Podfinder and I have done a couple of collabs. He does mostly lore, but that's really selling his channel short. So if you are interested in the world of Galarian at all, check out his channel. He also has really useful summaries of what happened in different adventures. So that's really useful, even if you're not a lore nerd, so you can understand what is possibly going to happen in adventures you're looking forward to running.
Well, thank you very much.
Uh,
And Jake, you do a lot of different stuff, but most recently you have been going through a lot of the player-facing options regarding like class or spell options and archetype options relating to books that come out. And most recently, the Draconic Codex. So I
yes.
particularly liked your video on what's the new name for the Dragon Disciple? I already forgot it. It's the
Oh, Acolyte.
thank you, Draconic Acolyte, and then the uh you did you do a Drake Rider video yet?
I actually have it recorded, edited, and uploaded. It's going to be released probably today.
Got it. Got it. I've been looking forward to that one because I briefly read the archetype when I was going through this, but I was so focused on dragons that I haven't given it a full like once over yet.
Well, you're getting it from a critical eye because I am not usually interested in anything that involves mounts. So
Mm-hmm.
if anything is good in it, it's going to be spoken of very highly by me
Hmm.
because I don't really favor that kind of play.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Me
it
me
is an
neither. It
interesting
it takes a
archetype in general.
well, good. That's interesting to hear. I'm also kind of in the anti-mount camp. It's just more work than I want to handle on a character typically, so I'm very eager to see what comes out about it.
My
So
favorite part
check.
about it, which doesn't matter to anyone, is that you can be a tiny sized character and ride a dragonette.
I love that. That is awesome. I love the Dragonette in general. I'm so glad that like my house Drake from the first campaign I ever played slash ran as a duet campaign with my wife, that can now be a playable character instead of just a little companion. So
Yeah,
excited.
I love the euphoric breath of the fairy dragonette.
Oh, it's so good.
All right, anyway, dragons. Let's stop
Dragons,
talking about
yes.
dragons and talk about dragons.
Yeah, let's talk about dragons proper. All right, so dragons in Pathfinder. The reason we're doing this collab is because Paizo has put out a new book, Draconic.
Yay!
Yay! If there's any takeaway from this video, at least on my end, it is buy this book. This book is amazing. This is my favorite Lost Omens book now, which is saying something because I am a lore nerd and the Lost Omens books are like gold to me. But this is my favorite one so far. It is a really fun mix of lore, mechanics, and just like absolutely incredible artwork. But that's why this video came out after the OGL crisis, where Pathfinder had to really like split itself away from the Dungeons and Dragons dragons and mythos. They came up with all new dragons. I think there's 48 dragons now, and which is an
We're
absurd number.
not gonna have
Um,
just 12 anymore. Heck no.
Oh no. That's not nearly enough. And they basically came up with all new dragon types to replace the original like 12 out of D&D, and then they kind of amplified the other different dragon types that they had developed over the years. So this book is awesome, and this video is in response to that. Just figured Jake and I would sit down, we'd go through what dragons are in Pathfinder and kind of show off the high level like concepts behind each dragon type and how you could potentially use them in your campaigns. The way it's structured is we'll
Wait,
go
if I may,
over.
I
So
want
go
to
ahead.
jump
Yeah.
in real quick about the dragon book in general. A counterpoint from somebody who is not a big dragon nerd. I like a lot of aspects of fantasy, but dragons have been so, I guess, commonplace for so long, they're not interesting to me. This book I'm interested in because these are not just dragons. These are not just traditional dragons. They're more aspects of nature exemplified, which is what draconic folklore in our world is really about. So it's sort of going back to the roots, but also having advancement from new inspiration from playing these games for so long and supernatural history that we've made ourselves through these games and just through media and putting them together. So it's really a combination of the past and the future combined. These aren't just dragons. These are awesome elemental forces that are embodied and can change your world.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And more than just elements, like the elemental forces are really obvious in like the primal dragons, the ones related to primal magic. For those unfamiliar, the Pathfinder magic is split into four categories: arcane magic, which is kind of like studying magic like you would like a physics textbook; divine magic, which is the magic of the gods; occult magic, which is the magic of connection, so bards, psychics, stuff like that; and then primal magic, which is the magic of the natural world. So think the six elemental planes and kind of like the green faith of like druidism and stuff. And eat all the dragons are connected to one of these four categories. So like the elemental manifestations are really in that primal dragon category. The occult dragons have are manifestations of things like secrecy and fear and these sort of more vague concepts. The divine dragons
Despair.
are, yeah, exactly. Yeah, despair. Just we'll get to the despair dragon. Uh, the divine dragons are manifestations of divine power. They aren't necessarily connected to gods. They're more connected to like divine planes or divine concepts, things like healing or rebirth. And then the arcane dragons they're the weird ones. They are connected to like concepts of, you know what? We'll get to arcane dragons. They're weird. They're connected to like vague magical concepts, but we'll get there. The one thing that kind of unites all dragons is they live a really long time in the Pathfinder universe. They are supremely adaptable, which is why like they've kind of evolved over time to fit all these different like magical and ecological niches. And the reason for that is like more than any other creature, or I should say more than any other major creature subtype, the dragons are infused with huge amounts of magic. So they have all these insane abilities that are really diverse. And I think Paizo did a good job in this new book of giving dragons unique abilities that feel special to special give them a unique mechanical identity. Like some of these things just feel like, oh, we took a class and made it a dragon. Like there's a paladin dragon. Like we don't have paladins anymore, but there is a paladin dragon. There is
Well,
a
you have to fill
commander.
the archetypes that people are looking for at base level. You just have to.
Exactly. There's a commander dragon. It's really impressive. There's one kind of subcategory of dragons that are a little different. There's these I actually broke them out and made their own slides at the very end. There are the Imperial Dragons of Tian Sha. So these are the ones based very clearly in East Asian folklore. So it's the standard like East Asian interpretation of dragons. So long, slender, snake-like bodies, limbs that are really short, no wings. They're more connected with the Tian interpretation of the elements. So their Tian elementalism is five elements. They don't count air. But then they also have more connections to like divinity and like the divine cycle and kind of like the order of heaven, so to speak, rather than kind of the more Western interpretation that you see in all of the other dragons. And like even in universe, all of the other dragons consider the Imperial Dragons kind of their own thing. And they say like, no, Tian Sha is your place. Like we won't go there. That is your thing because we need like East Asian storytelling to have a home in the universe, like from a meta narrative. We need,
Well, that was even done in Forgotten Realms. Faerun's deities were only of that one continent, Faerun,
yeah.
and not all of Toril. So the deities had their own little continents or countries that they take over. They did something similar here.
Yeah, they've done that with deities and now they're doing it with dragons. And I love that they've made it explicit of like, no, in here you can, in this book, you can read like, oh no, the other dragons just respect the Imperial Dragons enough to be like, no, no, Tian Sha is yours. All right, so dragons in Pathfinder are beyond just being categorized by like species, they are categorized by age type. Not really surprising by uh, like Pathfinder or D&D standards. You know, you have your young dragon, adult dragon, ancient dragon, and then Pathfinder introduces or Pathfinder, this book introduces the concept of the arch dragon. Now, I think D&D already had arch dragons at one point, but I don't think Pathfinder ever had them mechanically speaking. They used to have these things called Great Wyrms, which was basically the Archdragon, but they've kind of renamed it a little bit. Um, I'm gonna go through like the six age phases that they have in the lore. That doesn't necessarily represent six mechanical age phases. There is no mechanic for hatchling phase. It doesn't exist. So if you want hatchlings, you have to homebrew them on your own. But some of these they actually provide some fun lore for hatchlings, so you could have fun with it.
They get plus
Basically,
100 to their cute score.
exactly. Plus 100 to cute, minus 100 to constitution. All right, so at the hatchling phase, most dragons are born from eggs. That's not universal. The Imperial dragons in particular tend to do live birth, but most dragons in the Pathfinder setting are born from eggs. Notably, not all the dragons just straight up reproduce. You'll see two on here. One over here is the Requiem dragon, this white one. This is kind of the dragon of life and life energy, whereas um, the one on the bottom is the Resurrection dragon. This one is more of a balance between life and undeath. The Resurrection dragon doesn't appear to breed in any way, shape, or form. They just kind of appear, and no one knows where or how they came. Like no one knows like how there are more of them constantly. They just kind of show up.
I love how they look. It's like spreading oil.
Oh, if you think this art is cool, the Arch Dragon artwork is the one I've chosen to feature for these guys, and it is sick. They look so good. But the Requiem dragons, they actually do lay eggs. They lay eggs on the River of Souls, which is pretty cool. But you know, some of the other dragons, most of the other dragons lay eggs. Some of them, like the Resurrection Dragon, for reasons that will seem kind of obvious, don't really give birth. Notably, hatchlings in dragon hatchlings in Pathfinder are not necessarily the same type of dragons as their parents. They usually are, but they don't have to be. It seems like dragons can breed with dragons of different species. It seemed like it anyway. But I couldn't find that explicitly mentioned in here. But baby dragons, they inherit magic. They don't necessarily inherit a species type. So an arcane dragon could potentially give birth to other arcane dragons, but not of the exact same subtype, which is kind of cool. They usually do, but they don't have to. Once the dragon's out of hatchling phase, they then enter youth phase, and this is where we first have our first stats. So this would be what you would call a young dragon. They have they start developing their magical skills. This is where they start to be able to fly. Mostly, there are certain ones that might have difficulty flying at this phase. In the lore, for instance, the adamantine dragon is having a lot of trouble flying because its adamantine is
Well,
coming
that's
in.
weird.
Yeah, yeah, its adamantine is coming in, and it is a little off balance. And there's this fantastic art of a adamantine young dragon just like eating shit and crashing into the ground, and it is hilarious. One thing that's interesting in the lore that's not in the mechanics is if a dragon doesn't learn a particular skill during their youth phase, they they might not ever learn it. Their body and brain might evolve in such a way and so rapidly that they basically lose the ability to learn skills that they don't practice in their youth phase. That could be really fun if you want to create a dragon that is technically, for instance, an arch dragon, but you want to take away some of its abilities for some reason. You know, like one reason for that might be they got injured, but another might be, no, they have this really interesting backstory where this particular arch dragon never learned to fly because it was born underground and it lived underground its entire life.
But because of that, it can drop off its legs and slither like a snake through tunnels.
Exactly. Like this is a great in lore reason to just mess with your monster stat block a little bit and have fun with it.
I love
I
the
have,
flexibility they gave us.
yeah, yep. It's awesome. They have this perfect in-lore reason to mess with your monsters. It's great. Then we get into adulthood. This is the adult dragon stat block. This is where they're they start to get like truly strong. This is where at this point they can threaten small towns. You know, this is the type of dragon that would threaten a Sand Point or a maybe not Magnamar, like a major city, but definitely smaller towns. They do start to hoard all of the items that they want. So one thing about that's kind of universal about dragons is they all hoard things. If you've played D&D or Pathfinder before, it's like, yeah, the dragons have a lot of treasure. What's interesting is that the instinct to hoard among dragons is universal. What they hoard is not. And once they're adults, they actually start to break this down. So, certain dragons collect people. Not in like a slave sense. Well, some of them in a slave sense, but some of them not. Some of them just make a lot of friends and they're like, yep, my friend group is my hoard. Other ones, like the Cinder Dragon, are just like, nope, gold. But it's interesting because some of them are like, no, I hoard books, or I hoard ancient artifacts, or the Rhyme Dragon, I hoard frozen corpses that I have found in the ice, and I curate them like a museum. Like they're really cool. And this adulthood phase is where they actually start defining what their hoard of treasure is going to look like. Um, we also get some information on like dragon courtship and dragon mating rituals. Some of them are very animalistic, so like they very clearly saw how to train your dragon and uh like I remember a scene of Toothless like doing that weird bird dance to get the girl dragon to like him, and some of them do that. It is awesome. Other ones have like, especially like the arcane and occult dragons, they have much more um I would say human-ish rituals and practices that they do to attract mates and like rear children. Um, and then like some of the occult dragons are like, I'm a secret dragon. I'm worried that my mate is going to stab me in the back. So we breed, we have a kid, and then we just kind of abandon everybody so that we don't stab each other in the back. Which is it's cool that they put that amount of thought into this. Yeah, so that all starts in the adulthood phase. All of that just continues into like the old dragon phase. Notably, I have old dragons here. There's kind of an intermediate step between adulthood and ancient dragons, which is the next one we have stat blocks for. That's just old dragons. This is where they start worrying about like, how do I raise my kids? How do I, start establishing a proper lair so that I can be the ancient dragon TM that has a stat block? So then we get to the really the big boys of the group, the ancient dragons and the arch dragons. Basically, the older a dragon gets, the more secluded they tend to be. There are exceptions to this, but for the most part, they tend to build up a lair and stay in and around that lair. Sometimes a lair is a small place. Other times, like with like forest dragons, for instance, a lair is like an entire section of a forest. They're like, this is mine. I'm not going to leave. And it is heavily guarded, heavily patrolled, and heavily trapped. And if they live long enough, like on the order of 1,000 years, they become arch dragons. And this is the strongest they can reasonably get without ascending to basically divinity or pseudo divinity. These, I think the weakest arch dragon stat block is level 21, or maybe level 18. Like they are extremely powerful at this level. The strongest one I've seen is 23. So they are very powerful at this level. These are the guys who can threaten entire nations if they were to set their mind to it. Um, there have been a few archdragons in Pathfinder lore. The one I know best is Khazavon, a blue dragon, so now a storm crown dragon, who had a tendency to just disguise himself as a human and became a warlord and took over basically all of Belkzen. And yeah, they are unbelievably strong.
They're also unbelievably intelligent and clever and crafty. So
Yes,
taking on
yes.
humanoid form just means that they have more access to use their knowledge and their skills to great effect, better than any human or elf could.
Hmm. Yeah, no, it's one thing to note here is that universally all of the dragons of Pathfinder are smart. Now, some of them have a more brutish, I would say, mentality. So like they have more of an appreciation for just might makes right. But other ones, especially the occult dragons, are like, no, 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 no. We're gonna sit here from the shadows. Conspirator dragons in particular, they basically never use their draconic form. They are always in their little flesh suit form, where they can just impersonate a person. So and then we just have a few more basic. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, did you ever play? Okay, so I don't know how much you played D&D third edition, but do you remember Steel Dragons?
I do not remember steel dragons.
Okay, Steel Dragons were interesting for a variety of reasons, but most of the time they were in humanoid form. Like they never took draconic form except at the end of their life or the beginning of their life. And so their horde was memories. They would live a humanoid life and then cache that memory into their treasure vault and then start over with a blank slate of no memory and start a new humanoid life.
Oh, that is cool. That is really cool. I was not aware of steel dragons. Is it steel as in the material or steel
Yeah,
as
the
in
material.
thievery? Okay, all right.
They're like
That
chaotic
is
good.
that is cool. I would be interested to see if any of that led into things like the conspirator dragon, because that's the other dragon that spends almost all of its time in human form. There are a couple other ones, but they remind me to bring that up again when we get to the occult dragons, because there's a lot in there that might do something like that.
Occult dragons are my favorite, but occult is my favorite, so that makes sense.
They are pretty cool. I did want to cover just a few more basics before we get too far in. Um, what can dragons do in Pathfinder? A lot of them have the basic abilities. So they have claws, jaws, tails, and like wing slam attacks based by dragon type. When we get into, I have a couple slides describing the mechanics of specific dragons. I'm not talking about whether they have a claw or a jaw strike or whether they can do Draconic Frenzy. They can all do that. The Draconic Frenzy is just an ability they have where they get action compression on a few different attacks. Most of them have a breath weapon. I'm not calling it out as a breath weapon. I will describe what it does, but I'm not saying, hey, this is their breath weapon. Um, then they all have this ability called Draconic Momentum. Basically, if you did your breath weapon and then you score a crit with a melee attack, guess what? Your breath weapon is recharged and you can do it
It's
again.
so cheesy.
It's so cheesy. I love it. They also have auras. If I don't call out what their aura is, assume they have frightful presence because that's what most dragons have. Basically, if you get close to them, you have to make a will save or you become frightened. Makes sense. It's a dragon. I will call out other auras as they have them, but if I don't say anything, they have frightful presence. And then spellcasting. Um, all dragons have innate spellcasting. It is tied to their tradition, so all of the primal dragons can cast primal spells. Makes sense. Um, some dragons have spellcasting just as part of their base stat block, but all dragons can be converted into what's called a draconic spellcaster. Basically, you take away draconic frenzy and draconic momentum, and you give them more spells that they can cast in combat. And the books, the between this book and Monster Core 1 and Monster Core 2, they actually give you the list of spells that they would have access to. So when I do talk about spellcasting, bear in mind, unless I call it out as innate spells, to give dragons these spells, you have to take away certain abilities. Otherwise, they would be way too powerful. All right. We have 8 minutes left in our recording. I figure I will do the
Oh,
basics of the Dragon Gods, and then we'll probably start the next recording over. Sound like a plan? Or
yes,
just
and
start
now
here?
that you're, uh, actually, yeah, may as well just start the new recording with the basic dragon gods. I was just noticing that that last picture just looks like the dragon is taking a poop on a mountainside.
It does kind of, and I will never be able to unsee that. Thank you.
That's
All
what I'm
right.
here for, Phil.
Next recording. Now, before we get into the specific dragons, we do have to cover some more basics because the dragons have their own gods. Um, Unsurprisingly, for anybody who is even remotely familiar with Pathfinder lore, there are about 1 million gods in the setting, and the dragons have nine of their own. Notably, the Dragon Gods have been like, they have been changed an absolutely insane amount over the years. It used to be that there were only two. There used to be Apsu, who was kind of like the uh, he's kind of like Torag. He's the patriarch of their ancestral pantheon. And then he had a son named Dahak. Dahak is like the destroyer god, um, who rebelled against his father and threatened to destroy the world. Apsu, back in the old lore, was married to somebody you might be familiar with if you've ever played D&D, Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. Obviously, as they move away from D&D lore, they had to change that a little bit, especially because they were using the very explicitly five-headed dragon interpretation of Tiamat.
Yeah, not just the Sumerian deity.
Exactly. If they were using the Sumerian deity, how they kind of used Lamashtu and Pazuzu, they could probably get away with it, but they could not here. So they have moved things around a little bit. Excuse me. A couple books ago, we got Sarshalatu, who is Apsu's mate and like the matriarch of the dragons. And then this book introduces all of their other children in addition to just Dahak. So we have Apsu and Sarshalatu, who are kind of the progenitor deities. Interestingly, we'll get into it in a minute. Sarshalatu is implied to be the stronger of the two and the one who was there first. The way the lore is structured, she is the one who kind of shows up first in the story, and then she finds Apsu. Um, they then have seven children. Well, kind of. They have six plus one. Uh, we'll get into that. But basically, four of their kids, Iluma, Turvu, Garhaz, and Brixori, they are kind of the patron deities of the dragons of the particular magical traditions. And then they have three more. Gasham and Dahak are the creator and the destroyer. Dahak was supposed to be the creator, but then fell to destruction, and Gasham was basically given his job as a backfill. And then Odalaz. Odalaz is the draconic deity of death, and Odalaz is that plus one I was talking about. They neither exist nor don't exist. They were never born, but they witnessed the grief that their death, so to speak, caused. And they said, well, how could something that never existed cause grief? And then they just kind of manifested. Odalaz is really cool. But
I love the creativity they went to with all of these deities' children.
I know it's so good, and the art is fantastic. Like they've had a ton of fun with this, and it I got to give them credit. Like more than most pantheons, this one really feels like one that is inspired by real world kind of religious development. Like it's stuff that they talk about concepts that don't make a ton of logical sense, but feel like authentic.
Hmm.
It's really impressive what they did here. So we're going to start with Sarshala 2. Absolutely incredible art as usual. Um, but Sarshala 2 is the Thundering Song. She's kind of this primordial deity that existed before time. One thing to note, all of the pantheons in Pathfinder have creation myths that like completely contradict one another. So we don't know, like they say Sarshala 2 existed before time. She probably didn't exist before Pharasma, but we don't know, and that's the point. Um, but she existed kind of before time. She's kind of like this manifestation of unbound space. And then she kind of sang this great song, and in hearing like this presence beyond herself, she kind of accepted that like, oh, I'm not in fact infinite, and that presence was Apsu. By accepting him into being, she said, I am not infinite anymore. I have limitations. Apsu then introduces the concept of time because he's kind of this temporal deity, whereas she's kind of this existential space-based deity. And in accepting that time is a thing that can constrain her, she has to accept that like change and specifically endings are something that she now has to deal with. This introduced her to the concept of loss and pain and all of this. And eventually, she and Apsu basically separate. She is dealing with the fact that in losing her infinity, she now has to accept that some things are going to be taken away from her, which is this really interesting concept. And you can kind of see that in her edicts and anathema. There's emphasis on like finding value in that which you see, that which you encounter in the world, and then use that to make yourself a better person. Um, but also like learning to accept that things are going to, bad things are going to happen to you, or things that are temporary are going to go away, and you need to accept that.
It's
Um,
very humanistic.
it's very humanistic, and I appreciate that like the first one we see, the first one that the story talks about is basically this grieving mother who it's a really interesting story element that is basically brand new. Because previously the most important dragon god was Apsu. Um, there is some more new art for Apsu. He's previously been a silver dragon. Now he's a green dragon. Um, they've done some pretty fun new interpretations of him over the years, but he kind of brings this time and change element to the universe of the dragons, and his whole thing is like we create new things. Like change allows us to create and change things for the better, and we have a responsibility to do that. Uh, Also, it's not explicitly stated in the lore, but Apsu is a terrible dad. He's a really bad father to his draconic children. Basically, we'll get into Dayhawk in a minute, but Dayhawk is his firstborn son, and he's like, "You are going to be a perfect creator." And then the minute Dayhawk like isn't perfect, Apsu's like, "Well, I might as well destroy the thing that you have failed to make perfect because it's now evil."
It's very
And
Greek mythology based.
yes, yes, and Dayhawk understandably takes that very poorly, uh, and then is like, "No, Dad, I will rebel against you by threatening to destroy the entire universe because I'm a god, and that's how we rebel."
The
Uh,
child throwing their toys.
Basically, yes, except his toys are planets. Um, Apsu is such a bad dad that he basically was gonna kill Dayhawk, and only Sarshalatu being like, "You cannot cause me any more pain by killing my firstborn son." Only that stayed his hand. He was ready to kill his own son because his son was not living life the way he wanted to, and admittedly threatening to destroy the entire universe. But Apsu is not a good person. He is lawful good, or he would have been back in the day, but he's not a good father.
Lawful good doesn't do unilaterally friendly things.
No, no, exactly. And you can kind of see that in his edicts. Like it's seek and destroy evil. Okay. Travel the world. Oh, okay. And then help others fend for themselves. I'm like, one of these things is good. One of these things is kind of good. And one of these things is pretty neutral. But then you have anathema, fail to pursue a foe that has betrayed your mercy. Okay. And then attack a creature without certainty of wrongdoing. It's like, okay, you actually learned your lesson a little bit. He does grow and change slightly. He's like, no, no, you can't just kill something if you think it's evil. You do have a responsibility to make sure of that, but then, attack without mercy.
It's a
They
very
they did
interesting code. It's like
it,
lawful neutral.
yeah, he Apsu is a really interesting character, and he's been the lore makes it very clear he is ever since Dayhawk's betrayal, he has been kind of stepping away from his direct involvement in Mortals for a long time. I think doing a lot. It seems like he's been doing a lot of self-reflection on like, oh, I was a really shitty dad. But now that like Galarian stuff is escalating, he's getting a little more involved again. Um, he had I think part of it is because the very first edition adventure kind of revolves around Dayhawk. It's Age of Ashes, and Dayhawk tried to start some stuff, and I think Apsu's like recent return to activity is like, ooh, I need to do something so that my son does not, in fact, destroy everything. Um, it makes sense. Speaking of which, Dayhawk, the edgy teenager dragon who never stopped rebelling against his dad. This is the newest art we've gotten for him, and I absolutely love it. It looks so good.
It really does. And I picture him like always dressing in black,
Yes. Yep.
like Goth Dragon.
Yep, exactly. Eyeliner included.
Yeah.
So Dayhawk was the firstborn of Apsu and Sarshala. Interestingly, they do have a difference. One thing to note about draconic deities, they lay their eggs and then they also they celebrate like they kind of count like which one was laid first, but they also count which one was hatched first. Dayhawk was both. Um, but it gets kind of complicated when we talk about like Dayhawk's like eldest younger brother. We'll talk about him in a minute, but it doesn't matter. Dayhawk was the first, and he was basically made as like this creator deity. The idea was that Apsu could promote change, and through that change, Dayhawk would kind of manifest that power and direct it into the act of creation. Dayhawk originally started out as kind of a mama's boy, and I say that in a good way because he saw that his mom was saddened by the fact that time and change meant that things would die and be destroyed. And he saw that that made his mom sad, and he was like, I want to make something that is so perfect that it cannot be destroyed. It cannot be worn down by time. And he tried and failed and tried and failed and tried and failed and tried and failed. And eventually he got so mad that he destroyed it. Like he lashed out with his draconic fury and set everything on fire. And then Apsu saw that and was like, well, okay, now you've created this horrible plane of death and destruction, and I must destroy this so that we can start over. Um, this turned out to be a very bad choice. And Dayhawk was like, screw you, Dad. You just destroyed this thing that I've been working on my entire life to make my mom happy. And now I understand that there is no such thing as perfection, and I will just destroy everything. Um, and that place that he and his dad set on fire became hell. That is the origin of hell.
That makes sense.
Yep. Yep. He became the destroyer, and he basically went off and did his own thing after his dad let him live, nursed himself back to health, and then during the attack of Rovagug, the great destroyer deity that will consume the universe, Dayhawk basically attacked his dad and said, listen, you and I are going to fight on Galarian. Galarian is now the cage for Rovagug, and our fight will unleash him and destroy everything. This is going to happen. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Um, so now Apsu has that to worry about for the rest of his days.
It strikes me that Apsu would be like this sort of defeatist, depressed deity because he's all about endings and like the terminal points, beginnings and
Mhm.
endings.
Yeah, I appreciate that like Apsu as the patriarch is not this great, like create something good and let it last. And he's like, no, 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 time and change are a thing. Like you said, endings. It's really cool that he's got this temporal aspect that really sets him apart. But he doesn't want everything to just be needlessly destroyed like Dayhawk. It's really cool that Dayhawk kind of overcorrected and was like, "Oh, everything must be destroyed." And Epps is like, "No, no, no, no. That wasn't the point." Um, but it's just cool. They have this
Aps
really good father-son dynamic that I think is interesting and ripe for good storytelling.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of diametric opposition between them.
Mhm.
I think Apsu is an interesting time deity because in most mythology and most role-playing games, um, time as a deity is just standoffish. They're aloof, they stand apart from everyone, and it's just their job to manage time. They don't
Mhm.
do anything with it. It's just that person's responsible for time. So if like there's a time problem, they handle it.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's more like Apsu is respectful of time as a tool, but doesn't necessarily wield it. He's just like, no, no, no. The inevitability of time is a thing. It's not something I necessarily have control over. It's something I accept. And meanwhile, I'm going to do my own thing and like actually do something with it. He has a personality. Like I might not control the flow of time, but I'm going to use the abilities of change to make the world a better place to the extent that I can. Um, and then Dayhawk's like, no, 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 destroy it all. Uh, and one thing I like about Dayhawk is he has this really weird contradictory edict: kill
Yeah.
dragons. And most of his worshippers are dragons. So like it's great. It's really fun.
I like that a
But
lot too. It's very weird feeling.
yeah, it feels weird and awkward. Like it's really interesting. Um, Then we have Gasham, the second son. So Gasham he was the second egg laid, but he was the last one to hatch, because
Mhm.
dragon babies, or at least draconic deity babies, have some control over when they hatch. He heard the fight going on between Dayhawk and Apsu, and he got scared. He basically said, "I am not leaving my egg until it is quiet." And this like timidity is something that it really defines his character and that he's trying to move past. When he was born, Apsu says, "Well, my other son, my first attempt at a creator deity failed. Guess what? You just got promoted." And being a bad dad was like, "This is now your responsibility." He definitely did not fully learn that lesson. So now Gasham, the good, loyal son, has to be a creator deity, even though he was originally conceived of as like an architectural deity. So he has to like, it's awesome. It's such good character writing for characters who have like four paragraphs.
Apsu would totally say to Dayhawk, "Why can't you be more like your brother?"
Hmm. That is exactly what he would say. And Gasham would be like, "Dad, it's not his fault. Let him go." So Gasham has these really interesting edicts. So his edicts are to build when it is asked of you, doing what his dad told him to, foster growth in others. Okay, that seems like a little more intrinsic, and then meditate upon your actions. Fair enough. Anathema, act without thinking. Okay, it kind of ties into the meditate on your actions. But then he's got this one here at the bottom, or in the middle, hesitate in the face of destructive forces. So he's got to balance this need to not hesitate in the face of destruction with the, you still need to meditate upon your actions. I like that there's some room for self-contradiction there. And it's one
Yeah.
of those things where it's like, oh, this would be really interesting to role play as a character. Like
Yeah.
how much meditation is too much? How much self-reflection can you do before you are just hesitating? Um, it I like this as a story element.
It also feels a bit like do as I say, not as I do. You all
Yes.
need to just act sometimes. I should get there too at some point,
Hmm.
maybe.
Yeah, I really like it. He notably Gasham is kind of an ancient deity on in the setting as it exists now. He was kind of worshipped way back in the day and isn't super popular anymore. So just something to note. And then we have the weird one, Odalaz. Odalaz is the draconic deity of death. Odalaz was in a draconic egg, or was in Apsu's. He was like the youngest egg, essentially. And during the fight, Dayhawk picked up the egg and smashed it on Apsu's head, and basically prevented his younger sibling from ever being born. Um, Odalaz, this deity that never was, basically then manifested and witnessed all of the sadness and sorrow that their lack of existence caused in the world, and was like, well, hang on, if I never existed, why are people sad for me? And then they just kind of popped into existence, because something that didn't exist couldn't have such an impact. Um, Now they've kind of become this god of change, kind of following in Apsu's vein, but also loss, following in Sarshalatu's vein. And then they have this new element of inevitability, this thing of like, there are things that are going to happen that are beyond your control, and you need to accept that.
He should
Um,
also be a deity of paradox. It just makes so much
I could
sense.
totally see that as a, yeah, like paradox is a thing that is brought up in their lore, but it's not called out as like an element of their divine portfolio. But yeah, you're right. They're absolutely a deity of paradox. Um, they have this kind of interesting edicts and anathema set. You're not allowed to seek immortality because you have to accept that death is inevitable. So like they hate the undead because they're trying to seek immortality, which is cool. You are also not allowed to become stagnant. You have to like grow and change and evolve. You have to accept that you don't know everything. You have to stay humble. Um, And then
Dude,
they've
monks would be perfect followers.
I know, like it's such an interesting monastic deity because
Yeah.
so many of the monk themed gods are like, no, you have to like self-perfection and become a master. And this guy's like, no, no, there is no mastery. Like there is no level of understanding that is truly complete. Um, One fun thing about Odalaz is their teachings tend to become or tend to turn psychopomps into oh shoot, I forgot what psychopomps become when they get corrupted. But basically, all the servants of Pharasma, the things that harvest souls and like bring them to the realm of the dead for judgment, um, they witness Odalaz and their teachings, and they just fall apart. Their psychological framework for what they do and why they do it completely collapses when they start seeing Odalaz and their teachings. And Pharasma doesn't mind. Like she has never taken action against Odalaz at all, which is interesting. It's really weird that her servants get destroyed by this thing, not malevolently, just by nature of its existence. And she's like,
Well,
"Eh,
it
it's
kind of
fine."
makes sense because they're all about order. They're about placing the souls in the right places, and
Hmm.
they have specific jobs for specific reasons. They are shaped physically by the mission they have in their afterlife.
Hmm.
And now this deity comes along and says, nothing is real, everything is changed, there is no order or law.
Yep. Yep. Do not think that you have an understanding that is complete. Like you aren't doing it right because there is no right. But I really like Odalaz, especially as a deity of death. Like this is cool for a death deity in the Pathfinder setting. Like so many of them are just, pain and death and loss and suffering and yada yada yada. And
Yeah.
then Odalaz comes along and is like, no, it's just inevitable. You just kind of need to accept it. Like, it's fine. You don't need to be mean about it. Uh, it's really cool.
Yeah, I could see role playing this. This would be so much fun.
Yeah, so interesting.
Really eerie character too.
Yeah, super eerie, but they also like they have certain things like despising those who seek immortality. Like you are misguided. Like you must not do this thing because it it will destroy you and what you are supposed to be. Like it's
I
it's
could
really
see
interesting.
them I could see them planting trees to grow a forest and then burning the forest down.
Or accepting that the forest will be burned down.
Sure.
Like, yeah, exactly. Then we get into the four other children that we know of. The next four deities, each of them represents a type of magic. So up first we have Illuma, the living page. Illuma is the patron deity of the Arcane Dragons, and Illuma is really cool. Illuma, she has this body that is more infused with magic than any of her siblings, like, raw magical energy than any of her siblings. The body that magic she could channel into like transformations, but the more she did it, she figured out like this magic is going to tear me apart. Like it is continually growing and my body can't keep up with it. It is like her body grew and changed so much that it was starting to literally rip itself apart at the seams because she couldn't let the magic out fast enough to keep herself from falling apart. First went to Apsu and she was like, Dad, what do I do? And he's like, go talk to your mother. Uh,
Great dad.
well, in his defense, it's because she is manifesting Sarshalatu's infinity. And he's like, I don't know how to deal with that. Go talk to your mother. She will know how to fix this. So I was being glib, but it's actually good advice.
The daddy's girl's like, Dad, I need help. I'm busy.
Yeah, your brother is trying to destroy everything again. Go talk to your mom.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I love interpreting the dragon deities as like this weird family melodrama. It's way more fun if you think of
It's
it that way.
baked in.
It's perfect.
It's so obvious in some ways.
I'm waiting for one of them to marry another god, and then we have like my big fat dragon wedding, and I want that in the lore so bad. Um, basically, she went to go find her mom, and in doing that, because at this point, Sarshala too had fled. She had gone to like the deepest, darkest corners of the multiverse to try and contemplate her loss and come to terms with the fact that her husband and her son were going to kill each other someday. And Illuma goes and finds her, and this is this really trying journey. She has to go all across the multiverse, and in that, she starts to learn about the way the world works. And when she finally finds her mom, she has the answer that she seeks. And she basically figures out how to carve the runes of creation on her body in such a way that her body will now be able to contain the magic. She's developed this knowledge to channel this energy, and that by carving it onto herself, she earns the name the Living Page. She has a lot of edicts surrounding like growing, changing, and learning in particular. So like celebrate your victories and your losses. I love that as a thing. She's very much like, no, we won or we lost, and that is a win of its own because now we can
Yeah,
learn.
because you learn.
hmm I love this one. Embrace your unique strengths and innate gifts. Great. Like, love what makes you unique and special. And then nurture the flame of acceptance and knowledge in others. She's just so wholesome. Like, this feels like a very enlightened deity, which is not something you get from deities art associated with arcane magic. Um,
Right. This is like the story of Odin taken to a positive extreme.
hmm Exactly. Yes. So often the arcane deities are more like achieve perfect knowledge or do this other thing. She's like, no, no, just accept who you are and what makes you special, and like learn from your past experience. This is really like she's a very feel-good arcane deity, which doesn't happen very often. I like
She's
that.
also a very adventurer-friendly deity because this is what
Yes.
adventurers go through.
hmm Exactly. And then like obviously you don't mislead people away from understanding themselves, help people gain understanding, repeatedly deny who you are. Love that, kind of build on that self-acceptance thing. And then you never treat your gifts as a curse. Again, really ties back into her lore. I really like this would be a good this would be a really good deity for like a draconic sorcerer who has to learn how to control their power. Just
Yeah.
really, really well handled.
Or even an exemplar.
Yes. Yep, exactly.
I have to say something that I love about this compared to D&D is that like almost any version is that the draconic deities aren't restricted to just being worshipped by dragons. You can
No.
be a cleric of any draconic deity because you fall in line with what they believe.
hmm Yeah, very few of them have edicts and anathema relating to dragons specifically. It's really cool. Except Dayhawk, who just says kill
Yeah.
dragons. All right, then we have Turvu, the shifting plane. Turvu's really fun. They are the draconic deity who is responsible for divine magic. So they are the god of godliness. Uh,
That's a good way to put it.
yeah, it's really interesting. So they were conceived of by their parents, which not conceived, conceived of. The Sarshalatu and Apsu have some degree of control over like what their kids will be blessed with. Very like, you know, very primordial, like polytheistic progenitor deity coded. Like this is show we're gonna have a child, and this child should be the arcane dragon. This one will be the divine dragon, and will have powers and personality associated with that. I like that. And then every single one of them is like, we have problems that you didn't anticipate. Oh crap. Okay, well.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. And that's something that should be baked into more character, or like every character. I shouldn't say more characters, every character that somebody makes. They should have a counterpoint to their benefits. There should always be some sort of loss or pain or difficulty that people have to get over because that's what comes with benefits and blessings and gifts.
hmm Yeah, and Turvu's whole thing is that like after they fled from the violence of Dayhawk because they were not going to survive. Dayhawk is the strongest of the kids. Um, they basically traveled the whole multiverse and gained this level of divine understanding that basically supersedes the whole good and evil, lawful and chaotic paradigm. They're like, no, no, we're just gods. We are not we are just a manifestation of this concept of divine power. We are not special. We are not inherently better than mortals. We're just different. We are bound by these ideas of morality because we choose to be bound by these ideas of morality. And Turvu is interesting because like they accept that all of these like planes of good and evil exist. They accept that like the concept of good and evil exists, but they don't engage with it. They're like, no, I am beyond this, and all gods are beyond this if they can accept that they are beyond this. Like all
Whoever wrote
be
this took the concept of divine divinity dragon to a
Mhm.
great extreme.
It's really cool. It's really interesting. They are also a pretty decent deity for adventurers because they encourage travel and exploration and they encourage understanding on all sides of a conflict. Um, they don't accept like they don't accept like moral crusading of like, oh, this thing is evil or good and must be destroyed for that reason. It's really interesting. Like, there's a problem if you play this in like an anti-Cheliax campaign. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. But like,
Yes.
if you're doing a more learning-based campaign or something that's a lot more morally gray, this is like the perfect deity choice for this. It's really cool. Also, Turvu does not actively seek followers. They have no interest in being worshipped. They are worshipped, but they do not seek it. They're like, I'm not worthy of worship. I'm just this manifestation of power.
It's like the writers were like, you know what? What are some of the things we would like in the major religions that exist today? And we'll do just those things.
Mhm. It's really interesting. I'm really impressed with how much philosophical thought went into some of these,
This is
all of
really
these
cool.
deities as a collection. It's really
I also
cool.
like that he's kind of merging with the plane he's on.
It's really, oh, and that's another thing. So Turvu exists in all places at all times. Basically, they do have a manifested body, but like that body is super adaptable. They can exist in any plane with no issue. Their body just kind of starts to become one with that plane because their sense of self is so fluid. It's really cool. Then we have my favorite,
Wait, was that?
Brixori.
Oh my
Uh,
God, the wheels. With that, can't talk. I'll say that in a moment. Okay, so the last one, Turvu, is this a non-binary god? Because you said him and
I
they.
think Turvu. No, hang on. I got my book right here. I think Turvu's a she. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I think
Because like this would
Turvu's.
be like the epitome of non-binary. It's like
Yeah.
middle and united to
Um,
everything.
Hang on. Let me get my book. I will check that. That is a good question.
You with the physical books. You're so weird.
I have it right here.
Welcome
Hang
to the
on.
20th century, Grandpa.
Shush. I built bookshelves for this purpose. I'm going to use the damn book. Non-binary. You were right.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Mhm.
Good. That makes sense.
They exist beyond the concept of gender, which, yeah, it makes sense. If they
Yeah.
exist beyond the concept of good and evil, they should definitely be able to supersede something as stupid as gender.
Right. They're a shapeshifter.
Exactly. They have no, yeah, yep. All right. Now we have my favorite, Brixori, because she's the only dragon with a fashion sense, and I love it. I love the hat. I love the earrings. It's amazing.
It's the dragon with wheels on her head.
They're earrings. They look great.
Put your hand over the dragon's body. It's a dragon head with wheels.
It looks great. Yeah, and the wheels are awesome. They look awesome. The enormous witch's hat, that if they manifested would be like the size of a building. I love
That's a
it. I
good
love,
point.
yep, I love
That
that
is
this exists.
intention.
Hmm. Yeah, this is on purpose. So Brixori is basically Dayhawk's weird goth little sister. Uh, that Dayhawk made fun of for being small and weak, because Dayhawk is an asshole. Uh,
Yeah, he is a
he
big jerk.
is. Basically, she's like, fine, if I can't be as strong as my brother, I'm just going to learn how to do magic, and I will be a witch now. Um, and she kind of did that. She is now the god of occultism in Draconic lore. And she acts from the shadows and doesn't really use power. She uses magical influence to get what she wants. She is the one who, more than any of the other deities, just pretends to be a person. Like, she just goes around to libraries dressed as a human,
It'd be
essentially.
useful for her.
Yeah, it's awesome. And she's probably the one that humanoids have the most interaction with, although they would never know it.
Okay.
Um, so her whole thing is like pursue knowledge, and seek understanding. But she also has this really nice one because she was bullied as a kid. Show kindness to those who are weaker than the rest. Uh,
I like this a lot. It's a
I
rich
really like
deity.
Brixori. She's the one that
It's
feels
so
the most
neat.
human. Um,
Yeah.
it's so great that they have one like one of the Pantheon members be this like relatable. And then underestimate an enemy or ally, like don't do that. You know, she's never underestimate that which appears weak at first, and then treat anathema, treat those weaker than you unkindly. She's just so nice. You know, she's like the anti-bullying deity. It's great.
She's the bookworm. I love
Hmm.
her.
Yep, she's my favorite in this set.
What would
And
her
then we
familiar
have
be?
what was that?
What would her familiar be?
Oh, Dragonet.
No, oh, cheer.
Or or like I don't know. I could see her man like giving having an object familiar and have it be her hat.
Okay, that's a very good point.
Hmm.
Yeah, object familiar makes sense for her too.
I like that. You could have a ton of fun with it. Basically, if you have a Dragon Blood Witch, this is your patron.
Yeah,
Like super fun.
yeah. That's the
And
kind
then
of patron that I would love to roleplay as the GM, actually coming down and just hanging out with the character for a while.
especially because they wouldn't necessarily know it's their patron.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that one. And then finally, we do have Garhaz, another dick in the Pantheon.
he
He is an
looks full of
asshole.
himself.
Yeah, yep. Garhaz is the primal king, the god of the primal dragons. Notably, a lot of the primal dragons don't like him because he is mean. Uh, he is like the god of like predation, by which I mean his life
Oh,
defines the predator-prey relationship. He wasn't originally evil. When he witnessed the Apsu Dehak fight, he kind of became, he was like, ooh, this great conflict. This is the thing I want to seek forever. And yeah, he then basically said, I am the king. I am the predator that dominates the food chain of everything because I want this great challenge forever. Um, but then he kind of messed with things a little too much, and Cernunnos, the son of Erastil, was like, dude, you are ruining everything, and started shooting him with arrows. And because Garhaz was not at the time particularly smart, he's like, wait a minute, you guys can do ranged combat? That's not fair. Uh, and he ran away and hid in a swamp for a while. Uh, but then he kind of figured out like, oh, we actually have, like, I can't just fight with raw force. I need to be cunning and trickstery, and he became this god of victory by any means necessary. There is no honor. There is no like proper method of combat. There are no rules. If you kill, you win. And he actually beat Cernunnos recently. During the God's Reign, he lured Cernunnos, the son of Erastil, into a rift in space-time and trapped him in the outside of time.
I
Uh,
didn't know that. Like in real life, I've been a devotee of Kronos. So for me, I'm like, what? They got rid of the horned one?
Yep, they got rid of him, and I am not happy about it. I am a little disappointed. Yeah, that is, excuse me, that is a recent development. But his edicts and anathema are basically be a bully, act with mutual brutality, let might make right, always boast of your victories. And then his anathema, act with humility, don't do that. Give mercy without supplication, don't do that. Die with grace, don't do that. Like,
Wow, it's like all the worst parts of a Klingon. I guess that's more like a Romulan.
yeah, he's just horrible. Like he's as bad as Dayhawk. He's just so bad.
Wow. So that's what a giant dick looks like.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
All right.
All right. We are out of time. We are going to stop
Oh,
and then
yeah.
we get into the arcane dragons. Finally, we'll start talking about dragons in this dragon video. All right, now we get to start actually talking about dragons in this dragon video. We are like over an hour in and it's time to start talking about dragons.
Oh, is that why we're here?
I,
Oh, I
I
thought we were
think
done.
so. That's why I made all these slides apparently. Uh, all right, so we're going to start with the arcane dragons. I've organized the rest of the video by subtype. So arcane, divine, occult, and then primal. And then at the very end, I'll do all the imperial dragons because they're in their own little category. There are quite a few arcane dragons: Fortune, Mirage, Phase, Rune, Barrage. Great. Time, also great. Underworld and Sea, notably, Underworld and Sea are Imperial Dragons. That's what those asterisks mean. They are technically arcane dragons, but I'm going to cover them at the end. Vorpal, great. Wailing and Wish. Um,
Vorpal
those,
is so BS.
vo it's amazing. It's so great. So the arcane dragons. The arcane dragons have a certain set of shared qualities. All of the dragons relating to specific magical traditions do. So arcane dragons are the most disconnected from like the biological world. They have like physical bodies that are sustained by magic as a concept rather than like their biology. They still have biological bodies, but like the processes which sustain them don't make scientific sense unless you start saying, "Yeah, there's some magic involved." It that's how it works. This seems weird to me. You and I have been talking about a video on the
Yeah,
four magical traditions for a while.
which I'm
Primal
excited
and
about.
yeah, I'm excited too. I just finished the slides for it actually. But
God,
listen,
how many? 200,
no,
300?
no, it's only like 16. It's fine. That one's only gonna be like an hour and a half. It'll be fine. Uh, But it's weird to me that they are the most disconnected from the physical world because they are like arcane magic is adjacent to primal magic. It shares an essence, the matter essence with it. And the ones that should be most disconnected are the occult dragons, if you're purely looking at like how
Yeah,
the
that
wheel
doesn't make sense
works.
to me.
Yeah, but it's just interesting. I love that they did it because it allows for really weird dragons. It's just kind of an odd little quirk of the lore. Um, One thing about arcane dragons, a lot of them have physical traits inspired by math. So symmetry, they have tessellations. The Mirage Dragon we'll see is really inspired by this mathematical concept called the golden ratio, which exists in nature. And then the other thing about arcane dragons is, unsurprisingly, they are the most reliant on magic. So primal dragons are the ones that are the most physical. Arcane dragons are the ones that are the most magical. They have these usually, there's a couple exceptions. They have these really slender bodies. They are not super muscular. They have more innate spells and tend to be spellcasters more often than they are brutes. So these are the ones that would replace their Draconic Frenzy and Draconic Momentum abilities with additional spells more often. Most of their practices regarding how they get food or how they compete for resources, they rely on magic rather than just like muscle. And then um, they and the occult dragons have the most interaction with their environment that's kind of passive. They start to mess with the space around them just by existing. So, like Mirage dragons, even outside of their lairs, you're going to start seeing illusions if you're close to one. If you are near like a time dragon, you're going to start seeing weird time events if you're near where they happen to be at a given time. And the longer they stay in an area, the more intense and the more spread out these effects tend to get. And then
I
the
think that
sorry,
if
go
I
ahead.
could interject here, because I don't know. Oh, no, no. You know what? Never mind. We'll get to the individual dragon. God, I'll say it then. Sorry.
We'll get there. If you can't find a space to interject an idea about a specific dragon, trust me, there will be time. We have a lot of slides. All right, and then the other thing about Arcane Dragons is they're the most difficult to work with from a purely ideological standpoint, only because they're difficult to understand. They tend to have really like weird like scientific but in a magical sense views of the world.
Like a
Like time
sphinx.
Yeah, yeah. And like it's not like occult dragons where their understanding of the world is pretty similar to humans, but they are so obsessed with their one thing that they are actively working towards like undermining you. Like a conspirator dragon is really hard to deal with because they're conspiring. Time dragon is hard to deal with because their concept of time is completely different from yours, and that's kind of true for a lot of the arcane dragons. They just conceptualize reality so differently that as a GM, you should probably like really put some thought into how these guys would see the world before your characters interact with them. But let's get to one of the most regal of the new dragon designs. And this is the Fortune Dragon. They've actually been around since Monster Core 1.
I remember
So
the plate mail on their arms.
yeah, it's so good. There's actually a couple dragons that wear armor, but these guys do it the most stylishly. Uh,
Yes, they do. Look at that.
I know they look so good. So this is the exception to the slender body arcane dragons rule. Uh, These guys are kind of chunky, and I love it. But what are fortune dragons? Fortune dragons. All dragons love treasure. Fortune dragons love treasure more than any other dragon. Uh, but it's interesting. They are not necessarily greedy. So fortune dragons, to them, a physical object has kind of three items of value. It's novelty, so newness, the experience that object represents, and then the inherent beauty of the
So
object,
like
which is
emotional connection to experiences, that kind of thing.
exactly. Yep.
Okay.
New experiences, like fortune dragons love to go through new experiences, but the way they remember those experiences is specifically through objects. Objects are infused with this kind of inherent meaning to fortune dragons. So like this guy's wearing a shield. He probably picked that shield up from a dear friend or after a battle that he witnessed. And by holding this, he now bears that memory for all time. Like that is how they view objects. The act of possessing an object leads to the understanding of that object's history and specifically the events associated with it.
They might
So
feel
like
extreme loss then if something is damaged.
yes, damaged or lost or stolen, given away, not necessarily true. They can part with things willingly, but they have to accept it. And usually it's in like trade. Um, what's interesting is that their body has this weird magnetism to treasure and all objects. That is why this dude is covered in gold. He didn't do that on purpose. His body just does that. That's why they get big and like hefty is because their body is literally attracting gold to them over time. And other objects too. It's not just like gold and silver and gemstones. They move the gold, silver, and gems on their body to make themselves look good, but they actually pull all kinds of different objects towards them just passively as they exist. Um, they actually don't have, so it's funny. They attract all this gold to them. They don't actually care about gold itself, or like gemstones, unless a
Yeah.
specific gold coin is like really special for other reasons. They are more than willing to trade all this gold away for something cool. And
I
they
love the
are,
idea of them. I love the idea of them knowing where one specific coin is that their friend used to flip obsessively until he died. And
mhm,
it's like tucked in with all these other gold coins. And they're just
mhm.
like, except this one. This one matters to me. And I'll tell you about it.
Yep, that is exactly what they would do. Speaking of which, they love having visitors. Like they love having people show up to their hordes and respectfully be like, "You have amazing treasure. Tell me about it." And then they will go off for like 20 years about every single thing that they own. Uh, like many of them turn their lairs into like they will allow people into their lairs just so they can show off. Like they tend to I say this down at the bottom. The entrance to their lairs tend to be extremely obvious. It's like, hey, I live here. This is all my fancy stuff near my door, so that you know that I live here. Uh, yeah, they do, however, know that their treasure will attract thieves. So they take all their mundane items that just look shiny and they just put them at the front. They're like, this is the distraction. All my actual important stuff is at the back. They have these because they love treasure and specifically like items of experiential value, they don't get along with other dragons because they're like, well, what cool stuff does that dragon have? And why does he have it? Why can't I have it? Uh, Meanwhile, with adventurers, they're like, no, you guys like to collect treasure just like I do. We're cool. Like you are so small, you're not a threat to me, and I also need to compulsively pick up everything I see.
I wonder how mating would work. Like, would they give each other gifts of things that matter more to them or matter less to them?
You know, weirdly, we don't get any information on mating practices for these
That's
guys.
not
It would,
okay.
I know, I wanted to see it. I'm like, what do, like, this is the one where I'm like, I feel like these are the dragons that would have like a non-gendered equivalent of like a dowry of like giving gifts to your partner, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I would be really interested to see what that is. I know they just ran out of page space, but I'm like, oh, that would be so cool. Like, these are the dragons that would actually have wedding rings, you know, like that they give each other. It would be so cool to see.
Yeah.
But now we're going to get into some mechanics, and the mechanics that they came up with for the Fortune Dragon are actually pretty cool. Some of the dragons, just for note, I have 2 pages of mechanics for this one, and all the dragons that were in the monster cores, because in Draconic Codex they introduced alternate abilities for these existing dragons. So like that book presents new information for those dragon types. All the ones that are new in Draconic Codex only have one page of mechanics. So that's partly why I have so many slides.
That makes sense. You had to do it.
So, Fortune dragons are cool because they have this ability where they get a bunch of innate spells. So I'll talk about that in spellcasting later, but they basically, that magnetism that draws items to them, it also sucks the magic out of magic items that are attached to their body.
Oh, that
Uh,
sucks.
yeah, it's really cool. But what it does is it gives them a bunch of inherent spells that they can just cast, even if they're not like the spellcaster variant of the dragon. These guys are your like they're almost like the anti-mage dragons. They have spells like Fireball and Lightning Bolt, but they also have all of these abilities that focus on counteracting or disrupting spells. So like they don't have an aura of fear, they have an aura of disruption. If they manage to counteract or disrupt a spell, they recharge one of their spell slots and then they gain a bunch of HP. So, like, if you're throwing casters at these guys, keep them far away, or they are going to counteract those spells and they're going to heal and get their own magic back. It's really cool. They also
That's
have this
neat.
ability as their reaction. They don't have like an AOO. If they successfully save against a spell, they could just do a reaction uh, to counteract it. And if they do so, they gain HP. This stacks with Aura of Disruption. So like
This is evil, man.
this is awesome. They get Disruptive Breath, so it's an AOE cone of force damage, but it's Save or Stupefied. So it's anti-mage.
God.
Yeah, it's anti-mage. It's awesome.
So this
Then they have
this should go in a place where there's a lot of magic or casters. What would be the ideal location for this type of dragon?
I like to think of them in like a treasure vault underneath like an arcane laboratory or something. And they live specifically near humanoid settlements. Like they like to live near people. But they're good at that. But they also like to fight in their actual lair. They very rarely leave because they have a bunch of abilities that if they're near their hoard of treasure, they can activate. So if they're near their hoard, they can do Drain Horde where they just recharge all their spontaneous spells.
Holy
They
crap.
can only do this once, and then the horde has to kind of rebuild its innate magic over time, which it just does passively. They have this ability called Share the Wealth, where basically they shake the treasure off of their body, and it hits you with bludgeoning damage as the coins hit the entire party.
I am so glad they have that. The first time I saw this, I thought of an old cartoon of Aladdin where there was this giant shark in the desert diving through the sand, but every
Mhm.
time it dove out, it would shed cold coins because it laid in treasure and it became adhered to
Ah,
its underside and it would pelt people with coins.
I like it. Yeah, this is exactly what they do. They just shake really hard, and then the treasure hits everybody.
That is so
Uh,
cool.
They have this ability called Treasure Dive, where they stride or just straight up burrow through their hoard. They Scrooge McDuck dive into their hoard of treasure, and then they recharge a spell slot. And if they happen to be near you when they do that, you get pushed away.
Oh my God, Scrooge McDuck. Yes.
Yep. And then they treasure tsunami. What that is if they're near their hoard, they say, "Come to me, my treasure," and a giant wave of gold coins come towards them, and it pushes everybody out of the way and deals bludgeoning damage. It's so good.
This is awesome.
They're so cool. Then they have their alternate abilities. Chimeric nature. This one's kind of creepy, but I love it. Some of them steal other dragons' body parts that after they've died. So, like, they would steal the horns of a red dragon or
No,
the
I get
teeth.
that because that's treasure. Those are
Hmm.
valuable things. They are magic themselves. They can be
Exactly.
used
What
as
this
power spell components.
Yep, exactly. They use this to change their damage type of their breath attack and their strikes. So they can just absorb the power of the draconic like artifacts. It's
Wow,
so
dragons would
cool.
hate this dragon.
Yeah. So one thing to note, anytime I say alternate abilities, you have to swap these out for some of the other stuff that they have. Otherwise, they get too strong. They have a thing called Hidden Wealth, where if they're near a hoard of treasure, typically their own, but it doesn't have to be, they can just hide without cover and they get greater cover because they're already covered in gold. Um,
Ah,
yeah, and then they have Shield of Fortune where they can basically like take all these gold coins and manifest a shield and raise shield, and then they get the shield block reaction. It's really cool. And then their spell casting, I was not anticipating their spell list because They have things like Chain Lightning, Fireball, Force Barrage, Implosion, Quandary. They have a lot of just like generically useful spells, but then I realized a lot of it is because they need a wide variety so that they can counteract more easily. Fireball will
Oh,
do
okay.
any ice. Chain Lightning will do a lot of metal. Like you can use these to counteract things more easily. And also,
Mhm.
it's really easy for them to just throw out a bunch of Chain Lightnings and Fireballs to deal a ton of damage, then counteract and recharge their spells. Like that's
Yeah.
that's how they're designed to work. And then once you like throw, those are their innate spells. The lower list is just kind of their basic stuff. Like if you take Draconic Spellcaster and give up your Draconic Frenzy and stuff, you get these.
Yeah.
The highlights here, I mean, it's all pretty basic stuff. I like that they have Wall of Force.
I like
I
that they have
love
haste.
Haste is dangerous. Planar Palace, I like. It feels very Fortune Dragon of like, and here's my fancy house.
It really
Uh,
does.
yeah, so those are the Fortune Dragons.
I would totally play them as the spellcaster type.
Yeah, I probably would too. They don't need to hit you with their claws. They're way more fun if you just dive into the treasure, make the treasure like tsunami at people, and then hit them with spells. Um, they are not my favorite of the Arcane Dragons, but they are my favorite visual design because note the swords that he has turned into lip rings to give himself bigger teeth.
Yeah. Oh, I could see this. I could see the mentality of this dragon would actually lend itself toward them supporting monetarily or otherwise a a a church of piercings. What do they call it? A body modification church.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could see some of this like working with Zon Kuthan, the deity of torture and pain, because a
Mhm.
lot of their people are into body modification and like
Yeah.
non-evil followers of Zon Kuthan are they kind of focus on that like artistic expression through body modification. Like I could
Cool.
totally see something like that working here. Yeah. Then we get to the Mirage Dragons. This is where we get that slender body type I was talking about. So Mirage Dragons are the dragons of illusion. They are the manifestation of illusion magic. So if perception is reality, then reality is whatever I decide to make it. If are you really lying if everybody believes what you're saying? Like that is their whole mentality summed up into two sentences. Like they can create anything that they want. It's just not real. But if they can convince you that it's real, doesn't really matter.
A very
Um,
Neo in the Matrix perspective.
yes, yes, very. There is no spoon. Uh, or there is a spoon and you can bend it because it's great. They're really cool. I love their design. This is where you start seeing that like tessellation golden ratio design built into there. This artwork doesn't do a fantastic job of showing it, but there's one piece of art I think on the cover of the GM core that really shows them structured in such a way that you can see the golden ratio kind of show up in the way their neck is built.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, in some of the original sketches.
yep, exactly. Um, so the scary thing about these guys is they have a tendency to just build an environment. They settle in an environment that is already well suited to illusions. So somewhere like a desert or a forest or a calm body of water where everything is kind of the same in all directions and there are no distinct points for their victims to pick out and travel towards. They then fill this place with magic and make it even more difficult to get out of. And they will actually like physically change their environment in order to make it work. So like they will dam up a river to make a lake that will sit still and create natural illusions for people to kind of fall for. They will clear out a desert of like an oasis so that it's just endless sand as far as the eye can see. Um, they then layer this with magic upon magic upon magic until there are so many illusions that anyone who stumbles in there will not get out unless the dragon allows them to get out. They will fill it with illusions of like, oh, all of these trees, they all kind of look the same. Now they actually look the same, and you have no idea where you are. This
I like that
forest
they
is
can use
now.
practical effects too.
Oh yeah, they absolutely use practical effects. Like these Once you get into their lair proper, like their actual place where they physically live, they just fill it with mirrors, they fill it with echo chambers, they fill it with all of these things that amplify their magic so that even if you manage to get out of the magic, you are still going to see things that they want you to see that aren't actually there.
Something that I sorry to interrupt, but
No, 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 go ahead.
something that I'm getting from a World of Darkness idea, the La Sombra Vampire the Masquerade. The La Sombra uh, tend to use mirrors in their own home so that there are mirrors placed strategically throughout their entire home. And they cannot be seen in any mirrors because that's their clan weakness.
Hmm.
And so, as soon as someone enters their home, no matter where they are, they can see them.
I like
So, I
that.
could see
That
the
is
Arcane
cool.
Dragon doing that. Or,
That is
sorry, the
ex
Mirage Dragon.
Yeah, that is exactly what a Mirage Dragon would do. That's really cool. Um, Obviously, they rely on trickery and deceit in combat. They do not. These are the dragons. You know, there are a lot of dragons who don't fight fair. This is one of them. They have a tendency to use illusions to force their enemies to fight each other, rather than to fight the dragon itself. And that is really well represented by all of their mechanics. So they have this thing called illusion sense. I like that one. Basically, if they're near an illusion, they automatically get to roll to detect it. Don't play an illusionist and try to fight these things. It probably won't work. Um, and then they have this ability called camouflage. If they're in a natural environment, they do not need cover. They can just hide. They can take the hide action, which, I mean, makes sense.
Sure.
Um, they have this aura called Aura of Isolation. They obscure sight within their aura, and basically, if you and your allies walk into it, you are undetected to each other. So you can't flank for at least a round. And then if they just back away and you have to re-enter the aura, guess what? It happens again.
And the dragon can take that one round to swap the images of all of the characters.
Pretty easily. Yep. Yep. Also, I'll get to it in a minute. These dragons have sneak attack. So if they're flanking with
Completely
their,
unnecessary.
yeah, yeah, it's great. They can just flank with their own illusions. It's awesome. Yeah, they flank with their illusions and you can't flank them. It's awesome. They have this effect called scintillating defense. Basically, they gain concealment against an attack as a reaction. They have an ability called captivating display, where basically they mess with their like body in such a way that it dazzles and slows their foes on a bad enough save. I love abilities that can slow the party as a GM because it's like, oh, by the way, your next turn is gonna suck. Uh,
It makes it a
uh,
lot easier to draw out the combat and use more of the abilities of the monster.
yes, yep. And then they have hallucinatory breath, which is just nasty because it's mental damage, but it's save or confused. Uh, I love that
Oh
it's
my
save or
god.
confused. It's so mean.
How long does the confuse last?
I think it's just for a round. I'd have to look it
Oh
up,
good.
but
Because that could be a
it
combat
depends on
ender.
how bad you fail your save too. I think fail is confused and crit fail is like confused for 2 rounds or something, but I'd have to look it up.
That's
Then we
just
get to their
awful.
alternate abilities, and this is where it gets really fun. They have After Image, where they can cast invisibility, but then they can just leave an illusory duplicate behind that can strike. Uh, Meanwhile, they're over in the other corner. It's great. Then they have Phantasmal Terror. It's just a frightening aura that they can kick off on command. And then Reshape Terrain. Basically, all the area around them, they cast an illusion over it, so everything is difficult terrain.
Dude, if I used this, my players would just be pissed. It would just annoy the crap out of them.
This is not nearly the worst dragon to fight, not even close.
But it's
Wait a
irritating to fight.
Oh, it's irritating. Oh, there's way more irritating than this. Trust me. We haven't even gotten to the phase dragon yet, which is one of my favorites. All right, and then we get to the spell casting. Now, they have a lot of innate spells. Even the non-spellcasters have Manifestation, Illusory Creature, Phantasmagoria, Illusory Object, Illusory Scene, Mirage, Vibrant Pattern, and Invisibility. But then, if you also throw on the actual spellcasting dragon, you get a bunch of other stuff. Disappearance, hallucination, project image. I really like project image on this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true sight, so they can counteract illusions. Again, do not play an illusionist
Ugh,
if you're fighting one of these things. Like these guys suck.
they're
Fighting one of these things
annoying,
would be
man.
fighting one of these would be
Oh,
a nightmare.
I really think my players would just be so pissed, especially the ones that just play marshals.
Hmm.
They're just like, okay, I swing at it. Oh, it was an illusion. All right, I do nothing.
Now imagine fighting one of these that has backup, that has like help. Any kind of minion is going to be horrible
They
with one
just
of
have
these
like a
guys.
pair of trolls that they keep putting illusions on.
Hmm. Yeah, or better yet, something that is like relatively immune to magic, like a golem. You know?
Oh God, that's mean.
Yeah, it would suck. But yeah, these guys are cool. I love their design.
Oh,
I love the purple and green. Like that's just such a cool
yeah, I
color
agree.
concept.
They are beautiful.
Yeah, they are absolutely fantastic artistic design. Uh, and hey, look, it's the Phase Dragon. Remember how I said the other ones sucked, but these are worse? You're about to find out why.
I always think of these as the Quicksilver dragons.
I mean, they basically are. Like they're really well designed. I love that they took elements like to me, aside from the neck and the wings, I see a lot of Greyhound in this body design.
Oh, you're right,
Like this looks like a racing
dude.
hound, and I love
Yeah,
that.
I could
Um,
see that that body could actually work.
Yeah, I love that they put a lot of thought into this. I didn't love this design at first, and then I read the lore and I was like, oh, this is actually brilliant. Like, this is really
Mm.
cool. So, what are phase dragons? These are the dragons of teleportation. They were, according to their own lore, they were born from a space in between spaces. Basically, when you teleport, you pass through a thing that isn't there, and that thing is where they came from. They don't know how to get back there. That's actually like a big question for their entire species is how do we get back to the not place where we came from? Um, but now they are compelled by this need to move because they're like born from this place that's in between other places. They can't sit still. They have to be on the move. It's not like a compulsion. They can obviously sit still and sleep, but like long term, they do not remain in one place.
I can see inspiration from Anne McCaffrey, Dragon Riders of Pern.
Yes, yep. They have to be on the move in the grand sense. Um, they are they are the unquestioned masters of teleportation magic. No one can teleport better than an archphase dragon. Um, they they are extremely efficient when it comes to fighting and hunting. They use teleportation to just warp in, hit a weak spot, and warp out. If they hunt, they teleport over a target, grab it, kill it, and teleport away. Like hunting is not a game for them. It is, oh, there's something to eat. Got it. Uh,
It makes them very goal oriented. That's interesting.
yeah, they are extremely efficient. They are extremely goal oriented. Like it's all about speed and like tactical, or not even tactical, just efficient precision of action. It's
Hmm.
really cool. Um, their their layers are interesting because they don't have layers in the traditional sense in that they have one place that they go to. They actually have lots of little layers that they go to that they just kind of warp between over time. When they're not traveling, they might have like 4 or 5 bases scattered around like either Galarian or if they're high enough level, other planets or even other planes. And then these tend to be like a little bit smaller than a traditional dragon place or traditional dragon lair. Excuse me. They usually can only be accessed by teleportation, so they might be like a cave that doesn't have an opening, or like a mountaintop that you can't get to because you know it's just cliffs on all sides. Like it's they're really good at picking out places that only they can easily get to, and then within these places they contain mementos of past travel. So similar to the Fortune Dragon, they have a lot of treasures that are treasure quote unquotes because they're valuable to the dragon itself. A little leaf that they picked up when they went to this, like a cherry blossom that they picked up when they were in Tian Sha and witnessing the blooming of cherry blossoms, or a frozen like tear from somebody who they knew on the plane of water or something like that. They also have like treasure often relating to teleportation. They might have some things relating to like navigation or maps or things like that. But a lot of it is uh, like the memories that they store and the items that help them remember those memories. For that
Then in a way
reason,
they would
sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no.
So then in a way they would think of each of these layers as their horde as a whole.
Yep,
Not just the
yep.
items within the layer, but their layers are their horde.
Yes, in a manner of speaking, yes, exactly. They also absolutely hate anyone who tries to steal thoughts. So, like conspirator dragons in particular, they really don't like because they have a tendency to steal memories. But any other creature that does something similar, phase dragons will absolutely hate them. Could be good for motivation for like using them in a story. So if you have like a thought stealer, your players, if they're smart, if they find a phase dragon, will recruit it to fight the thought stealer. So. But yeah, cool stuff. This is where they get fun because when you fight one of these things, you are going to be running up to them a lot.
Oh
Uh,
my God.
yup,
Yeah, I didn't think of that before. You're right.
yup.
I don't usually play people that need to be in melee, so I'm like, okay, I'm 50 feet away. Who cares? Cast a spell.
Yeah. These guys are bad. You will see why in just a moment. So they have a thing called unerring location. If you try to teleport away from them, they will just counteract it, or at least they can try, and they have a pretty good counteract modifier, so they'll probably succeed. If you try to teleport away and they don't counteract it, they can just gain control and decide, no, you're actually going somewhere else. Uh,
Like one of my caves that is underground, there's no exit from.
uh-huh. There is actually a limit, though. It's you have to pick a range within the original range of the spell. So, like, if you do short-term teleportation around them, they can just mess with your tactics. Like, if you're dimension dooring, they can just be like, no, you're actually going to this hazardous terrain, or like right in between all this difficult terrain. I don't think they can put you in hazards. It has to be flat ground, but they have to because that would be way overpowered. But it's like, congratulations, you are now on this little rock surrounded by lava that is in this place that is inaccessible.
Yeah,
Fun. Um, then they have a reaction called shoo. Uh, I love that it is called shoo with an
me
exclamation
too.
point. It's a reaction. If you hit them, they'll just teleport you 45 feet away.
And the dragon has to say it because it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. They also have Blinking Barrage. They teleport 70 feet and strike, and they do this until they run out of enemies in that 70-foot range. Also, the range resets every time they get to a new target. So if an enemy is 70 feet away, they activate Blinking Barrage. They attack, and then if another enemy is within 70 feet of where they are currently, not where they were at the beginning, they can do it again. And they can keep doing that until they've hit everything. Their multiple attack penalty does not go up until they're done. They are always attacking at full map.
If you are a GM, do not bother creating a map for this fight.
Nope. Nope. Especially with dislocating breath. Deals force damage and it's save or teleport.
I really like this. There are some clever ideas in here.
Yep. Yep. Phase jump once per round. They can, without a spell, just teleport 120 feet. And then portal strike, they can just strike. It takes two actions, but they can just strike any creature in melee that's up to 120 feet away. They create a portal, they strike through it, and then they close the portal. It's
Perfect.
it's awesome. Then we get to their alternate abilities. They have after image. Basically, they just create mirror image around themselves. Makes sense. Second glance, they can when they teleport, they can turn invisible and then they can just leave a duplicate behind, so it looks like they didn't teleport at all. Um, Pretty cool. And then they have dematerialize. They can just become incorporeal and gain resistance to all physical damage types.
And
Uh,
that makes sense with their backstory.
Yep, exactly. They kind of channel that non-space where they come from. And then, of course, they have a lot of innate spells. Even the non-spell casting variants can cast freaking Gate at high enough level. Quandary, obviously, interplanar teleport, planar seal. They also, this is the first dragon that has an innate ritual. So they can just cast teleportation circle and they do not need help to do it as a ritual, which is pretty cool. And then if you pick the like spellcasting variant where you give up Draconic Frenzy and stuff, you get freeze time, dispel magic, pinpoint, retrocognition. Like this is kind of more generic spellcasting because all their teleportation
Yeah.
stuff is just in their base set. But
I think I love this dragon as something for a how to first fight and then befriend and then utilize to get around the multiverse.
yep, I like it as a thing that you are chasing over the course of like an entire campaign of like early on you're
Sure.
like, yeah, by the way, this phase dragon has this thing that we need. Good luck chasing it down.
Wow. I wonder how it would feel if it actually got trapped somewhere.
Oh,
Like, would it just
it would
break
hate
down
it.
into tears?
Hmm. Yeah, if you manage to like phase lock this thing, that is torture for them. Like I love these guys as just like a story element. They're so well written, their mechanics are fantastic, their design is cool.
Yeah, the
Um,
Greyhound thing makes sense.
Like I said, I didn't love the design. I thought it was too plain, and then I read it and I was like, "Oh, it's on purpose." Got it.
I
Yeah,
thought it was
love it.
super alien and cosmic, but yeah, it
Hmm.
does make sense now with movement.
Hmm. Hmm. All right, dragons, other things that fly, dragons. Uh, okay, so now we come to the Rune Dragons, which for a Thassalon lore nerd like me was very cool.
Of
But
course.
yes,
You're
of
like,
course.
oh, you see the effects of this one here?
Yep, exactly. I'm like, hey, I know what that one looks like. So the Rune Dragons, these are some of the scholars and nerds among dragonkind. There are most dragons are nerds about something. These dragons are like super nerds. There's only one other dragon type that is as nerdy as the Rune Dragons. Um, they are fascinated by all things linguistic. So they love languages, they love writing, they love codes. Of course, they love runes, and runes in Pathfinder are kind of the building blocks of magic. They are these things. It's kind of like the source code for reality, or
Mhm.
specifically the source code for magic as it exists in reality. They also have personal areas of fascination. So basically, all of them love writing runes and language, but then each one individually has their own nerd thing. So there are physicists, there are mathematicians, there are historians, there are like historians of specific topics. So like I live near this city and I know everything that has happened in this city for the past 1,000 years. Like that is their nerd thing. They are so cool in how dorky they are. Um,
They are super relatable for anybody playing these games.
Yep, exactly. There is only one other dragon that I think is even more relatable, but we'll get to them we'll get to them later. I love their design. Their scales are specifically compared to terracotta. So like they function like clay roof tiles almost,
Okay.
and their wings are actually built of that same material. So like they don't have like the kind of webbed wing that most dragons have. Theirs are kind of these feathered plates,
Weird.
and each of the plates has a rune on it, a magical rune, which is pretty cool. And like when they do their magic, the effects relating to that, like when they do a magical effect relating to specific runes, those runes start to glow, which is pretty cool. Um,
Yeah.
they are, as I'm sure will be the most unrelatable thing ever, they will talk endlessly about their nerd thing to anyone who talks to them, which is something I'm sure does not sound familiar to
Hey,
either of
wait,
our
aren't you a
hosts.
YouTuber? Don't you have a
Sh-
channel
uh,
talking about all the shit you
this
love?
has nothing to do with either of the hosts of this video or the people who watch it. Now,
Oh,
truly more unrelatable, they act as sponsors of research, with neither of the hosts of this video can afford to do. But they
okay.
do randomly sponsor other research. Although we probably do support other Pathfinder researchers on Patreon, so we are similar to Rune
Oh, that's
Dragons.
true.
Yep. They do anonymously sponsor other research that they are interested in. Interestingly, it is anonymous. They don't really have any interest in being seen as like expert scholars or like saviors of academia or anything like that. Like
That is
they're
so weird. It's like a dragon that has a lack of pride.
it's so interesting. Yeah, they have no interest in taking the spotlight in most cases. Obviously, there's exceptions. And then whenever they happen to sponsor research, they have a tendency to just be like, by the way, I'm sponsoring your research. Here's this hint that I found from somebody who's definitely not me in my own research. So go down this way. Uh, but a lot of them will sponsor like specific magical academies, or they will sponsor like specific researchers. They will fund like an entire lab or like library devoted to their interested topic. Um, Unsurprisingly, their lairs are basically giant libraries and laboratories connected to their specific field of research. Unlike the other nerd dragons that we'll get to later, though, they are incredibly disorganized. They have the magical ability to just find whatever they need in their hoard. So there is no organization structure at all.
I wouldn't bother if I had the magical ability. I'd just be like, there's a pile of crap over there. I don't know.
It's like, yeah, that book is in that room. Good luck finding it. That room is 1,000 feet long and filled with 1,000,000 books. I know right where it is. Yeah. They do have a tendency, this is relatable. They don't like to leave their house because they're working on their own research. So they have a tendency to just like Uber Eats any errands that they need run. They do that for adventurers all the time. They're like, I need this artifact, go get it. Uh,
I love these guys. They're
these
like
guys are so great.
hoarder computer nerds.
Yep, they're great. Unsurprisingly, their treasure hoards are mostly research materials. So things
Oh,
like books.
no.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. Books, scrolls, artifacts relating to what they do. If they're more scientific, you might have like scientific instruments. So things like that. They do keep gold, but it's only for the purposes of buying other research stuff. It's like what I do with my paycheck and Pathfinder books. The money is useful because it keeps me alive. That's it. Then we
Reading through these dragons, I didn't feel this way, but now that you're explaining all of them to me, I guess I'm processing them a different way. I'm gonna have a hard time not making every single one of my interesting NPCs or villains actually a dragon.
Yep. It's going to be a huge problem. There are some so like it's actually interesting though because they hire so many people to do stuff for them. These are a great way to introduce non-draconic NPCs that are dragon associated because they could just be working for these dragons. We're going to get to whisper dragons later and whisper dragons are like this is my information network and they are my horde. Perfect way to introduce draconic influence without putting the dragon on screen.
Hmm.
So a lot of them have stuff like that. Phase dragons, not so much, and like a couple other ones, but like these guys totally have agents in the world.
I kind of love them.
They're
I
great.
mean, I actually think they're fugly, but I love who they are.
Yeah, they're great. I picked the derpiest art I could find for this one. Uh, there is less goofy looking art of rune dragons, but I like this one.
He does look kind of derpy
He
in the face
does.
region.
He looks like an animal that like is puffing up to look all scary. Uh,
Right. Like the red pandas when they stand
yeah,
up on their back legs and they're like, I'm scary.
exactly. Yep, exactly. Now they actually are kind of scary because when we get into the mechanics, these guys are a nightmare for area control. These are the area control dragons. They have this really cool ability. I'll get to it. They have magic sense. It's a precise sense. So like if something's magical, they can just see it even if they're blind. And then if they seek, they automatically gain the effects of detect magic. Not super powerful, but cool. And then they have these things called runic scales. So in Pathfinder, these things called rune stones. It's how you transfer like +1 or +2 on a weapon from one weapon to another. All of their scales function as rune stones, which is pretty cool. It's not an ability that they can do a lot with, but it is cool.
It's
Um,
neat as a gift.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the
Mhm.
PCs helped a lot, and they're like, okay, well, here's this one for you. Crack, it does whatever the GM wants it to do.
Yep, yeah, super cool. And those are in the lore like a super valuable gift that they give away to like valued friends. Um, They have this thing called Canceling Rune, where as a reaction they can just attempt to counteract a spell. It again, it's a pretty basic ability, but it's powerful. They have this thing called Shifting Rune. They have all these runes on their body. Some of them are elemental. They can just change which one is active to change the elemental damage type of their breath attack, but also this thing that they have later called Detonating Rune, which is like an AoE bomb. Um, but yeah, they can just shift what damage they're dealing at any time, which makes sense. I mean, they're specialized in knowing things. Like presumably they
Hmm.
would recall knowledge on their enemies, figure out what they're weak to, and then shift to that damage type. So pretty cool. Worrisome if your party is weak to a specific damage type.
And they'll probably just keep changing it until they figure it out.
Yep, exactly. They have this thing. This is the kind of their signature ability, detonating rune. They strike you, and then you get a rune on your body, and then they can activate it and blow it up and deal 8d6 damage.
I love this.
That's the arch dragon amount. It's less for weaker dragons.
Did you
Um,
ever read Order of the Stick?
I did not.
Okay. Well, in third edition, the wizard would always prepare the spell explosive runes. And so you have to write something for it to explode. And so he would
Mm,
always just write down, I prepared explosive runes this morning. And it would always just blow up and whoever read it.
that's hilarious. I like that a lot. They have runic breath. Sorry, I'm still laughing. That's funny. They have Runic Breath. It's an AoE cone. The damage type is it doesn't have any like save or weird effects. It's a variable damage type, which is pretty cool. They have this ability, another reaction called Retributive Rune. You place if someone hits you, you can just put a detonating rune on them that you can then
That's
blow
just
up.
mean.
It's mean. It's awesome. Oh, one thing. The detonating runes have this cool mechanic. If your players are willing to spend an interact action, they can actually get rid of them. So like they can
Oh, okay.
choose
All
to
right.
give up actions to take them away, which
It's
is
not
cool.
quite as mean. It's
It
still funny though.
it's still very funny. It's like, by the way, you can voluntarily slow yourself or take a bunch of damage. Your choice.
I'm totally gonna make the rune light up, blink, and make sounds just like
Oh yeah.
ee.
Yep. Yeah. This is a thing that like if you're in virtual tabletop of some kind, you write in a code that your player gets annoyingly blinky unless they spend the action to take it off. Um, they have a thing called entangling runes, where they can set an area control trap. Basically, they can designate a big area of the ground that if you walk into it, you have to roll a reflex save or you're just immobilized. Like not slowed, not entangled, just immobilized. Like you just can't move. So that one's
That's
fun.
worse than a Medusa or anything that petrifies.
It's real bad. And then they have Trail of Runes. I love this ability. They walk and they set runes on the ground behind them for their whole path. And then you can choose if they're entangling or detonating runes.
What's the duration of that? Can their entire lair be each 5 foot
No, they
step
can
a
only, I
rune?
think, if I'm remembering it right, they can only have one like line active at a time.
Okay, but that's indefinite. So it could still be the path into their home.
Yeah, you could mess with it. There might be it might be like a 1 minute cooldown where it lasts, but it's still pretty cool. Like it's very easy to abuse this. Like I said, these guys are the area control masters. Um, they another ability. Um, they have a thing called Runic Jail. If you give up so this is an alternate ability. For this one, you have to give up Entangling Rune, but you can create difficult terrain, and if they leave it, they get a detonating rune. So so it's like, okay, you can sit still or you can spend double actions and you cut your movement in half and then also get a detonating rune put on you. Have fun with that choice.
Wow.
Yep, and then catalyzing rune. This one's actually, if I'm remembering this right, this one's actually my favorite. You create like a trigger area, and if a detonating, you create a burst, and that burst becomes basically a giant detonating rune reactive area, where if a detonating rune goes off, it hits everything in that area.
Dude,
It's so mean. I love it.
I really like this. This would be so much fun to do.
So much
And
fun
I'd
for
be,
tactical. Like
yeah.
if you pair this guy with a minion who can cast wall spells, like you could do so much with this.
Yeah. I really picture the, like, I guess a kobold. I was picturing a goblin, but I guess a kobold makes more sense in this case. A kobold sycophant just worshiping the ground this creature walks on because they're obsessed with explosions, and this
Mhm.
creature is the embodiment of explosiveness.
Well, if you think you've got a embodiment of explosiveness, wait till you get with the next dragon. But all right, their magic isn't anything super special. They do have Wall of Force, which pairs really nicely with
Yes, it
all of
does.
their stuff. But
No way,
im
detonate magic? Weird.
yeah, detonate magic. But you want to talk embodiment of explosiveness. I'm very glad you said that because up next is the Barrage Dragon. This one is actually the Dragon of Explosions. Uh, its whole thing. So have you read about these guys at all yet?
I read the breath weapon.
Okay, yeah. So basically, these things are cool. We're out of the alternate abilities for the Arcane Dragons. We're now into the new ones
I
from this
really
book.
like the alternate abilities. They all need them.
I wish they had them. I hope that someday they do them for the other like however many dragons it is. But like I think it's 32 other dragons that need them because they are so good. Uh, give me Draconic Codex 2. I want it.
Right, right.
I
We
want
totally
two
could.
dragon, two codex.
And I want to require 4 variations of draconic familiars.
Yes. Yes. All right, Barrage Dragons. They are the manifestations of explosions. Basically, the idea of arcane chaos became a dragon. Um,
These are
they
wild magic dragons.
Kind of, yes. Magic is basically constantly boiling and churning under their skin to the point that like all these little bumps are actually moving pockets of magic in their body. Like they look like weird cysts or something. It's like, no, no, no,
Quite
that's
an
just
acne problem there, friend.
yeah, yeah. It's like what if your zits exploded into force barrage? Uh,
Teenagers are suddenly deadly.
yeah, yep. Basically, they have all this arcade chaos in them, and they desperately need a outlet for it. So they are super aggressive because they have all this energy that they need to let out. Anything can be solved by casting Force Barrage because they kind of need to.
Anything can be.
Yep. They eat iron ore and Jezzet, which means that they tend to target mines. And then, of course, Jezzet is a sky metal, so they target anything related to space, mostly meteor impacts. But I really like the idea of these things flying around Numeria, the place where the spaceships landed,
Yeah,
to just find more Jezzet to eat.
that makes sense.
Yep. So their caves are also infused with iron ore because, again, they eat it. Um, their hordes are mostly iron-based mundane items because, again, they like to just eat everything. And then because they have all this magic churning in their body, if it's an iron-based item, it will just get infused with magic. Or actually, no, let me rephrase that. They will eat the iron-based items. Anything else will just become a magic item. It will manifest as a magic item because it absorbs this. So random magic items would be a great, if you're looking for a place to put them, the Horde of a Barrage Dragon is a great option.
Before you leave this page, I just want to point out everybody zoom in on the face of this dragon. Look how pissed off this dragon is.
Yeah, he's mad. I love it. They're
Pimples
they're so
everywhere. I
cool.
can't get a date. Urgh.
All right, now we get to the mechanics, and these guys are just the hit it until it dies dragon, but brackets magic version, because they basically have just a bunch of abilities that are all projectiles, in addition to all their standard melee stuff. So they have Arcane Whirlwind. It's just an aura of force damage. Shrapnel Splash. If they get critically hit, basically some of the magic erupts from their body and deals bludgeoning damage. Their breath attack, or no, sorry, this their breath attack is breath weapon. It's just a cone of force damage because they're just letting out force barrages. They have force pulse where they can just create magical force as an emanation around themselves. What I like about this is there's 1, 2, and 3 action versions for greater area and greater damage. I love when Pathfinder puts that on their creatures. It's
Yeah, I do
so
too.
nice.
It's
Uh,
really handy for the GM because sometimes your players come up with tactics and you don't have the ability to use the full three action ability.
Yep. Yep. It's a really, I wish they did that more often. This is a good example of it. And then they have
Hmm.
a version of that called Pushing Pulse, which is just the 2 action version of Force Pulse, but you cast 3 actions and then it shoves everybody away in addition to just dealing force damage.
And then it flies away.
Yep. The thing about these guys is that their spell casting is basically just Force Barrage. They cast Force Barrage at every level of spell that they can cast.
But
Uh,
with an exclamation point.
Yes. Yep. They need it. Exclamation point and underlined. I'm not kidding. If you read their spellcasting block, ninth rank spells, Force Barrage. Eighth rank spells, Force Barrage. Like it all starts with Force Barrage, and then they tack on a few other things: Lightning Bolt, Blazing Bolt, Energy Aegis. Energy Aegis is one of their very rare defensive spells.
Yeah.
Everything
That
else is
seemed
just
kind of
offense,
odd.
offense, offense, offense.
Yeah.
They're super simple. They're not super like complicated from a lore perspective, but they're just fun because of that.
Something I like about the Disintegrate and the fact that they have this tendency to go to mines is that Disintegrate can famously destroy walls. So
Mhm.
it can create tunnels into new mines or whatever. So they can create traps or new paths into things that were already explored before, or they can make their own caving system. It's just a really fun utility spell.
Hmm. Yeah, these guys are awesome. Like it's utility, but it also is super themed around their whole
Oh, yeah.
thing, which is letting out energy. Like super fun, basic, but awesome.
And
Then we
angry.
get to not basic. The most not basic of the dragons, time dragons.
I have not understood how these wings work.
Um, I
Like,
don't
what?
either. The art is weird, but I love the star pattern in the wings. It
Oh,
looks
yeah.
cool.
Oh, yeah. And the
Yeah.
purple theme is beautiful.
So time dragons are new in this book from a mechanical standpoint, but they've actually existed like back in 1E. Like these are not barrage dragons are brand new. These guys have existed in Pathfinder lore for a while. Um, Time dragons are obviously the draconic manifestation of the time stream. They are from the dimension of time. Sometimes you'll hear that referred to as Stethalos. Technically, that's the city at the center of the dimension of time, but it's all kind of the same thing.
We're getting into
Most of
Lovecraftian lore here.
Yeah, it's weird. There's some there's some weird lore. There's actually a time dragon who specifically works with Yog Sothoth and specifically his manifestation as the Watcher, who watches over time.
Yogg
So
Sothoth is fun as a mover behind the scenes.
yeah, he's cool. He plays a big role in Return of the Rune Lords. One of the books specifically. But basically, for some reason, they all come from the dimension of time, but the vast majority of them left for reasons in the ancient past. No one knows why. They might have been fleeing something. They might have been like going out into the worlds because they feel this need to protect the time stream. What's interesting is that they do not get along with most other time beings, or at least they butt heads with them pretty frequently. As far as I know, they get along okay with like time flayers, which are kind of these like humanoid guardians of time with these cool swords. But they absolutely hate the Hounds of Tindalos, um, who are kind of the most famous time adjacent beings in the
Mhm.
Pathfinder lore, just because they're like strong, but not so strong that you can't throw them at players.
Their most
Um,
dangerous aspect is that they have a reaving aura so that everything around them takes slashing damage.
yeah, they suck. They really suck. I recall that.
It was fun to use though. Like the
Yeah,
whole
I
party was
was on the
afraid of
player
one of
side of
them.
that equation. It was not
Yeah.
fun.
Okay.
So time dragons are kind of interesting in that they are naturally immortal. All dragons age slowly, but time dragons age way more slowly, meaning they take longer to get to adulthood, but they cannot die of old age. It just won't happen. They will be functionally immortal until they are killed.
And that
They also
effectively means they get more powerful as they get older too.
Yes, but they do stop at archdragon status, the same as other dragons. So,
Sure.
but you are correct. They just naturally just get stronger over time. They don't need to eat, they don't need to drink, they don't need to hunt, any of that stuff. Um, Interestingly, there are a couple that are devoted to time-based deities, notably Shika the Many, the eldest of time and reincarnation. Eldest are the Fey gods. They're kind of these arch-Fey that kind of manifested in the first world after the gods abandoned it. So they have an association with a couple gods of time, most notably Sheikah the Many, but like I already mentioned, Yog-Sothoth. At least one of them in the lore works with Yog-Sothoth. I presume several other ones do too. Um, they do have lairs, but they're very isolated. They don't really get a lot of visitors, and they don't really decorate their lairs at all. It is literally just a place to live. Um, they to the extent that they have hoards of treasure, they're pretty small. They're personal trinkets relating to their past, but they do have a tendency to keep any items that are messing with the time stream. So things related to the manipulation of time, so spells relating to like time stop or things like that, artifacts that could potentially allow for travel through time, or items that have traveled through time, things from the distant past, things from the distant future. If you were going to throw in any weird artifacts from Starfinder, they would be in a horde of a time dragon because they came from the future.
I also want to point out that there are a few different Lovecraftian type deities, the outer deities in Pathfinder 2 that have to do with time.
Mhm.
And one of them is Yog-Sothoth, but also Nyarlathotep
Mm-hmm.
has ties to specifically the Hounds of Tindalos.
Mm.
So I'm not really certain how much depth Nyarlathotep has with time magic. I don't see any time domains for Nyarlathotep, but I do know there's some time adjacent abilities that they have.
Yeah, you could definitely work with that. Other associations could be like the the city of
Lang.
Leng. Yep, the dimension of Leng, dimension of dream or dimension of nightmare realm of Leng. There we go. The dimension of dreams in general is very timey-wimey. You could do something with that. You could tie in the chronomancer or chronoskimmer archetypes to be associated with these guys. Like if you were a time dragon associated dragon blood, like you could totally throw in like the time mage archetype onto your character and make it feel really in character. You can do a lot with these guys. There's also Zin Edasiril in the lore, which is a city that existed outside of time, and then rapidly has been brought into the Age of Lost Omens. So they might investigate that. Like you could do a lot with it.
One thing I was going to say at the outset of this, when you started talking about the overall groups, is that the time dragons. Okay, so first of all, the Spellscar Desert is an area
Hmm.
of dead slash wild magic zones, depends. But because these are, sorry, because dragons are embodiments of magic, they carry magic with them. They are made of magic, and they spread magic wherever they are, especially the arcane ones. The way to fix the Spellscar Desert would be, well, one of the ways is to have dragons move in. And so one of them that would fit thematically, at least with Outlaws of Alkenstar, is a time dragon because there is a time portal, spoilers, in Outlaws of Alkenstar. The Mirage Dragon would also fit, but
Mm.
I just love the appearance and the involvement of time dragons.
Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. You could have a ton of fun. That I hadn't even thought about putting them in the Spellscar Desert, but like talk about making the Spellscar Desert even more of a wacky place. Just throwing in one of these guys, you could have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we have elemental manifestations, we have dead magic zones. Let's throw in some time manipulation. That sounds fun. I like it.
There's a Temple of Bry that has a time portal in it there.
Yes, yep, I recall that temple. Um, it is a cool map. I remember that.
Hmm.
All right, now
That's
we
where the
get
Hound
into.
of Tindalos is.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's where the Hound of Tindalos is.
That's right. That's right. I had forgotten about that. All right, mechanics. They have a thing called Starflight. They can survive in space and they travel at faster than light speeds. They basically dilate time. This isn't a thing they can do in combat. This is purely for interplanetary travel. They can warp between planets essentially in the span of like a day. Um, the way this just kind of drops in their mechanics, I'm like, oh, this is just a thing for the GMs to say, hey, they can just get between planets. Don't worry about like don't make them do this in combat. Like don't think about what this would do in an
Yeah, I was
actual
just thinking
scenario.
that. I'm like, well, does that create a wormhole? Does that create a black hole? Does it
Yeah,
destroy the whole planet?
don't worry about it. Just use it to get your play. Use it to get your players to try access and stop complaining. Triaxis, Planet of Dragons. Uh, all right. Then they have decelerating dodge, basically reaction concealments against a ranged attack. It's not super powerful, but it's cool. Time shift breath. Um, AoE cone. It does deal damage, but more importantly, it's save or slow. And then if you crit fail, you just lose a turn.
That was my favorite ability of um, a couple of different monsters in 3.5 that they could manipulate time, and
Hmm.
one of them could just touch you and you just disappear and then reappear next turn in the same space. I
Hmm.
love that ability, and I haven't seen anything that has that in Pathfinder 2, so this is great.
This is awesome, and it's an AoE, so they can do it to multiple people at a time. Like it's so interesting. Temporal eddies, you just get an attack. You set some after images, and then you attack from those after images. Like that's a really cool ability. I like that one. Second chance, you can target a creature and make them re-roll any skill check that they do. This is implied to be used for benefits purposes. Like you can have one of your allies get a re-roll on something that they tried to do and failed.
Okay.
And then Chrono Warp Aura, this is in place of their fear or Aura of Fear. Um, if you get into their aura, you can rapidly age or de-age. You can age or youthify yourself temporarily while you're in the aura. I forget what the exact mechanical like thing here is, but it messes with your abilities. It enfeebles you in some way, shape, or form.
I want to jump in here and say that this is a great thing to steal and apply to your ghosts because I think
Hmm.
they're missing it.
I could see that. That's a cool ability. Just remember to reset the DC.
Yeah. All right, so that's a DC 45. That's weird. You're fifth level.
Hmm. Well, looks like you turned into a baby. Sorry. Look, the book says it.
Must be true.
All right. They do have some innate spells, of course, all time related. Freeze time, bilocation, foresight, quicken time, stagnate time, time pocket. Makes sense. If you do slap on the Draconic spellcaster spells, you get remake. I really like that was included. Revival. I like the idea of all of these are just manipulating time. It's like, yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
reviving you. I'm just rewinding time to where you're
right. So
alive.
that never happened.
Retrocognition, disintegrate. I like the idea of manipulating time to where you just don't exist.
Yeah, like
Um,
decaying.
yeah, really cool stuff.
Why is Foresight on there twice?
They get it on both their Draconic spellcaster and their
Weird.
innate
I would
spells.
just say they have permanent foresight.
I don't know. Book says it must be true.
They couldn't write it down if it wasn't true,
Yeah.
like the internet.
All right. How many of these do I have left? Oh, okay. There's no way we're going to finish all these in one go.
No, there
Okay.
is no way.
All right. Vorpal dragons. I bet we can at least do the lore for these guys. So, Vorpal dragons, it's
They're
the sword
beautiful.
dragon. Vorpal dragons are related to the Vorpal sword, and specifically the first Vorpal sword, the capital V Vorpal, capital S sword that slew the first capital J Jabberwock in the first world. Um, basically, uh, when that happened, it created the first arcane Vorpal dragons, which are just the dragons of sharp swordness. Uh, they can't reproduce. They can only create new versions of themselves via rituals. And they don't have anything related to gender or reproduction. They are all they, them. They are the non-binary sword people, and I love it.
They're just a giant sword.
They're
I
just a
love their
giant living
tail.
sword. They love to kill Fae. They still hunger for Fae creatures, namely Lenorms and Jabberwocks. Um, so there are lesser Jabberwocks now. It's not the original Jabberwock. There are just new ones in the lore. And then they kill Lenorms, and this is where they have a funny ability. They can decapitate their enemies, and it doesn't kill them. Uh, if they hit you with your chin blade strike and you die, your head is cut off. If your head is cut off and you didn't die, get like it wasn't enough to just kill you with HP, your head is still alive and so is your body.
I love this.
This is amazing. Yep. You can so there's actually mechanics for it. Like you become I forget what it's not enfeebled, but your body gets like this other ability unless it is carrying your head because your head still has to be able to tell the body what to do, like take a step, take another step. And if it's not with the body, it has to do it. It has to be give directions from a different location. It's hilarious.
Wow.
Yep. So if you want to play a headless character or like a character who has to like bolt their head back to their body, this is a great way to do it. Be like, no, I was beheaded but didn't die by a Vorpal dragon.
I think I'm going to take that ability and give it to a spellcaster and then separate your mental faculties with your emotional capabilities so that the head is just all logic and the body is all emotion.
That would be awesome. I mean, heck, do that on a Vorpal Dragon Scholar.
Yeah.
Like do it on one that has spellcasting. They are military geniuses. They are almost always tacticians, generals, or teachers of the military arts. Makes sense. They are swords made manifest.
Yeah.
Um, they have a those that interact with the world have a tendency to found schools or academies or monasteries relating to martial teachings, and they actually are willing to work with people. They like, despite being living swords and looking scary as hell and having wings, I don't know if you can tell from the art, but wings that are literally made of tiny swords, uh, they are actually willing to work with people. Um, and then, unsurprisingly, all of their hordes are pretty much all metal and weapons. They love magic swords more than anything else in the world, and they have a tendency to just take magic weapons in and put them on their wings to kind of become the feathers that their wings are made out of.
I am so glad that someone was given permission to make this.
It's so great. It is unbelievably cool.
That is
Um,
ridiculous.
I know they're so great. Their actual abilities are super fun. I love that their reactive strike is called Cutting Rebuke. Like
Yeah.
the number of puns that they put in here are great. I love Paizo's writers for this. They have Feast of Blood, which basically they have an emanation that deals extra void and bleed damage. It's great.
Makes sense.
Vorpal binding. This is that thing that I told you about. Their chin
Mhm.
blade counts as a Vorpal weapon, meaning if they crit, your head just gets cut off. But if it didn't kill you, you're still alive. Uh,
I love that. This
yeah,
is
I
such a
don't even know what
silly
ability
ass
would fix that. Is that regenerate? I don't know what that is, but it's
sovereign
awesome.
glue.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, perfect. Uh, they have an ability called Heads Will Roll. Again, the writers are hilarious. They fly
Yeah.
twice and they chin strike twice. Um,
Such terrible. This thing is
this
horrifying.
thing's horrible. Gruesome cuts. Bleeding doesn't stop when you get to full HP. You have to actually do the first aid to stop the bleeding. Heal will not stop it. You'll just keep bleeding. So these things can very easily bleed your party to death. Like it's
They could bleed
super
an
easy.
army to death.
Hmm. And then they have dragon's teeth. They can flap their wings and the swords will come out and make 100-foot line of slashing damage. And then my favorite spell that they have is beheading buzzsaw.
Of course.
Yes,
That's an amazing spell.
Field of Razors and Impaling Spike are great, but beheading buzzsaw, that's where it's at, right there.
It's full of flavor anyway, no matter who casts it.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Mm-hmm.
just such an exercise in silly extremeness. I'm so
Yep.
glad this exists.
Me too. They couldn't have come up with a better design. This is brand new in this book, and I
Yeah.
love it. All right, that's
I
that
don't
one.
have hands, I just have little hooks.
All right, up next we have the Wailing Dragons. These guys are interesting. I didn't get them at first, but the more I read, I'm like, oh, okay. The word wailing made me think they would be related to fear. They're actually not.
Or they
Um,
eat blubber.
ooh, oh, I like that's a good one. I like that joke. So the funny thing is, they actually do something similar to Whale Song, but we'll get to that. Um,
Wow.
So, the Wailing Dragons are the draconic manifestation of sound and sound manipulation. So, these dragons have these basically, their bodies are perfectly suited to make and project sounds of all types. They have a brain that has an eidetic sound-based memory. And then their larynx is built in such a way that they can create high pitches, low pitches, tones that most creatures can't hear. They can harmonize with themselves because they actually have like two voice boxes um, in
That's
themselves.
awesome.
They're so cool. They have a
I would
really,
actually add that to their ability to have multiple parts in a ritual because they could have multiple voices at once.
I would totally allow for that. That's awesome. I hadn't even thought about that, but yes, 100%. They do. So their whole thing is that, like, more than most dragons, they are extremely cautious, they are extremely patient, and they are very cunning. They use sound to manipulate their prey or their enemies into a position of weakness so that they can then strike and just finish the fight. Um, Sonic illusions are very much kind of their bread and butter, and it's not really like illusions in like the I cast an illusion spell sense. It's like, no, I create echoes to make you think there are things that aren't there. I create these sounds that like mess with your brain waves in such a way that your head is messed up. They
There
have a
are
ten.
some caves in ancient religious sites that if you go into them, the way the carvings of the cave work is that the sound resonates at such a frequency that it
Mhm.
causes disturbances and emotional paranoia.
I totally believe that. And that is exactly what they would put into their layers. So they have, if I jump down to layers, they are designed specifically for acoustic effects. They have whisper chambers where you can hear whispers no matter where you are because of the way the echoes work. They have these, all of their walls are like completely flat and bare so that they can create echoes in the best way possible. And they specifically construct and design these layers so that they can manipulate sonic waves and like the art of echo manipulation, that they can sound like they are anywhere or everywhere depending on how they project sound from their bodies.
I would
They're
totally
so
have them
cool.
have pet bat swarms.
Yes. They do, unsurprisingly, they are pretty much solitary. They kind of just hang out on their own. If they do get together, they are called choirs, and I like that. That was just like a single
Yeah.
line, and I was like, yeah, you thought you thought that one through. I like it. They tend to spend huge amounts of time, hundreds of years, finding places with cool sonic effects, and then experimenting with them. So like in our world, one would go to the Grand Canyon and spend several hundred years figuring out how every single surface of the Grand Canyon creates and manipulates echoes and like sonic vibrations. They do have a form of long range communication. They can create tones that only they and other specific creatures can hear. And then this is used for communication with each other. I liken this to whale song. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. In terms of what they actually do, um, I mean, they're mostly just obsessed with sonic experimentation, but they do love music. So they will collect musical instruments and anything that will produce weird sounds. And they also collect memories in the form of oral history. That eidetic sound memory is perfect
Oh,
for oral
cool.
histories. The trick is just getting one of these to not kill you in order to
Yeah,
convey
it
that
doesn't
history
look
to you.
friendly.
hmm But like if you have a place in your game where oral history is a thing, these
Mhm.
guys would be like the masters of that. And if something is missing in the record, it could be a really cool quest to send your characters out to find one of these guys and pick up that missing piece of the record.
Gatewalkers is like that. I
Yes.
don't want to spoil it too much, but there is a tribe that all of them die out except one,
hmm
and you through the course of the adventure gain information about this tribe. But if you could seek out one of these, you could get the oral history of that tribe and find out what is behind the adventure.
Yep, you could totally do that. Like you could just have so much fun with them. In terms of mechanics, they have precise echolocation, so they do not need to see or smell in order to find and kill you. Uh, I'd be disappointed if they didn't, honestly.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
they have a subsonic drone aura where they emit this sound that makes you sick
like
if you're close.
cloakers,
Yeah, it's awesome. They have destructive interference, where if you hit them with an auditory effect, they can, as a reaction, attempt to counteract it just by messing with the sound waves.
yeah, you would be stupid to try that.
It's really cool. They can use a thing called eerie call to fascinate their foes. They actually use this for hunting a lot. They create like a sonic hypnotism effect almost.
I could picture this dragon posing as ghosts in a town.
Absolutely. 100%. Yes. And that would actually be really fun. Like for them.
Yeah.
I that would be really cool. They especially a young one who lives just outside of town. Like talk about a cool like low to mid-level quest is like discovering that the ghosts are actually just a young whaling dragon. That would be cool. Nat perfect thing for the bard to resolve like I could just play you fun music.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's fine then. Yeah.
They have a thing called Natural Mimic, which allows them to replicate the effects of a ventriloquism spell, but
I'd be
non-magically.
disappointed if they didn't have that.
Yeah, yep. They have Reverberating Rush, where they fly 3 times, and then if you are adjacent to their path of flight, you just take sonic damage. And then Steel Sound, they can use actions to silence and deafen their foes with their strikes. So if they hit you, you are silenced and or deafened or both.
Wow, cool.
Mhm. Their spellcasting, I love that they have Phantom Orchestra. I love that they can do that. But then they also
They could
have like,
permanently have theme music around them
I
then.
know, these are the theme music dragons. They're perfect. And then of course, they have other spells, but I highlighted all the ones that are sound adjacent: Noise Blast, Spirit Song, Whispers of the Void, and Confusing Cry. Good job, spell selecting person. You did a good job finding ones that are thematic and also powerful.
Yeah. A Phantom Orchestra. That's so great.
All right, last in the Arcane Dragons, again, not counting the Imperials, we'll do those at the end. We have the Wish Dragons. These are new. They are not part of the existing Draconic lore. Um, Wish Dragons were wished into existence. Some kind of wish at some point brought them about. The specifics of what that wish were or who made it, unknown and a heavy topic of debate among the Wish Dragons themselves. Um, but because they were wished into existence, they have a responsibility. They feel like they have a responsibility to help other people, and specifically by way of granting wishes that they think are important and worthy of being granted. I love that the origins tie into their behavior because it just gives them this really compelling reason. Like, why do you grant wishes? Well, a wish was what let me be, you know?
Yeah, I like that it's sort of an esoteric meaning, a reason for existence.
hmm
They don't really have like a relatable reason for them doing this. It's just their nature.
hmm Yeah, it's really cool. So their whole life is kind of this big journey of understanding. The goal is to learn what it means to wish for something, why you would wish for something, and if you would actually like be able to put what you're wishing for to good use. Like, have you actually thought about what you want, and would you be able to do something with it? So when they're young, they use shapeshifting and illusion magic to hide among mortals. They want to like learn as much as they can about the different perspectives people have, so that when they do finally get old enough to start granting wishes, they can do so in an informed way. They can be like, this person is not actually wishing for what they need to make their lives better. Um, they do, however, because they're observing a lot of people, they run the risk of becoming obsessed with specific people, and being like, "This is my person. I will grant all of their wishes." And that's a thing that like older wish dragons try to discourage younger ones from doing.
And hijinks ensue.
Yep, exactly. And then as they
Why is
get
there a
older,
plague here? Well, that little 5-year-old wanted bugs.
yep,
All right.
yeah, yep, he wished for a bug, so I gave him a swarm of locusts. Yep. As they get older, they start to hang out with more dragons because they realize that like gaining the understanding of humanoids is great, but if you spend more time with other dragons, you're going to get another type of perspective, something that's bigger, grander, older, more informed.
More
And then,
objective.
yep, and then once they have that, they start to ask, "What would I wish for?" And once they answered that question, their journey is complete. Um, that's like their goal is to like, what would, if I was given the power of a wish, what would be the thing that I would want and how would I use it? That's kind of the pinnacle of their understanding.
Maybe
Uh,
freedom from compulsion.
Maybe, yeah, it's cool. It's I like that they're so philosophical. It's really interesting.
I like that
They
they're sort of floating and just trying to figure out their way.
Yeah, it's really cool that like something as powerful as these guys who can literally grant wishes, their whole thing is just I want to understand and I want to observe and like I can do all this power stuff, but my main motivation is like to know and to learn it this power should be used for. Like it's just really cool. Um, their lairs are typically just like they just hide among humans. Like they live in a fancy house. They live in probably one of the fancier houses in whatever community they live in, but they mostly just exist as people. Interestingly, some of the lore says that like it implies that they live in hiding, but there are definitely some sentences where it's like, no, they're wish dragons. Like at least some of them live openly, even if they are like looking as humans. In terms of their hordes, it's mostly things that other people have wished for because they then think, oh, this must be important. I should have one.
Hmm.
So makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh, the big thing about their mechanics, like their mechanics are fine in terms of like fighting them. I am less interested in fighting these guys than I am in using them to explore a narrative idea.
Yeah.
But if you were going to fight them, they have an aura where anyone around them gets a bonus to will saves, but a penalty to perception. Um, so it's interesting. I like that. I like that there's a positive and a negative to being near
It's
them. I
like
think that's
they're
cool.
blinded by their own desire.
Yeah, it's really cool. Wished away is a reaction where they gain resistance to a critical hit. They literally wish that critical hit didn't happen, or it
That's
was less
cool.
effective.
I
Yeah.
like that.
hmm They have their breath attack is Breath of Loss. It's an AoE cone and it's mental and it's save or stun. Uh, I always like stun. It's like that's the screw you ability for a GM.
Yeah, it really is.
hmm They have Wish Come True, where they can create an illusory object and interacting with it causes stupefaction.
Cool.
And then they have Destructive Wish, where they blow up that object and cause force damage, which is pretty cool.
And just mean from the perspective of the dragon. Oh, you
And
want that? You want that? No.
the funny thing is they can create it and destroy it in the same turn. It's two actions in one action. It's great.
Wow.
Yeah. They have an innate ability called Grant Wish. They automatically crit succeed on a wish ritual. And as they get older, they can do it more frequently. When they're little babies, it's like once every year. Like not babies, when they're adults. When they are arch dragons, it's like once per day. Um, but they just critically succeed on the most powerful ritual in the game. They don't need secondary casters. They have an
Wow.
ability called Wish You Would, where they can control a stupefied target. Bear in mind, their illusory object causes stupefaction.
I love it.
Yeah, and then Dying Wish, as a reaction, they just wish that they didn't die. They survive with 1 HP and they teleport away.
That's not cheesy at
Not
all.
at all. Don't worry about it. Uh, it's great.
Wow. This would mess with a party no matter how you run this dragon. If it's a
Hmm.
combat or if it's a friend, if it's an enemy, if it's just a natural terrain issue.
Hmm. It's really interesting. Also, their design with these pearl-like scales is just awesome. They look so cool.
Hmm.
This is cool. I like that this dragon is so philosophical. This is the first one where I was like, this is one I don't want to fight. I just want to talk to it. I want to use
Yeah.
it to mess with my characters and my players and make them think about stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, and then their spellcasting, if you choose it, they have things like manifestation and remake, things that would allow you to like fix material things in the world with a wish, foresight, see the future, resplendent mansion, dream for a fancy place to, or wish for a fancy place to live. Like I
Hmm.
love that you can flavor all of these spells as things that you could potentially wish for or use them to help grant a wish in like the short term sense.
Yeah, that's true.
It's cool. So, but yeah, that is the last of the Arcane Dragons. Up next, we will move on to Divine Dragons, but I'm out of recording time, so we will have to do that in the next session, whenever that
And then
is.
we'll get to my favorite ones, the occult dragons.
We'll get there. We'll probably get there in the next one because the Occult Dragons are the Divine are pretty short. There's not as many of
Yeah.
them. Okay, w- welcome back. You might you can probably tell from Jake's outfit change more than mine. Uh,
You think?
This is we are recording this on another day because I got out of control with my slides. But moving on, we are
119.
shush. It's fine. All right, we wrapped up the Arcane Dragons. Now we can move on to the Divine Dragons. As a little reminder, the dragons in Pathfinder are divided between the four uh, magical traditions: arcane, divine, occult, and primal. And then I also split off the Imperial Dragons, which are the East Asian inspired dragons. You can see it, the Sky Dragon over here on the right hand side with an asterisk. We'll cover all them at the end. But the Divine Dragons are different from the Arcane Dragons in that they are connected to the divine like essence of magic as opposed to the arcane. Um, Rather than being connected to specific deities, which would have probably been like the easy but extremely numerous route, they are instead connected to the planes of the divine. So think heaven and hell, but also to kind of divine concepts. So there is a dragon of divine punishment. There is a dragon of holy oaths. There is a dragon of the concept of healing. Uh, so that allows for these individual dragon types to then serve the deities that they are personally interested in working with. So I thought this
Including
was
hedonism.
yeah, exactly. I mean, not all, but many dragons are hedonistic. That would not be hard.
And if people want to have a dragon that's specific to a deity, that's really easy to take one of these concepts and just apply additional templates on top of it that make sense for the deity.
Absolutely. Or yeah, exactly. You could do that. You could throw on like, oh, they're a follower of this deity, and by the way, they can cast spells as a cleric of whatever level. Like it's
Sure.
super easy to tie it on there. And it's not even just the divine dragons. So like even the non-divine dragons do something like that. There's actually examples in the Draconic Codex of cinder dragons who serve Sarenrae because she's a fire goddess. So very, very much within the realm of possibility. The divine dragons have physical traits that are like manifestations of the plane that they are aligned to, at least the ones that are planar aligned. So like the good ones will have halos, the evil ones will look like devils. It will become very obvious the minute we see the imperial or diabolic dragons. And then their mindset tends more than other dragons, they tend to be pretty static. So a heaven aligned dragon, they're gonna be crusader-ish in their mindset. A hell-aligned dragon is going to be really dogmatic and like contractual language based in their thinking. And then the Elysium dragons are going to be like the whimsical, kind of goofy, uh, ha 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 dragons. You know, we'll get there, but
Ha
all
ha
right.
ha dragon.
The
That's
ha
the
ha ha
delight dragon.
dragon, as opposed to the diabolic dragon, which is the mwahaha dragon. It's a very, very
Yes, you
important
just add a
difference.
mua at the beginning and it's
Yeah,
different.
exactly. Yep, it's a pronunciation difference, but it is very important. All right, we'll start things off with the Imperial Dragons, and right away you can see the halo that I was talking about. So these guys are obviously the Hell aligned dragons,
Yeah,
very clearly.
yeah.
No, they are actually the heaven aligned dragons. They are the agents of good. Their whole, if you were to take an angel and make it a dragon, that's what these are. They help those in need. They protect the weak. They try to encourage good behavior in others via both like discussion, but also just rewards. Like they will, if you're doing good, they will be like, here you go, here's a gift.
You said you'd go over eventually the changes from chromatic and metallic into these dragons. Would this be the gold one then?
This is not the Vizier dragon is actually the gold dragon. So
Okay.
we are going to get to our first metallic dragon. It is the Oath dragon that is coming up here. That was the former silver dragon. But let me pull up my list and make sure I'm not missing any. But no, they. Oh, yeah. So only one of the divine dragons is actually one of the old style. Um, Almost all of the old ones are either occult or primal. So just by
Oh,
sheer happenstance.
huh, that's weird.
Yeah, I was surprised as well.
We were going through the arcane, and I'm like, no, that doesn't fit any of the chromatics. That's
Nope.
not one.
Nope. They all wound up as, with one exception, they all wound up as occult or primal, which kind of surprised me. But yeah, so the Imperial Dragons are these are the good aligned like angelic dragons. Uh they kind of watch whatever communities they live near for signs of danger or corruption. They have a tendency to hide themselves as, disguise themselves with magic as humans or humanoids, I should say. And then they just kind of keep their eyes open for danger. Um, they do uh they have this weird tendency where they set up fake hordes and lairs specifically because they want heroes to find them and use all those items for good. So
Wow. I
yep.
can picture like new leather bracers for the rogue with the rogue's name branded in it.
Yep. Yep. This congratulations, you found my horde. It was really easy to find. Yep, I'm just bad at this. One cool thing about these guys, they actually make their nests in the clouds. Like they have a magic ability. It's not in their stats, it's just in the lore where they can solidify clouds enough to make a nest. And then when their babies are born, their scales basically bend the light, like the Invisible Woman, so that they are functionally invisible. And
Oh,
then only
cool.
as they age do their scales lose that ability, and they kind of turn this soft gold color over time.
Interesting. So they have an aspect of the silver dragon, the nesting in clouds.
Yeah, they're really cool. I really like what they did with these characters. I also like that you could potentially have the image of like, yeah, there's, one day these dragons just descend from the clouds after they've grown up enough. Like it's just a cool image for an angelic dragon.
It is. I agree. I want to
Sorry, go ahead.
know when you're done with the Imperial entirely, I want to mention something about how to use it.
Yes, yes. Also, please note the armor that they have on their body. These are technically scales, but they grow in such a way that they look like plate armor, which is kind of cool. So their mechanics. The Imperial Dragons are interesting. They are one of the dragons that is very clearly designed as a support for other characters. They are competent on their own. They are dangerous, but a lot of their abilities that you're going to see work best in groups. So the first one is they don't have frightful presence, they have inspiring presence. It's very similar to a bardic inspiration, but focused on saves and skill checks.
Oh, come
So
on. These are
if
paladins. They're obviously paladins.
they are not dissimilar to paladins. Yes. It's funny. So they are paladins in the sense that they inspire their allies. There is actually a different dragon that is a manifestation of the concept of a divine smite. Uh, so these are the champion dragons. The other ones are the paladin dragons specifically.
Okay.
Uh, they have an ability called Divine Deflection, where it again, we've seen this ability before. They gain a resistance to a critical hit. But then we get this thing called the direct halo. So this halo on their head, it's not just a thing of light. It is an object that they can control. They can toss it to other people and put their inspiring presence in different battlefield locations, which is cool. And then they can do other stuff too. So like their halo pulse can push people away from the halo. This works if they have thrown it to a different place. Uh,
Sorry, I just love the idea of throwing their divine radiance to somewhere else.
I like the idea of tossing it like a frisbee, personally.
No, Chakram Xena, you have to like scream at the same
Ooh,
time.
yes. But see, now I'm imagining Imperial Dragon Ultimate Frisbee League, so they can practice and get better. It's a
They're like
very
switching
niche
halos at the end.
sport.
They're like, this one's yours. Sorry.
Yep, yeah. So they have this cool ability called Luminous Form, where they can just transform themselves into a being of light, which is pretty cool. I didn't write this down, but I'm pretty sure they gain resistance, and then they deal additional fire and spirit damage. And if they hit an unholy creature, they can just blind it, which is pretty cool. Great against evil clerics. And then their spirit breath is just an AoE cone with spirit damage. It's fine, it's nothing super fun. So nothing super fun.
But it
When you
fits them.
Yeah, it fits them very much. Their alternate abilities, Sacrificial Shield, basically, if you designate an ally and then you can, as a reaction, absorb damage that would be dealt to them. Again, very useful as like a support character. Um, they can put their halo on somebody else or a group of people. They lose all of the effects of their halo, but those people get fast healing, which is pretty cool. And
That's
then
amazingly powerful.
yeah, super powerful. And then another Halo effect, Wrath. It's supposed to say Wreath. I mistyped that. Um, they can give up their Halo effects, and then they can automatically sanctify allies near them, and then grant them additional fire damage. So if you're fighting fiends, that is a really good way to go. In terms of their spell casting, they have a couple innate spells. It's a lot of the Divine Dragons have stuff like this. So like Manifestation, Heal, Holy Light, and then Interplanar Teleport. A lot of these ones that have Interplanar Teleport, they're keyed to their specific dimension. So this one can go to heaven.
That
Um,
makes
but
sense.
but then if you throw on their spellcasting template, you get things like Gate, Revival, Divine Decree. Overwhelming Presence is pretty cool on them. You give them a little more offensive capability. Other than that, it's a lot of aiding or support ability. So Divine Inspiration, Breath of Life, things like that.
I love that it has Breath of Life. That's important.
Yeah, yeah. But you had an idea for how to use them?
Well, I have often had problems using good dragons in a campaign because usually it's a group of heroes, the players,
Hmm.
fighting evil. So where is there room for a good dragon?
Hmm.
But with these guys in particular, I love the idea of there being a threat that the PCs become aware of that whether a lot of people or only a few people know about that the dragon also tries to resolve
Hmm.
and they're basically racing to beat the bad guy and the dragon comes in to assist them by bolstering them and by that point the players are so irritated by the dragon they might just say buzz off.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do with this. I also love the idea of when they do finally have to work together that they realize, oh, this dragon's actually really useful to have around. Like,
We should probably make friends with them instead of competing.
hmm. It would be smart because this dragon is basically a bard. Uh, there are other bard-like dragons. This is one of them. I will give Paizo a lot of props. You will notice that a lot of the more support dragons are good, which I think was a deliberate choice, because those are the ones that would be helping the players. If that was intentional, that was very smart on Paizo's part. Then we get to the opposite of the Imperial Dragon, the Diabolic Dragon. These, as you can probably guess, are the Hell Dragons.
Oh, I thought they were
Um,
cherry flavored.
no, well, I mean, they might be, but good luck finding that out.
I've been really looking forward to the diabolic dragons because I like demons and devils.
Yeah, Diabolic Dragons are really cool. So, the first thing I want to say is that they are not actually devils or demons. They just work for devils. No one knows where they came from. The Diabolic Dragons themselves have some theories, one of which is that a dragon challenged Asmodeus himself, like the devil of Pathfinder's setting, and said, "I'm going to write a contract, and if you can't find a loophole, I want a gift." And he couldn't find a loophole. So then the dragon was like, "Well, you are clearly the only person who will properly take advantage of my contractual wiles. So I want to work for you." And that is
That's
where the first,
cool.
yeah. There are other theories. One is that diabolic dragons are reincarnated souls of evil dragons. Uh, Obviously, a dragon who is condemned to hell would still be very useful. And then the other one is like, no, they're just some weird manifestation of hell itself. They just kind of popped up, and no one really knows where they came from. Like those are the competing theories, and these
I like
are
the
believed by the diabolic dragons themselves.
I like the idea of them being like shadow dragons. Like you can take a black dragon and then imbue the black dragon egg with shadow, and then it becomes a shadow dragon.
Yeah, you could do a ton with these guys. Like you could reasonably corrupt any dragon into this if you want. Like if Asmodeus or one of his agents like found a dragon egg, I like the idea that they could just turn it. Uh,
Hmm.
so so like I said, they are not technically devils. They aren't even fiends, so they're not even the same type of creature as a devil or a demon or yada yada yada. What's important about that is they can break contracts. They don't like to, but they can do it, which is really useful for a GM if you're in a campaign where your players are fighting against the forces of hell, because you might need to basically get your players confident that they can bargain with a devil and then actually be bargaining with one of these things and say, nope, he doesn't need to abide by any contract that he makes. He will if he can, but if he doesn't want to, it's fine. Also, anything that is specific to fighting devils isn't going to work on him at all.
It seems perfectly within this creature's character to pose as a devil and to
Absolutely.
just shapeshift and use theatrics to make it seem like they're a devil. And then if the PCs decide to fight it, it's obviously got the upper hand.
Yep, exactly. That's 100% what like where my mind was going as well. Um, One thing that is kind of funny, they are contractors in Asmodeus's army. They do not serve him out of force. They are paid. They are private contractors for Satan himself.
Oh man.
Yep. Yep. So they mostly serve in three places. So Moloch is the general of Asmodeus's armies, and he has a whole legion of these things. Mephistopheles is kind of the archdevil of contracts and legalism, kind of a sub-devil underneath Asmodeus, and he's got a whole legion of these that specialize in like the reading and creation of contracts. And then Dis, the king of Dis, the third layer of hell, has these as his personal bodyguards. Like these guys are like these guys are so goofy that they have these weird jobs as paid employees.
I love that. I mean, I can picture them like talking over their tax withholdings with a devil who's
Mhm.
specifically been sent to them to talk to them on behalf of Asmodeus and just being like, I authorized 8%, not 8.5.
Well, that kind of expanding on that, they don't really keep hoards in the traditional sense because they tend to have bank accounts, investments, and real estate. Like these guys are what if like Wall Street bros existed as dragons in the Pathfinder setting? Like they are the worst.
Wow. That's really fun to role play, though.
Yeah,
You could even
yeah.
have them pose as a tax collector in a town, but just like a really aggressive tax collector.
Hmm.
And then the PCs keep running afoul of them over and over again. It just starts pissing the dragon off, so they start manipulating the PCs in different ways, and eventually maybe they reveal themselves to be a dragon.
Hmm.
Um, am I correct that a legion is 1,000?
It is unclear in the lore of Pathfinder because the word legion means different things in different armies. So like a Roman
Oh,
legion is different than like a modern American legion when we use the word.
oh,
So,
okay,
hmm so it just means, I mean, probably it means on the scale of thousand or thousands, but we don't know what the actual terminology means in this specific context. Um,
okay.
The other thing that they keep, like the one thing that they do keep in their hordes are these things called soul gems. Basically, if they want to, they can claim as payment souls that have been condemned to hell, and those souls are then put into a gemstone, and they are not sent along to hell. The dragon just keeps them. What's interesting here is that, like in the Pathfinder setting, when your soul gets condemned to a plane, you begin to lose your memories and personality. If you're really strong, you can maintain some of it, but um, like more traditional, like NPC type characters will just almost immediately lose any sense of personality once they've been judged by Pharasma and sent to their like designation. It doesn't take long for them to lose their sense of self. These soul
And
gems
that's
are
a
not
holdover
that.
from D&D.
Yep, yeah. So these soul gems are not that. They retain their personality and memories forever. Super useful as a plot device for a GM. Like if you have somebody who's dead, who's dead and who was condemned to hell, your players might be like, "Oh man, how are we gonna get their memories now? Like they're gone." But it turns out they've been in a soul gem with a dragon. Now you have to fight the dragon. Have fun with that.
There could even be a weird struggle between a night hag and a dragon trying to corrupt the soul of an ancient wizard who's dying.
I could totally see that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, their willingness to compete for souls could very much be because like they want to condemn them to hell, but not for the usual wanting to condemn them to hell reasons.
They're fun. They have a lot of versatility.
Yeah, they do. Then you get to their stats. They are pretty interesting. They do have smoke vision, which makes sense. They deal a bunch of fire damage. Um, but if they get critically hit, they can just deal mental damage by basically like imposing the retributive violence of hell into those who hit them. They also just straight up have reactive strike. There's a lot of dragons who have like reactive strike with a caveat or like it triggers off of different things. No, no, they just have reactive strike, which is pretty good if they get up next to mages, obviously.
And it
Um,
makes sense that they would serve as troops in a war.
Absolutely. Yep. Um, any fire damage that they deal, including from spells, deals the worst of fire or spirit damage. So if you're
That made me
fighting,
the most happy about them. I love
yeah,
that.
yeah, love this so much. And also they are obviously uh un or sanctified as unholy. So like they will deal unholy damage to creatures that are sanctified. So that's useful. This is their coolest ability, Diabolic Impalement. So they have this big chest spike. If they grab you, they can impale you on their chest spike where you are still grabbed, but it frees up their hands. And then every turn that you're on there, it deals persistent spirit damage. And if that kills you, no matter how good you are, you go to hell. There is no save, nothing. Hmm. Yeah, the text openly says the only ways to fix that are like a wish ritual. It's
Or
really
maybe
bad.
siding with angels to go into hell and rescue their friend.
Yes, or that. Yeah, they do have a Hellfire Breath. Obviously, their breath attack deals fire damage, but again, you choose the worst of fire or spirit. So useful, versatile. In terms of alternate abilities, you can give them the ability to change shape, um, which I'm surprised that's an alternate. I would have thought that was a base ability, but this
Yeah,
one is,
trickery.
yeah, this one is very specifically a the change shape of a soul within the soul gem that they own. And then when they do that, they gain some basic memories and personality information on this person. So they can better impersonate that person specifically than if they were to just use a spell. Uh,
Which is a super easy way to worm a diabolic dragon into a campaign. Just
mhm.
take over an NPC that the players like.
Yep. Super easy. Really, really versatile from a storytelling perspective. Infernal Rift, they can just straight up open a portal to hell, fourth or seventh layer. I forget what, I think one of those is Moloch and the other one is Mephistopheles. I don't think they can open a door to Dis that I could find out. And then
Phlegethon is the
intercept
fourth layer,
summons. If you, this one's funny. If you summon a creature near them, they can say, "No, no, it's actually summon fiend," and that fiend works for me, which is such a nasty ability. Then we get to their spell.
Phlegethon is the fourth.
Sorry, go ahead.
Phlegethon is the fourth.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. And then for their spellcasting, I mean, obviously they have Gate, so they can, bring in the armies of hell. They have Divine Immolation, which is an absolutely fantastic spell for them. Summon Feed,
Yeah.
and then Interplanar Teleport. Again, you can only go to hell with that ability. And then if you start getting or slap on their spellcasting template, Massacre, Wails of the Damned, and Canticle of Everlasting Grief.
These guys are
These
dicks.
guys are so mean.
Holy crap. Man, them as spellcasters is frightening.
Yeah, yeah. I think this is one of the few dragons that I actually prefer as a spellcaster as opposed to their more physical version. The only thing I'd be sad to give up, and you don't give it up, but like the only thing I would miss is like being better at that like impaling spike in the
Mm,
physical version. But if you're a good enough
hmm.
spellcaster, you could just like knock everybody unconscious and then do it that way. Like it's
That's true.
yeah, so you could totally do that. They're really cool. Great antagonists.
Yeah. I think they should totally enter combat like the fight begins when
Mhm.
they grab an NPC that the PCs care about and impale them.
That'd be awesome. Great opening like cutscene moment for a fight.
Yeah.
All right, now we get to the Requiem Dragons,
Okay,
another
do you
one
have
of
any idea what their head is based on? They look freaking weird.
I don't know. They are we did in the lore it does clarify that these weird spike horn things are perfectly symmetrical. So they should be so they should look mirrored on like their at least like their chin and forehead. They just look weird. I like them, but they look goofy.
Okay, all right. They
Yeah,
just
I
look
don't
like a
know what
big
it's
dopey
supposed to be
bird.
based on. Someone drew something and they're like, "Oh, yes, we need more shapes."
Okay.
All right, Requiem Dragons. So these are the manifestation of divine healing magic. So like the previous two dragons were keyed off of specific divine planes. This one is more the concept of divine healing uh, in and of itself. They are so there's this thing in Pathfinder called Creation's Forge. It's the new name for the positive energy plane. So we have positive energy, which is healing, and negative energy, which is damage, but heals the undead. These guys are born with Creation's Forge, providing a specific spark inside of them. They do have a finite life, but of course they're dragons. They live a really, really long time. And then they live on the River of Souls. So the path that souls travel from the material plane to the afterlife. That is their home. They believe that death is inevitable. Like they don't believe in extending life permanently, but that the act of extending life temporarily, i.e., healing people, is perfectly acceptable and totally fine. Especially in the case where like someone had a unfairly short life. If they had a lot of potential, then it's totally okay to heal them and allow their life to go on longer, so long as you accept that they will die eventually.
I've had so many times that in game one of my PCs dies in the first fight they're ever in the first scene they're ever in, and I just feel like a jerk. I would totally, now that these exist, I'd be like, you know what? This dragon is disguised nearby.
This is wildly unfair. Let me fix that for you, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, they have this thing that they do. They have two major cultural celebrations. I like this because we got information on like their societal culture.
Hmm.
The first one they do is the singing of the dirge, where basically they all get together and they celebrate the lives of those that they knew who they allowed to pass on because it was the natural end of their meeting point. They can still grieve for those that they've lost, even though they accept that death is an important aspect of life. So I really like that as something that they go through with like as a collective. And then they do a what's called a clutch gathering. So whenever they are about to have a child, they call together every friend and ally that they have and say, "Hey, we're gonna lay a dragon egg, and our dragon eggs are infused with insane amounts of vitality energy from Creation's Forge. And demons and daemons and devils all try to get a hold of these things. So you're going to help me out here and hang out in my cave and until this baby is born. At which point they are like safe enough basically to move along. Once they're out of their egg phase, they're not as tempting of a target. But these invites are considered extremely like this is a sign of extreme trust. If you are invited to one of these things, like talk about a cool quest for your players. Like this dragon who is our friend is gonna have a baby, and we have to defend it from like an Astra daemon. Uh, Super cool. It also, if you get this invite and you don't and you don't accept it, that is an insult. That is a grave insult. So.
Yeah, it would come with an enormous amount of pressure.
Yeah. But it is, to me, this is like such an incredible plot hook for interdimensional shenanigans.
True, and I just thought of weird stuff like an ethereally traveling mimic becomes another egg, and the PCs count, and they're like, "Weren't there 7?"
Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, I didn't even think about that, but that's a good idea. Um, these dragons, they are more diplomatic than most dragons in the setting. They do not want to use violence if they can avoid it. Again, it kind of comes back to that like life can be extended because potential shouldn't be wasted. But if they do need to throw down, they are more than capable and more than willing to in most cases. Um, their lairs are kind of interesting because they live on the River of Souls. They can actually just like collect bits and pieces of architecture. And it's unclear if they are actually like picking up physical towers and bringing them with them, or if they are kind of manifesting these things out of quintessence, which is kind of the soul stuff in Pathfinder that everything is made out of. It is unclear if they are building it or if they are making it. But either way, it is very cool that their hordes are like, this is a tower from this one castle, and then this hallway is from this other castle on this complete other side of the planet. Like it could make for a very fun like little dungeon kind of thing. And then their
Yeah.
hordes are a lot of relics, so they don't really collect as much treasure so much as um, they collect things that are related to people who showed tremendous potential. So if a hero either lived a full life and then died, or died early but had a ton of potential, they might collect some of that hero's gear and say like, this is what was or what could have been, yada yada yada.
That's very cute. They're very wistful.
Yeah, yep. They have a
Uh,
very interesting view on like time and life and fate, and it's cool.
Very long view. I just wanted to point out that quintessence is also something that in our real world is the occult belief that is the base code of everything. It makes up everything. It's not just Pathfinder.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it doesn't it trace back to like one of the ancient Greek philosophers. I don't remember where the word first coined,
Sounds
but
right.
yeah, it's probably. I don't know. Audience, look it up. All right. In terms of mechanics, they have life sense, makes sense.
Yeah.
And then they have this cool things called status sight. Um, every creature they see their HP bar. They know what their max HP is and they know what their current HP is, which is kind of fun. Um,
Wow.
they have my favorite thing they have is called Soul Journey. For they can basically do like a 1 hour ritual and end up anywhere that the River of Souls touches, which is almost any plane of existence. And they can end up precisely where they want to be on that journey. So it is interplanar teleport that takes an hour, but will take you basically anywhere. There are very few planes that this does not touch.
Is it only them?
It's unclear if they can carry someone with. I think they can carry someone with them, but I'd have to go check the text of the rule
You know
book
what?
to.
Then they can because
Yeah,
it
I
works
would say
better for
yes.
story.
Yeah, even if like the younger dragons can't, I would say if you get ancient or arch, you can bring whoever you want. Like that's how I would rule it, even if that's not official. They have Soul Anchor, where basically as a reaction, if someone around them is dying, they can give them fast healing and then make them doomed too, which is pretty cool. Like the doomed kind of sucks, but you get fast healing and you're up. Like if they're fighting alongside you and you go down, they can just put you back on the battlefield really fast.
As long as they're the only thing giving doomed, it's fine. It'll be
Yeah,
fine for your
exactly.
fight.
They also have another reaction, withhold death. Again, they just gain resistance to critical hits. It's pretty basic at this point for the dragons. They have dooming breath, which is pretty cool. They can AoE. It's an AoE line. Not a lot of dragons have line effects anymore. Deal spirit damage, but it's save or doomed, which is kind of interesting. It's interesting
Wow.
because not a lot of things, like if the players are fighting this thing, that could potentially be a problem if other things are also messing with doomed. Um, but if they're on the side of the PCs, there's not a lot you can do with it unless you have an Avenger Rogue who can stack doomed abilities up with other things. Like they have that like that whatever that like dooming strike or whatever is, where they can just inflict doomed two on a person. That
Okay,
could be fun.
I thought that Requiem Dragon stacked Doom. I didn't realize it just doesn't.
But then they have Soul Shield. Basically, they can target a creature and they put lifelink on it. So they will absorb, the target gains resistance, and then any of that resistance is dealt as damage to the dragon. They have the coolest named ability, Spare the Dying, Free the Tormented. It's an emanation where living creatures then are stabilized if they are dying, and then it also damages the undead, which is pretty fun.
Dude, this would be awesome to have in an army against an army of undead.
Yeah, this thing would be great to fight Tarbathon, the Whispering
Oh,
Tyrant.
cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I realized my mistake. It's they can do up to doomed 4. It stops for them at 4.
Yep. Then we get to their alternate abilities. I like this one, Die Together. Uh, as a reaction, if they die, they can bring a target with them. They say, no, 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 you're coming with me. It's awesome.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know of anything else in the game that has an ability like this. I'm sure something exists, but I don't know of it. When I read this, I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I kind of like unfair stuff that's just like a one-off thing that one special thing that one creature is special about, and this is amazing.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, sure, there's a role, but so what? That's
Yeah.
really awesome.
Hmm. Then there's Soul Roar, which is basically they let out a big roar and it frightens or dooms enemies depending on how they save, and then grants temporary HP to allies. Again, super cool if they are fighting the undead or if they're, taking part in like a larger scale battle. Super cool.
Yeah, it just screams put me in an army.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And then they have spell casting. They don't have many innate spells. They do have some things relating to heal, but it's pretty minor. But then when you throw their spell casting template on, it's a lot of restorative magic. So heal, raise dead, revival, breath of life, seize soul, spirit song, regenerate, field of life, invoke spirits is the one where I'm like, huh, that one's kind of interesting. But then vital beacon and haunting him. So all like exactly what you would expect on a dragon relating to kind of divine healing.
Jeez. This is almost too much. Like, it's really impressive in its benefits. How could I actually use this with a group of PCs besides being a helper?
Mm, hmm. I mean, we already talked about the egg quest thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's definitely a role-playing thing, and that's good.
And like they've got that soul ability to take them to different, or that River of Souls teleportation thing. In terms of like how you mechanically use them beyond just like a helper, I mean, if they do manage to have to fight one of these things, like if they're undead PCs, for instance, like in Bloodlords, this thing is a nightmare to fight. Uh, like this would be a terrible thing to have to fight in the Bloodlords campaign where most of you are undead, because all of its heal spells now deal damage. Uh,
I agree with that. Apart
mhm,
from having an undead party, also, it's not immune to being mind controlled.
that is true. Hmm. Yeah, it would be resistant because, it's a dragon, but like, I
Yeah.
mean, it's just strong. But like, if you do manage to take it over, if the bad guys do manage to take it over, like, dooming breath sucks. Uh, um, because the minute your PCs are doomed and start to be doomed, like, start to stack that, you've got a problem because the minute they get to what is it, doomed five, they're gone.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some stuff. Yeah, what you would basically want to do is if you want to make this as bad as possible, bad guy minds controls them and pairs them up with other things that can inflict the doomed condition
Yeah.
because the dooming breath then, or honestly, you could have them offensively use Soul Anchor to, pair them with guys that can down one PC at a time, and then put Doomed 2 on them. Do that with a bunch of people, and then use Dooming Breath to really start stacking Doom up. That's a good way to just like kill the party. Now, you shouldn't do that as a GM, but like you could.
Depends on how prepared your PCs are.
That is true. That is true. Uh, but now let's get to the even cooler uh, soul aligned dragon. This is the resurrection dragon, and this is the artwork for the arch dragon. And I saw this and I was like, okay, okay, the wings made out of
Oh
souls.
my God, they're wings. When I saw that in the book, it just confused me. They're
Hmm.
wings.
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
look so
God.
cool.
Holy crap. It's like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, grabbing all the souls and making them into wings.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, these guys are awesome.
Wow.
So what is a resurrection dragon? Well, a
Evil.
resurrection dragon, uh, according to their own mythology, the first one was born from a dragon that was so incredibly sorrowful and filled with so much grief that when they died, their grief basically tied their soul back from passing on. And they kind of manifested as a new body. Now, that whatever that original dragon was, they exist in a state that is not alive and also not dead. They have connections to void energy, as you could probably guess by the picture, but they also have a lot of connections to vitality energy. They are not strictly like undead dragons. They are actually like a combination of dragons that like both support and fight the undead and both support and fight the living. They have this really interesting in between state where they are not really a part of either world. Like the lore makes it very clear there are ones of these that are not evil. There are ones of these that are good. So it's just kind of a weird place for them to be. It's just because they exist in this weird space where their perspective on existence is just so different and alien from everything else.
It would be fun to have the PCs encounter this as a good one because they
Hmm.
wouldn't believe it.
No, no, they would not.
Just look at you. You're
Hmm.
not good.
Yeah, well, and the lore gets it even more crazy because like their body is constantly melting. Like it is specifically called out as like ash that is evaporating off of their body, or wax on a candle that is melting and falling upward. It is really cool. They don't need to eat or drink because how would they? Also, fun piece of lore, most of them as they get older, their lower jaw falls off, so they just straight up can't eat or drink even if they wanted to.
I know that these are divine, and it makes sense for the undeath thing, and they remind me of ghosts, their backstory.
Hmm.
But for PCs to see one of these, they would immediately assume it's an occult type dragon because it's just
Yeah.
so creepy.
Yep. How cool would it be? Because like the book also describes the Wyrm Wraith as like a singular creature stat block for an undead dragon. How cool would it be to put one of these in like Ustalav or the Gravelands and have the local rumor mill be like, it's an undead dragon, and the PCs have to go and be like, no, no, it's actually not. Like, I mean, technically it's not really alive, but it's not undead either.
Yeah, you need to keep rolling that diplomacy for like, I don't know, 10 days at least.
Hmm. So like I said, they are infused with both vitality and void energy, so positive and negative. And they can do both of those things and do them very well. So like they have these abilities where they can just resurrect mortals with basically no limitations. They have really easy access to resurrection magic or abilities. So if your players have one of these as a friend or just kind of an ally or colleague, it could just bring them back from death without too much trouble. At the same time, these things are fantastic necromancers and can raise and control undead minions better than most creatures in the game.
I
They're
have
really
to
good at
say,
that.
I would create some new aftermath feat for a PC that was raised by one of these so that they're constantly dripping wax upward because they would freaking love it.
Yeah, this would be so cool. Um, their lairs are tend to be interwoven with dead ends and false chambers. They do hoard treasures, which is it seems like a it seems like when I was reading it, it's kind of like this weird after effect from the fact that they are dragons, even though their modern self doesn't need to hoard items because it's not interested in them. They just seem to do it out of instinct rather than any particular need. The exception
That
to
makes
that
sense.
is the exception to that is people that they restore from that they resurrect, people that they restore to life, they tend to keep objects to remember that person.
Also makes sense. Okay.
Yep. When we get to their actual abilities, the first one that stands out is Arise. This is a 1 hour ritual where they can just bring somebody back from the boneyard. This doesn't appear to have a time limit. Presumably, if somebody has been judged and moved on beyond the boneyard, they could refuse, but it doesn't say in the lore that they can do that they automatically fail if that person has already been judged, which is pretty cool. They on the other side of it, they have Risen Commander. Once per turn, every turn, they can freely sustain either summon undead or invoke spirits. So they
It
can
has
just
to be
have those
invoked
going on.
spirits. I mean, with
Yeah,
their wings looking like that, it's got to be spirits.
yeah, yeah. They have an ability called Reawaken. As a reaction, they can restore a dropped target to full HP, which is amazing. So strong. Uh, but then they have Siphon Life, where as a reaction, if you cast a heal spell near them, they can make you roll minimum. It's so mean.
God, this dragon is weird as hell, man.
Oh, and then when they do that, they gain temporary HP because, of
And
course, they do.
Reawaken is only living characters. I think it should be both.
I could see it either way. I think it works. I put it this way: if my GM made it for undead characters, I would not be upset about that, unless I
Right.
was fighting the undead character, in which case I would be, in which case I'd be like, no, that is not rules as written. This one is oh, okay. Mortal Fears, it's just an emanation ability that they can activate, save or frightened, similar to Frightful Presence. But Necro Puppeteer, if there's a corpse near them, they can turn it into a void grenade. They can move it to another place and make it explode in void energy. It is hilarious.
That is so freaking awesome.
Yep. And then they have Soul Siphoning Breath. It's an AoE cone that deals void damage, but until it is recharged, they gain fast healing 20.
I just want to point. Oh my God, 20. I just want to point out that the Necropuppeteer can be any creature who's dying as well. It doesn't
Yes.
have to be a corpse, although they
Hmm.
can have corpses and like zombies around them. That'd be really useful. But if a PC starts dying, they can be like, okay, now you explode.
Hmm. Have fun with that. These guys are
Yeah.
awesome. Then they have so getting into the alternate abilities, they have Shred Souls, which is an emanation that imposes weakness to void damage, the same damage that their breath weapon deals. Uh, they have Harmful Claw, which is basically Spell Strike, but for harm.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
amazing.
I love when they give creatures the ability to do that. Like, would I use it very often? No. Would I use it once to scare the shit out of my
Yes,
players?
on the
Yes.
first round,
Yep.
you just
Uh,
drop the fighter in one hit.
yep.
Yes, that's
Yep.
right.
Yes, that's exactly what I did. I could do that every turn if I wanted to, but I've got other things I want to do. Then we have Deathless Servant. This is cool. Basically, you designate a summoned undead, and then they just cannot be destroyed. They can be downed, but they will automatically come back after 1d6 days.
It's creating revenants. It's
That's
awesome.
exactly what it is.
I want to use this just as a plot device for a greater adventure. I don't even need the whole dragon, just that one ability that the
Hmm.
dragon keeps using.
Hmm.
Man, I like that.
Yep. I also like it if you do it in such a way that like there is a limit on like the level of the creature they can do that to, but if you started at lower level, that Deathless Servant could potentially level up and be a recurring villain that PCs have to face.
Oh, I love that. Especially if it's someone from the PC's past that they had some sort of struggle with, like even the
Hmm.
person that killed their family or something.
Hmm. Yeah, or like the first villain that they fought at the beginning of the campaign while they were still alive. I'm imagining, do you remember Final Fantasy 1, how the main villain is the guy that you fight at the very beginning of the game?
Vaguely.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, except you run into him way more often before he finally becomes chaos at the end.
It's so much fun, and they'd be so frustrated that they can't kill it.
Not permanently.
And then they're like, well, we need to find out the source. Okay, it's one of these dragons.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
good luck. It's a level 21 Archdragon who has decided to mess with you personally for reasons you will never understand.
I don't know who was responsible for the visual design, but brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, this is one of the two dragons on the cover.
Yeah.
It's awesome, this thing fighting a Requiem dragon. But if you they do have some innate spells, and it is exactly as contradictory as you would expect. They have harm, but they also have raise dead. They have summon and dead and invoke spirits. But then if you slap on their spellcaster template, they also get revival. Um, they get massacre, wails of the damned, and execute. But then they also get field of life. Like I love how back and forth it is. It's so well designed.
It really is. I think I might be addicted to this dragon.
They're great. Wait until we get to the Umbral Dragons. They're cool too.
Yeah, I know, but there's so much weird, creepy stuff about this. Like, I expected to only love the occult dragons, but I think the resurrection dragon, as ugly as I originally thought it was on the cover, I think it might be one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's so cool. All right, now we're getting silly with it. We get Delight Dragons.
Oh, wow.
They're so great. All right. Despite having little butterfly wings, they can actually get quite large. But what are the Delight Dragons? They are the official defenders of joy, whimsy, and freedom. Small asterisk, that is a self-appointed title and is not in any way official. Uh, they are the manifestation of Elysium, and specifically Elysium's mischief aspect. They cause mischief, they cause mayhem, and they love to eat cookies. If fairies existed as dragons, it is these guys. Uh, they're just little goofballs. They love parties. They love festivals. They love if you're at the state fair and you see a dragon, it's a delight dragon, and they're probably in line to get mini donuts. Uh, every decade in Elysium, they have what's called the Symposium of Joy, which is this like collection of delight dragons that all get together and say, "This is all the fun stuff I found in the world. We're all gonna play these games, yada yada yada." Like they're just so happy. Um, they don't really have a big lair. They have multiple small layers that they fill with things that bring them joy. Um, and then their hordes, like I said, so it's a lot of things that make them happy. So, um, toys, games, things of memories of like silly things that they've done in the past. Experiences are what they collect, and these objects really just help remind them of that. But then they also collect books because they are prolific authors. Two that the book gives example of: a guide on all the desserts and sweets in the multiverse and where to find them, and then a pun guide that is language independent because it has been published in every single language on Galarian.
It is hard to find any nerd who likes role-playing games who does not relate to this dragon.
They're just fun. Like they're just so fun. Like you could use these in a bunch of different ways, like helper NPC, like fight the devil dragon in like the goofiest way you can possibly imagine, especially because they have my favorite ability, whimsy set or sorry, playscape. Read the wrong one. They have an aura. If you fail your will save, all your attacks become non-lethal. And that is when I, as a GM, break out my sound effects board that I would buy specifically for this fight and play all of the old Looney Tunes sound effects every time you hit one.
Like a honking horn every time you hit him with a
Exactly.
hammer.
Yep. Or like I get my little Adam West Batman like signs that just say bonk or slap.
Zow.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, so that is my favorite ability they have. They also have whimsy sense, which is an imprecise sense that allows them to detect any joy nearby them at all. It's hilarious.
I think after this, my players are always going to be suspicious that I have dragons in place of NPCs because they have so many set patterns of behavior that are really clear for all these dragons that
Hmm.
they're really easy to slot into any adventure. Just like, oh, I need a fun-loving goofball. I'll have this guy. And
Hmm.
then they'll be like, is this a delight dragon? I'll be like, well, it is now.
Hmm.
Oh.
It wasn't, but now it is. They also have reactive tail. It's just reactive strike. And I appreciate that they gave them that because they did draw their tails really long. I appreciate when the art and the mechanics kind of reflect one another.
Absolutely.
Um, their their breath attack is called Breath of Fresh Air. I love that. It's a cone. It does spirit damage, and if it's save or slowed, which is fun. Um, Let's Play is their ability. It's an AoE mental damage strike. Basically, they declare Calvin Ball from Calvin and Hobbes, and they confuse you by making up rules so much that it deals mental damage. Yep.
Oh, I remember Calvin Ball now.
Hmm.
Yeah, and he was trying to dictate the rules to Hobbes.
Yep, exactly.
Wow.
Then they have Cloud of Giggles, where they can just misshape themselves away, or Can't Kill Fun. They automatically resurrect once per day. If they die, no, they didn't.
They should totally act like a possum when they die. Just like, oh, oh,
Oh,
oh.
yes, absolutely. Hmm. If they do have spell casting, they do have an extremely varied spell selection. I just listed a few here, but one of the big ones is Dispel Magic. It's not really clear in the lore. I think it's just because they think it would funny. They are so good at dispelling magic. They do it in almost every spell level that they can cast. But then they also have things like Blessed Boundary, Gate, Overwhelming Presence, Noise Blast, and Sunburst. I imagine it is so varied because each of these would allow you to do different pranks.
And like Breath of Life. Like, oh, I accidentally killed him. I was just kidding.
Yeah, yeah, no, no. Yeah, these guys are fun. We have two more divine dragons. This is the Oath Dragon. This is the first of the reflavored old dragons. So, formerly, these were silver dragons. The silver dragons have now become the Oath Dragons, which are the manifestation of divine oaths and promises. They have conflicting origins, according to their own lore. Some believe that they were originally created as servants of Abadar, the god of commerce and order, and created specifically as guardians of his first vault, the vault where he keeps the Platonic ideal of every single concept in the multiverse. The other like major theory of their origins is that they are a living manifestation of the plane of Axis, which is, at least in the days of alignment, it was the lawful neutral plane. So the plane of perfect law and order.
Also, the automaton's plane.
Yeah. Um, what these dragons are is they are the embodiment of a dedication to a specific cause. They don't, while they are technically capable of breaking an oath, they will not do it, except in the most extreme circumstances. The vast majority of them would rather die than break a promise. Morality isn't really a factor in it. If they've made a promise, they will keep it. Even if that promise was, it doesn't matter if that promise is to something good, it's to something evil. The act of keeping it is what they care about more than anything else. And when they make an oath, when they make a promise, it causes the scales on their head, like the crest, to start turning red. And then if a promise is broken, usually not by them, but like a promise that is made to them is broken, then that leads to these like black spines. Those red scales start to turn black as promises are broken.
Okay, so
Notably,
it's not just their own promises broken.
yeah, exactly. No, it's not. These red scales don't represent just the oaths that they make. It is the oaths that are made to them as well.
Okay.
Their core thing about them is that these are the dragons that bond with mortal beings. They have this ability called bonded companionship. Um, they choose a single humanoid companion. It doesn't have to be a humanoid, but like in the mechanics, it does. They choose a single companion that becomes their bonded companion, and that person gains access to some of the dragon's powers. So they basically make an oath to be, basically partners, partners in whatever endeavors they undertake, that they share power. The person gains immunity to the dragon's breath weapon, so like they can fight close to them and not worry about being hit. But there is a problem, or there's a concern here, because that bond cannot be broken by the dragon. They uh, if they choose someone and they choose poorly and that person betrays them, they're stuck with them until they die.
Which is why they're so careful about it.
Yep, exactly. If they do have layers and hordes, it is because, or it is representative of the oath and whatever cause they are supporting at the time. So, for instance, one that swears an oath to a knightly order would have its lair within the headquarters of that order or very nearby. And then whatever treasure they have would be related to that order of knights or defeating that order of knights' enemies. So, things like banners, strategic documents, artifacts from whatever enemies they've conquered, yada, yada, yada.
I like that this dragon exists because it's a manifestation of the old Greek myths of Zeus or whoever swearing upon the river Styx that they would do something, and then the promise being revealed, and then they have to do it even though they don't want to anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, it
So
is.
it seemed like something missing.
Yeah, this is cool. And if I remember right, the silver dragons in Pathfinder were always kind of dedicated to causes, but I
Oh yeah, they were
appreciate that
already
it's,
paladins.
yeah, I appreciate that it is very explicit here. This seems like one that would be fairly easy to just retroactively make all your silver dragons oath dragons without having to rewrite basically anything aside from making them
Yeah.
look cooler. When you get into their mechanics, they have non-spell tactics like their binding oath. This is where they designate their bonded ally. And then their bonded ally gains benefits from some of their other stuff. So their heartening aura gives a status bonus to attack and damage to anybody near them. But then their bonded ally, when they're near them, gets fast healing. So that's pretty cool. They have shielding wing, where they can, as a reaction, raise shield, but they can do it for their self, or if they're close enough, their bonded ally. So this is where you kind of see that like bonded ally benefits start to show up. The bonded ally also has immunity to the breath weapon. Like they
Which is
can,
obviously useful for attack for
super
combat.
useful. Yes. Castigating breath. They deal spirit damage in a cone. This is where one of the ones where their breath weapon is actually flavored as a like a castigation, a denouncement of their enemies. They pronounce denouncement, and that is what deals the cone damage. It's not just like a breath attack. Um, so kind of cool. There's actually quite a few dragons that do something like that. Oathbreaker's curse. If someone breaks a promise with them, they are doomed. One, no save, which is kind of fun. Yep. And then Dread
Cute.
Promise. If you basically they can promise, they can make an oath to destroy their enemies, and enemies around them will become afraid, or if they fail their save badly enough, straight up immobilized, which is pretty cool. Looking at their spell casting, they have a lot of innate spells. So this first bullet point is just innate. Indestructibility, Weapon of Judgment, Scintillating Safeguard, and Spiritual
Hmm.
Guardian. Very, like you said, very
Wow.
paladin coded.
Yeah.
Um, and then for their like actual spell template that you can tack onto them, revival, heal, heroism, field of life, divine decree, zealous conviction, and resist energy. These are the battlefield helpers. Like these are the guys who you can tell they were designed to swear their oaths to knightly orders and fight on the
Yeah.
battlefield.
I think it's probably just me, and I'm not trying to critique this dragon's construction, but because they have that weirdness of never letting go of an oath, I think they should. No, I would give them the wish spell so that hijinks could ensue because they could
Mm,
inadvertently be the cause of something horrible happening at a village, and then they might seek adventurers to help them because they satisfied a wish without thinking through what they were agreeing to.
mhm. I could see that, or allying them with a wish dragon.
Yeah, that'd
Um,
work.
yeah, you could totally do something like that. All right, last divine, I think it's the last. Yep, last divine dragon. These are the executor dragons. So I had already mentioned the concept of divine smite made manifest. This is them. Executor dragons are what if divine smite was a dragon?
They're
Uh,
fluffy.
they're fluffy. They made them fuzzy for reasons I do not understand. I am not mad about it. I'm very
They're
happy.
friend shaped.
Aside from, yeah, pay no regard to the weird, enormous spikes on their back. Other than that,
Oh my God, I would just spend hours brushing that tail.
I also love that they have very canine-like hind legs. Like they look really
Oh,
cool.
you're right. They look so
But
happy. Oh, come on. This is just an adoptable puppy, isn't it?
they look pretty the size of a building, but yes. All right, executive dragons. According to their own origins, they were born of Sarenrae's hatred for Rovagug. So Sarenrae is the goddess of the sun. She is a mercy goddess, but she has one enemy that she does not believe in mercy for at all, and it is the rough beast Rovagug, the god of destruction. She saw that he was so beyond redemption, which flies in the face of her entire worldview. So she struck him down in anger, which is anathema to her own beliefs, but it's because he's the exception that proves the rule. This act birthed the first executor dragons as the manifestations of a god's divine wrath and like not even wrath, just emotionless need to strike down that which they oppose.
That makes sense.
So
They're the hand of gods.
exactly, they really are. They serve the gods as the punishers of those who are excuse me, they serve the gods as punishers of those who are an affront to the specific god that they serve. So that is not to say that they just punish those that their gods oppose, because otherwise, like all of the Sarenrae ones would just go burn Cheliax to the ground. They are saved for the very extreme case of needing to punish someone who has gone astray to the point that they threaten the structure of the faith itself, or they threaten their own soul to a level of damnation that cannot be accepted. Most gods don't even use the executor dragons because they're considered like this nuclear option that you would very rarely engage with. Most of them are aligned with either heaven. Well, most of them are aligned with heaven. Not one has ever been aligned with hell, presumably because Asmodeus and his servants just use diabolic dragons to do this. But
Sure.
it's interesting that none of them have ever worked with hell, and it's actually a point of like curiosity that the book brings up of like executor dragons themselves do not talk about why they don't work with hell. So you could definitely play with something there. Interestingly, there are non-heaven like deities that aren't in heaven that work with these characters. I'm thinking of like it might sound weird, but Desna, the goddess of travel and the moon and like luck, she is extremely vengeful. And I could just as like a personality quirk, I could see her employing these as kind of a worst case scenario type thing, a tool that she very rarely uses but does keep in her back pocket.
But then it would be shiny white and it would be a luck dragon named Falcor.
That would be cool. I would be okay with it. All right. If they do have lairs on the material plane, they tend to lair near humanoids so that they can be kind of at the beck and call of their gods, but they don't really interact with people very much. They tend to kind of isolate themselves. They do have an obsession with religious artifacts. So they have like things that represent old faiths or dead faiths or branches of faith that have been deemed heretical or just not mainstream anymore. So anything that might be considered apocrypha, like on our world, they would be the collectors of like the non-canonical gospels of the New Testament. They would hoard those things because they find them fascinating.
Dude, this is insert plot hook here.
100%. Yep. If you want a dragon that knows a bunch of stuff about Eridan's dead faith, this is the dragon for you. Like,
Or we need this one ancient tome that's bound in human skin. Don't read any of the pages, but this dragon has it.
yep, yep, go talk to this guy. He will love to hear about it. Also, despite being the manifestations of like divine punishment, they actually love talking about like faith as a philosophical concept.
Cool.
They will not strike you down for simply thinking about things in a different way unless they are specifically ordered to. Like if you just go up to them and start a debate about faith or religion or whatever, they're actually like, yeah, let's talk. Like let's have a good faith discussion.
That is awesome. I
Hmm.
went to two different religious schools when I was growing up, and I later learned about occultism, and I love debating philosophy and religious studies. So this would be really fun.
Yeah,
I could
yeah,
role play
these guys are
this.
cool, and I love that feels like it's in contradiction to their like status as the divine smiters until you realize like no, it's passionless. Like it is something that they have assigned to them that they believe is important, but they aren't hateful necessarily. They're more interested and academic. Like it's a really cool idea to play with as an NPC.
Dude, and they're fluffy. I'm sorry, these are too attractive. I have to include them.
All right, mechanics. When the dragons do tend to or are ordered into the battlefield, they favor overwhelming force. So some of the dragons we get notes of like behavior in battle. These guys just go all out from the beginning. No, no tricks, no tactics. Just hit them hard until they die. Um, they have an ability. Where called Rage of the Divine. If they get critically hit as a reaction, they can just deal spirit damage to whoever hit them. Div
I love that. That's divine retribution.
Yep, exactly. Their Divine Utterance, they call out a smite that is their breath attack. Deals sonic damage, which is kind of cool. I like that it's sonic because um, it really like adds to that like pronouncement of judgment. Uh,
Yeah, it does.
yeah.
Like the
They are
divine words of
saying
creation.
yes. Yep. If they are aligned with a good deity, they have sanctification as a cleric or a paladin. So pretty cool. Um, and then they have aura of authority. This is in place of aura of fear. It's will save or stupefied. So sucks to be a caster against these guys. They do have changed shape, which is pretty cool. They can transform into smaller, medium humanoids. And then Apocalyptic Roar, great name. AoE burst that deals both sonic and spirit damage. Really handy if you happen to be using these aligned with like a good deity and they're fighting fiends. Because the spirit damage will then trigger
Mm-hmm.
weakness.
Or I picture this dragon leveling a town full of evil people.
Yes. Yep. 100%. Spell casting, if you tack on their spellcasting template, Divine Immolation, fantastic. Uh, Massacre, Overwhelming Presence, uh, Divine Decree. Again, these are the paladin dragons, like Canticle of Everlasting Grief, Execute, Holy Light, Blindness, Deafness. Like this is great.
You could even have permanently blinded people as like a way into the adventure. They were blinded by this dragon
Hmm.
talking to the NPCs.
100% you could do something like that.
Man, these guys are just destroy everything in the name of the gods.
Hmm. But then have a night afterwards, have tea and a nice discussion about why this was necessary and if it was necessary and the deeper philosophy behind what we do.
Yeah, it's interesting. It sort of acts like it's a tool that doesn't have any choice in the final judgment, but it
Hmm.
likes debating the little intricacies and different perspectives.
Yeah, I these guys would be so fun to use as NPCs. Like they're so interesting.
Hmm.
All right. We are I can introduce the occult dragons, then we'll do the next recording. Um, Now we move on to the Occult Dragons. They have, yay, the Occult Dragons, broadly speaking, have fascinations with the idea of connection, the idea of knowledge, what you know, how you know it, and what to know something truly means. The vast majority of them treat secrets and hidden knowledge as the thing that they treasure over anything else. You'll notice kind of a trend here. They love hoarding uh, experiences and knowledge more than they love hoarding objects, unless the object is very specifically tied to, for instance, causing fear for a despair dragon. Occult magic is generally their innate magic is generally refreshed with connection. So like the way they like recharge is by connecting with other people. So they spend a lot of time in humanoid society. So even the ones that don't have like disguise abilities will figure out a way to disguise themselves, kind of, to interact with people. Because interaction is kind of what they're like super extroverts. Interaction literally recharges them. Um, more than almost as much as the arcane dragons, they have a tendency to bleed off their innate magic and infuse the environment with all the magic that makes them them. So like the illusion dragons back in the arcane, or the mirage dragons back in the arcane set would create a almost passively create a realm of illusions. These dragons will do kind of the same thing. So they will make and unmake connections very rapidly in the environment around them. So like you'll see things that mess with time, you'll see like weird potentialities of like, oh, this is what this plant would look like if it had been connected to the sun in a different way, or it's very specific to the dragon, but basically you'll they bleed into their environments a lot more than like primal or divine dragons do.
These are mood creators for a story.
Yes, yes. These are Atmosphere, the dragon.
Yeah. Flesh suit. Just great name for anything.
Yep. Okay, so conspirator dragons, the very first of the occult dragons is probably the scariest. Uh conspirator dragons, they have an ability called flesh suit transformation, and we're not talking mechanics yet, but this is kind of their defining thing. Um
They
they
are
have an
so
ability.
disturbing.
It's so disturbing. They create a flesh body that they can puppet around, and then they can shrink themselves down and get inside of it. This does not count as a magical transformation or an illusion, so they are basically undetectable. Uh, they are so horrible. You will never know if you are interacting with one of these unless they want you to know. It is so creepy. There's this really good line in the book that most people are unaware that they could potentially interact with a conspirator dragon because they've never heard of them. But anyone who has ever heard of them is convinced that they have interacted with one and will never know for sure. They suck. There are
Wow.
fun thing in the lore. There are actually very, very, very few conspirator dragons. While all dragons are rare, conspirator dragons are exceedingly rare.
Or
Partly
they just want
because
you to think that.
or that, but it is actually partly because they don't trust each other enough to mate and produce offspring.
What? You don't have to, what? I did. Okay.
Yep, they're worried that they're going to stab each other in the back. There's actually a couple of cult dragons that have that problem.
Well,
Yes,
can they can interbreed with other types of dragons, right?
they could in theory, but they also don't trust other dragons, and more importantly, other dragons don't trust them.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Yep,
okay.
yep. So they are quite literally starved for intrigue, control, and manipulation. They are fed um, by the level of influence that they wield in the world. So the act of manipulating other people is what sustains them. Technically, they do need to eat, but they will starve to death out of intrigue, like lack of interaction, before they will starve to death from food, which is pretty cool. Like it's an actual compulsion. It is not their fault that they are like this.
Yeah, they're obsessively connected to humanoids.
hmm As they get bigger, they tend to need bigger schemes, literally just to sustain themselves.
Wow.
So when they start small, they start manipulating little communities, and then as they get bigger, they move on to like capital cities
Or entire nations.
or entire nations or entire planes. Like the arch dragons have schemes that are interplanetary or interplanar. Yeah,
Wow.
so their relationships with other people are defined by their superiority. Anything that like humanoids are obviously lesser than them, clearly, but they also need them to survive. So they have developed this tendency to basically hide the fact that they see themselves as superior. When their mask finally does slip, this is the excuse for the GM to be like, "I am the author of all of your pain."
I love it. I have to say though, from a personal perspective, if I were in world, I would absolutely hate these guys because I hate people that are like this.
Oh, I hated them reading this. Like they suck. They're so annoying. The good thing is they have pissed off other dragons like crazy. They with other dragons they get along really, really poorly. They specifically use whisper dragons, which we'll get to in a minute, as scapegoats, and then vizier dragons as well. Vizier dragons are the advisor dragons. They are the new version of the gold dragon.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so they tend to pin their schemes on Whisper and Vizier dragons because everybody's already scared of them, and they are easily detected as compared to the Conspirator dragon, who's basically impossible to find. Also, Whisper dragons are the only dragon that can easily find Conspirator dragons because Whisper dragons are the information network dragons. You don't need magic if you have enough secret agents out there who can be like, hey, this one dude is in a lot of places and has lived for a really long time.
We have these old photographs from
Yeah.
1900 years ago.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Also, they hate mocking dragons. Mocking dragons are basically like the anti-authoritarian dragon, and
Oh, well, of
they
course they'd hate them. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Mocking dragons make sport out of conspirator dragons. If they find a conspirator dragon, they're like, okay, my entire life is undermining everything you have ever done. So
I
naturally,
think
they get along very poorly.
I
And
think if I
then
were a type of dragon, I'd probably be a mocking
they
dragon
are
because that's
awesome.
just
They're
my
so
nature.
great. They're so hilarious. And then they live in fear of other conspirator dragons. Why do they do that? Fun thing about conspirator dragons, because they
Wow.
are undetectable, they can't detect each other. They also do not know if they have ever met another conspirator dragon.
These guys live horrible
Yep,
lives.
they're miserable. They are so paranoid all the
Oh, that
time.
sucks.
hmm Did it to themselves. I don't
Man.
feel bad.
It's your own fault.
Yep, it is a hell of their own making. All right. So, with their mechanics, they have a forgetfulness aura. This one sucks. You make a will save when you get close to them. If you fail, the minute they are not close to you, you forget about them.
Like the false Hydra.
Yep. Yep. It sucks. They have retract body because their body is like, compressible into their little flesh suit. They can retract themselves smaller to get a bonus to AC. Yep. Um,
Oh
their
man.
flesh suit ability is called Conjure Disguise. It is as change shape, but it is not detectable as a magical ability. It is a physical ability that they can do without quote unquote magic. Makes sense of
I
that.
just I want to jump in here for a moment. The Conjure disguise ability, taken out of context, could be really useful for the Men in Black aliens in human suits idea. So you could have
Mm-hmm.
Starfinder aliens that look like anything that have this disguise that isn't magic because it's physical, it's just a
Mm-hmm.
technology, and
Mm-hmm.
you could easily have aliens walking among us.
Yep. Yeah. Very easy to honestly, yeah, carry it over to Starfinder and boom, Men in Black. I hadn't even thought of that parallel, but you are 100% right. They have detonate disguise, where if they are detected, they can blow up their flesh suit like a grenade and cause bludgeoning damage.
As you do.
Yeah. Oh, and then by the way, they turn back to their big self when they do that and push everybody away.
That's messed up.
Hey,
Oh,
this guy who's been conspiring against the kingdom. So we just confronted him and he exploded and now there's a dragon. This is very strange.
wow, you got a little bit of brain on you there, man. Hold on.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wow.
They have Numbing Blast, which is just a ranged mental attack. Notably, it is not a magical, like it has the magic trait, but it's not like a spell or anything. It's just like their ranged attack that they can do. It's like shooting an arrow for them, where they can deal mental damage. Rushed transformation. It's a thing they can do in 3 actions. It's like a humanoid form spell, but it does leave signs. This is what they do like in a pinch. They can turn themselves into like a humanoid body, um, regard without having to use a spell slot. So if you have like version that's out of spells, they can just do this. Um, but it's literally just 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. It doesn't look like a real person. It's just the right shape.
Okay.
They have smoke breath, AoE poison, but it does leave smoke behind, like a mist spell. They often use this to escape, because it darkens the area that they're in, and they can just get away.
They can't see through it, can they?
They don't have an ability to do so.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And then, of course, because they are conspirator dragons, they have sneak attack.
Which works in any form.
Yep, exactly. At a at When you start looking at their alternate abilities, they have one called Apex Paranoids. They are permanently quickened, but they can only use that ability to seek, faint. I know, isn't this great? They're so frightened of everything that they can take extra actions to be less afraid. Then they have mental feedback as a reaction. If they get targeted by a spell, they can trigger a mental damage blast back on that spellcaster.
Cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
Psychic feedback. Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Obscure revelations automatically attempt to counteract scrying. Love that.
Yeah.
I also love that it's an alternate ability. So like if you have a dragon that doesn't have this ability, I like the idea that they could get screwed over by this one time, and then they might retrain, so to speak, to gain this ability, so
Hmm.
that they can never get scryed on again.
That makes sense. And it's also really useful for the GM because later on players do use scrying.
Exactly. And then Occult Whispers. I love this ability. If they are talking for long enough with somebody, they can weave spellcasting into conversation and have it not be noticed.
Nice.
hmm
In
Um,
I don't know if that's a Pathfinder 2 thing, but in D&D 3.5 there was an epic level bard ability to do that.
I haven't heard of it in the Pathfinder rules, but that sounds like something that could have existed in first edition. Okay, since spellcasting, if you do tack on their spells, they have things like telepathic demand, unrelenting observation, duplicate foe, which I love for them,
Yeah,
and then command, mislead, suggestion, and charm all make a lot of sense for this type of character.
they really do. Telepathic demand I like.
Yeah,
Phantasmagoria is just fun. I mean, they
yeah.
probably just use that to confuse the crap out of people.
There's a lot of occult dragons with Phantasmagoria.
Oh, okay.
Then we
Apex
go kind of
paranoids.
the other direction with the occult dragons and go to the Omen dragons. Omen dragons. This is not my favorite visual design. I love the blue and I love the weird head crystal. I'm not in love with this weird like root thing that they've got going on.
Yeah, they look like they're part of nature, like Primal, not Omen.
Yeah, it looks interesting. Like it's like, what if my blue dragon was also a tree? Uh,
I wonder if it's supposed to be from some specific culture that we're just not familiar with those dragons.
maybe. Yeah. I love the horns though. Like the antlers look
Yeah, the
cool.
antlers are cool.
Yeah. But the head crystal is awesome. The archdragon art for these guys, that crystal grows so big that it floats above their head rather than part of their skull.
Neat.
Which is cool, except it leaves this hollow cavity in the top of their head, which looks really freaky.
Oh, like a kappa. I
Yes,
wonder if
yes,
these are
not dissimilar
Japanese.
to a kappa. hmm
Huh.
All right. Omen dragons. Omen dragons are connected to the idea of prophecy. They are presented with branching visions of the future at all times. And basically, they have an ability, or not an ability, they have a thing called a signature, which is their particular method of interpreting these visions and kind of making sense of the myriad futures that they see. It is their specific method of interpreting that is, it's like a fingerprint. It is unique to them.
So is
Um,
that sort of like tarot versus crystal divination versus rune casting?
it can be, yes, it can be that. So they might see them as visions that like actual visions that they would see, like pictures that kind of overlap in their mind, or they might hear their prophecies as a song. If I haven't heard that lore doesn't specify that they would use like crystal uh interpretation or like knucklebone reading or anything like that, but I don't see a reason why you couldn't do that as an omen dragon or have them use those when they're disguised as a human to
Oh
hide the
yeah.
fact that they are using like draconic fortune telling as opposed to those.
Sure.
Um,
They could even be weird ichthyomancers.
Absolutely. You could do so much with these guys as like fortune teller style NPCs. They then use this signature as like an a lens through which they can interpret these and pass them along to the world. So those who see their visions as pictures will probably become artists and use their art to show those pictures to the world. Those who become musicians will then create songs and music to pass their visions along to the world because they have this compulsion to share the knowledge that they have with other people. They don't have to share everything, but they have to share at least something with them. So,
Wow.
mhm.
It's interesting. Then they're like forced to be servants to humanoids or
Yep,
intelligent
yeah, and they
beings.
don't have to show it like on demand. They just need to show it to somebody because they are presented with these visions regardless of like topic. Like they can choose to like look into the future of specific things, but they are just constantly shown the future of all kinds of stuff.
I could
Uh,
see this as like in an urban setting, some graffiti artist making future murals all over the place.
ooh, that's a cool idea. I like that a lot. So naturally, these dragons have a very difficult childhood because until they figure out what their signature is, they have no method of interpreting the constant influx of information from potential futures, especially because in the Age of Lost Omens, the future isn't set anymore. So some of the stuff they see is true, some of it is not. And or could have been true had something else been different. Since the death of Eridan, these things don't see proper futures anymore. They see potentials, which is, I don't know. I imagine that would be very stressful.
It sort of reminds me of Minority Report, the psychics when they stop something that the psychics had perceived and they all start having a seizure. It's psychic feedback.
Yes, yes. Um, for their lairs, they do generally populate them with things that show the future. So if they have art, if they're artistic, they will populate it with the art that they've created that shows the future. If they are musicians, they will, populate it with either like magical things that can record their performances or like their sheet music, different things that will show the future. Um, excuse me. Once they are like out of their teenage phase and have developed their signature, weirdly enough, they lead very regimented and repetitive lives because it seems like this like repetition helps to anchor them and give them a sense of like steadiness in a world that they otherwise can't really control. Um,
People who report that they have psychic visions find a sense of solace in ritual behavior.
I could totally see that as the point of inspiration for this. That would make absolute sense. And then, like I said, they have like a compulsion to share their visions with other people. A lot of them make a living, so to speak. They don't really need to, but a lot of them make a living as fortune tellers. They will like in Varicia, for instance, they would disguise themselves as Varician harrowers and do the harrow deck, which is the in-universe version of the tarot. In other parts of the world, they might do like crystal reading among the elves or like the classic crystal ball. Um, Stuff like that. So if they do this, they have what's called a divination chamber. It's not necessarily a chamber; it's just a place where they do their divination. This is not their lair; it is distinct from their lair. They might decorate it to seem interesting, but it is just a front essentially. They never use their actual lair as a place where they do their readings. When you get to their mechanics, they have an ability called Untethered to Fate, which says that if you have fortune or misfortune effects that are used against them, they can control how those work. So, like, I get to roll with advantage against them. No, you don't. And they can choose to allow this to work or not work. It's not some, they can turn it on and off as will at will, which is kind of cool.
Okay, so they
Um,
can't reverse it and turn fortune into misfortune.
Oh no, they can. They can choose whether or not they use it, is what I'm trying to say. So like if they saw a future where they had to lose a fight at first and then start winning after, they could not use this ability in order to allow themselves to lose until they want to start winning.
Okay.
Which is cool. They have an ability called Challenge Fate. As a reaction, they can impose disadvantage on an attack, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Cheat Fate, any attack that would reduce them to 0 HP, they can just negate it. There is a once per day limitation on this, but they can just straight up avoid being dropped one time. And then they have Destiny Breath, AoE Cone, it's mental damage, and then Saver Slowed. Just because screw you, party, you don't get all your actions.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to have some sort of effect with time or the future, I don't know what else they could do besides making them confused, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it is. They show them destinies, and then it confuses everybody. So and slows them down as they try to figure out what's going on. Impending fate. Anytime they deal a critical hit, it imposes the doomed condition because it shows you a vision of yourself losing. This is cool. They have prophetic wings. They can unfold their wings and cause visions to appear on them as a 10th rank augury spell.
Cool.
Yeah, this is cool. They minor spoilers for Revenge of the Rune Lords. Skip ahead 20 seconds. They actually use this in Revenge of the Rune Lords to help the party figure out, like, hey, this is what's going on. Go do the main plot now. They meet an Omen
Okay,
Dragon, and
cool.
he's like, here, look at my wing. I will zoom in to whatever's going on and show you what's up.
They're a movie screen.
Here's my PowerPoint.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're Phil. That's what
Mhm,
they are. They're
mhm.
you.
Yep, it is me, the dragon, but for the future. Uh, And then they have
So
walk the timelines where they create a temporary copy of themselves, and both of them can act, and then one of them fades away. So basically, they make a copy, both of them get to do something, and then one of them, their choice, disappears.
that is the cheesiest ability of any time wielding magic user ever,
Yeah,
making a
I was
copy of
surprised the Time
yourself.
Dragon didn't have something like that, but
Yeah, and I'm
it's
surprised the Omen Dragon does. That's a time thing.
yeah, it's really well handled though. I like it. When they have alternate abilities, forewarned and forearmed, they get daily preparations where they can shuffle their abilities around to gain different increased oh wait, it's yeah, that's what it is. It's these other two abilities. I forgot to indent them. They can either uh set their initiative to 13 plus whatever their modifier is, so they roll a 13 on the die, or they can get an extra use of challenge fate, which is that reaction ability where like
Mm,
they can get an extra reaction on whatever round they choose to use challenge fate again.
okay.
And then they have another ability called Link Fates. Two foes then become linked. When one takes damage, the other takes damage,
Okay, I can
which
see
is
that
pretty
for an
cool.
Omen Dragon.
Yes, yep. If you slap on their spellcasting, it's a lot of vision-based abilities, like you see visions, but then also a lot of time-based abilities. So Foresight, Visions of Danger, Freeze Time, Ill Omen. Love that Ill Omen is on here. I would be so mad if it wasn't.
Oh yeah, duh. It has the word omen in it.
Yep. Never mind, Scrying, Read Omens, Locate, and Hypercognition. Again, these are not exhaustive spell lists. They have a few more than these. I'm just naming the ones that I think are cool.
And iconic.
Yep.
So the impending fate, there's no limit to how much they can doom someone.
I don't know of one. Yeah, I don't think there is one. So
Yeah,
if
I'm
they
looking
crit you
at
4 times, if you somehow weren't dead from that, you're dead.
right.
All right, now we're getting spooky. Despair dragons. This design is one of my favorites. They look so horrible.
They look like some sort of weird alien fly demon.
Yep, with a fetal pig coming out of their tongue. So creepy.
Because like every dragon does. Oh,
Yeah, so Despair Dragons, in case you couldn't tell from the artwork, these are the manifestation of fear as a dragon. They focus on the study and manipulation of fear. Every single one of them has one obsession. It is fear. They want to learn how to manipulate it, how to control it, and what they can do with fear once they know how to use it as a tool. They aren't evil in the sense that they don't necessarily want to cause harm, but Their singular obsession is not nice. So they
Right.
tend toward evil, even though it is not an inherent part of who they are as a species.
It's not
Uh,
that like they're obsessed with joy or hope or something.
exactly. And again, it is not entirely their fault that they are like this. They do need to feed on fear in order to survive. It's not like the conspirator dragons where they need it constantly, but if they don't make people afraid, they will starve to death.
Dude, these are
Um,
Pennywise.
I mean, yeah, basically, yeah. Also, cool thing, you'll notice that these three fake eyes are not real. The little orange dot below them is one of the eyes, the other one's on the other side of the head. These three things are horns that have evolved to look like false eyes to make them look more scary.
And it works.
It works. It's awesome. Their lairs are specifically designed to be the most terrifying things that they can possibly make. So they are filled with cobwebs and things that make creepy sounds and traps and undead horrors that they've collected over the years. But it is just to create an atmosphere that is scary.
They're
Um,
haunted house dragons.
yeah, they are the haunted house dragon. The thing is, they don't actually like people coming into their lairs. As much as they love making people afraid, their lair is their safe place. It is the place that they don't. It is the place that is like their home. They truly treat it as like this is my territory, and I'm going to defend it to the death, and I'm going to use fear to do that. Um, their hordes are mostly research materials, which are books, scrolls, and artwork related to fear. It is not necessarily things that study fear itself. It is things that they can use to better understand what will make the people around them afraid. So things like, oh, I have this book detailing local crime statistics. I have this book detailing local folklore. I have this doctor's report detailing the effects of local diseases that scare people. Like it's so that they can know what their community around them is specifically afraid of and tailor their fear effects to be those things.
Dude, they could totally pose as psychotherapists, learning from the people and trying to scare them and maybe even scare some of them to death, just trying out new tactics.
That is devious, and I love it. They are generally solitary creatures. They don't have good relationships with other dragons because they have a tendency to scare them. Um, yep.
I picture
They
a baby one of these just going, boo!
Yeah, exactly. They do tend to like other creatures that create fear in other beings. So any like undead that specializes in fear, anything that has an ability that induces fear, they're like, you're cool. But they are still fairly solitary. They don't really hang out with each other that much. And then anything that induces joy. So, for instance, that whimsy-inducing dragon that we talked about earlier, they hate them. They're like, no, no, no. You're literally the opposite of what I am.
You know what? I can actually I've studied okay, I've studied fear. Um, so I can imagine because there's a strong correlation with uh constant fear fatiguing someone so they can't feel fear anymore. There are a lot of movies and tactics of adding humor because it breaks the tension of the fear and gets people
Mm-hmm.
prepared for fear again. So I could
Yeah.
see that these dragons actually might know humorous things or might be silly occasionally and then also cause fear.
I actually like that idea of them pairing with like one of the whimsy dragons and doing that as like an evolution. Like, hey, you can make them afraid and I can make them laugh, and then we both get what we want, and they do too. Like that would be cool because, like, you're right. Some of the best horror movies are the horror comedies that make you laugh.
Mhm.
Like, have you ever seen Ready or Not, the hide and seek movie?
No,
Oh, it's
I've never
really
heard
good.
of it.
Good horror comedy. Go watch it. There's a sequel coming out that looks hilarious. But lady marries into a rich family, and the way they made their money, obviously doesn't know this. The way they made their money is they made a deal with the devil, that whenever someone marries in, they have to play a game, and if the game is randomly chosen as hide and seek, then it is murder hide and seek. Uh, it's really good.
Yeah, 2019. I'd never heard of it.
I highly recommend it. It is very good.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look into it.
But yeah, other so their mechanics, they have fear sense. If you are afraid, they can sense you and they can sense you precisely. They can target you with this. If they can't see and they can't smell, they can still hit you if you're afraid.
And of course, they would pass you first and then turn around and go, gotcha.
Oh wait, they have an ability that lets them do that. Uh, they have an ability called Consume Fear. When somebody loses the frightened condition, they can eat that fear that is no longer there, and gain temporary HP. Love that ability.
I
Super
like
cool.
these guys.
hmm Unbidden thoughts as a reaction whenever an enemy critically hits them. Um, Enemy who critically hits them can either reduce the crit or become frightened too. So if someone crits them, they could say, "Well, you're either going to be scared of me, or you can make the crit not a crit. Your choice."
Wow.
Yeah, it's cool. I love the ones that have switch abilities, like where the players get to pick, because it's like, all right, pick your poison.
That's interesting. And like the character might think that it was a more serious, grievous wound than it actually was because it was going to be a critical hit, but now they're just
hmm
terrified.
hmm Then Inspire Dread, cause fear in a distant target and deal mental damage. It's pretty basic ability, but it's cool. My favorite one, Look Behind You. As a free action, they teleport behind a target when they hide. So if they hide, they just warp behind somebody, and it's a free action.
God, I love these guys. They are
You imagine
totally
this
useful.
face showing up immediately behind you after it hid behind something over there?
Oh,
Awesome.
we haven't even gotten to the tongue.
Oh no, oh, we'll get there. Uh, so, Shrieking Breath, AO Hikone deals sonic damage. It is just a terrifying scream. It
Of
is,
course it is.
yeah, but theirs is save or scream, and scream is you have to scream and spend an action to do it.
Extra
It's
points for role
basically save
playing.
or slowed, but with better flavor, and that makes it awesome.
Yeah, these guys have good flavor.
hmm oh, and then tongue decoy. So you'll notice their tongue has this weird, like, these limbs hanging down from it. Yeah, this is a thing that they can inflate into a humanoid shape and move it around like a little puppet to scare people. They can use it as like a fake target, that it can take damage. If it does take damage, they can't just like rebuild it. They have to physically heal their tongue in order to make it work. But yeah, it's so creepy. The
And they take
Archdragon art is even worse.
it is. It looks like it's a little slug man crawling on a floor.
It's real scary. I do not like it. There's a reason I didn't use that art.
Oh, okay.
Creeped
I
me out.
like the expression on its face is even creepier than the one that you have there.
I know, it was too creepy. That's why I didn't do it. I was reading that page at night and I was like, "And we're done. No more."
It's time for bed.
All right, when you get to their alternate abilities, they have one called Manifest Fear. They can create an illusory creature that specifically draws upon the fears of the local region. So they would create like back when Slender Man was like really hitting in like online discourse, they would have created Slender Man. Or like if you're in a place where they're afraid of Mothman, they would create Mothman. Um, so kind of cool. They have an ability called Cursed Memories, which is an aura where you get disadvantage on recall knowledge checks. I really like that as something you could do while you're exploring their lair, because it would make you unable to figure out what's going on.
Oh,
Especially because
totally. And that
recall
would be
knowledge
really
checks are
disconcerting.
secret. So like the GM rolls them and they just keep failing their recall knowledge checks for reasons they can't understand. Like good way to make the characters frustrated and probably a little nervous as well.
Yeah.
Or the players, I mean. But and
Right,
then Lights
players.
Out, it's just an emanation that causes magical darkness. The name and the ability are cool, but it's fairly straightforward. If they do have spell casting, I mean, it's all pretty basic stuff. Fear, Wave of Despair, Wails of the Damned, Overwhelming Presence, Canticle of Everlasting Grease, Mask of Terror, Ill Omen, like all perfect.
I love Whales of the Damned and Wave of Despair for these guys. Isn't Lights Out technically their breath weapon?
Um, well, Shrieking Breath is their breath weapon, isn't it? Or does it
Uh,
replace their breath weapon?
well, Lights Out says they belch an impenetrable darkness.
Well, I guess it's a secondary breath weapon then. Yeah,
Yeah,
even scarier.
it's just weird to 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 belch darkness.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We'll go to the next slide. I am coming up with my time limit here, but we'll do the next
Yeah, you
dragon.
are.
We'll probably have to start the next recording, but we'll do it because I want to.
Yeah.
Uh, Whisper Dragon, my favorite of the occult dragons. This art is amazing.
It's a snake. It's a gold snake.
hmm
It looks very
This,
Chinese.
yeah, this is the one where they took like the Imperial Dragon design sensibility and they were like, it's one of ours now. But Whisper Dragons are the dragons of secrets and knowledge gathering, even more than most of the other dragons. That's not to say scholars necessarily. They are an information network dragon, and I mean that very literally. They they have an information network. They build up a spy network around like their whole territory, which can be regional or it can be interplanar. And then they have an ability where they can just read the minds of everybody in their network and learn all the new information that the spies have gathered. The more
Holy
information that
crap.
they, yeah, the more information that they learn, the bigger and stronger they get. They do not increase in size and power with age. They increase in size and power as they know more secrets. They're so
Wow.
cool.
That's a really useful late game function
Yep.
because you can be part of their network and communicate with them through different planes.
Yep. Super cool. They can also send information back, but the information they can send back is more limited than what they can gather. Um, They still need to eat, and notably, they love humanoid food. So they have a tendency to disguise themselves as humans or to make their presence known among humans or hire a chef and say, make your food at bigger portions.
Irish chef.
Yep. So they love secrets. They don't always enjoy using them. So a secret that they can keep is just as valuable to one or just as valuable to them as one that they can use. Because once they use it, it's not a secret anymore. So it is a tool, but it is a tool that has intrinsic value in and of itself,
Okay.
which is kind of a cool thing for them. Because like if you a player interact with them, they might want a secret, but you can be somewhat secure in the fact that like they're not going to want to use it if they don't have to.
But
Uh,
that means that they can be circuitous in the information that they give. This could
Also
be really
that.
useful for a multiplanar hopping adventure, like Stolen Fate,
hmm
because the PCs don't have all the information. The dragon does, but doesn't necessarily just reveal all the information, just
hmm
guides them to different locations where these cards are, where they can get more information about what they're trying to do.
Yep. I love conspirator dragons for exactly that reason. They are so useful as a storytelling tool. Uh, so, like I already said, they build a vast information network of spies over their lifetimes. As they get bigger, these these go from like individual cities to countries to continents, planets, or even the multiverse. Like the arch dragons are multiversal in their level of information that they gather. And then they actually consider their informants to be their horde. Like their information network is the people. Like that is what they collect. And then the secrets that they keep in their head.
Then would they help people with their individual lives if they're having problems that the dragon can easily help with?
They can. Yep, they can do that, and they often like keep memory like treasured tokens of loyal servants who do good for them. Like if somebody dies, let's say they have an information agent who like just passes away of natural causes because they lived a full life, they consider them a treasured friend and ally, and they will like grieve them and keep mementos of this person that was both a valuable friend but also a valuable tool that like lived out its purpose. Like it's an interesting perspective, and they are more
Yeah,
than
they're
willing to
very.
help out. And God help you if you mess with their informants, because they will fight back, and they will fight back hard.
Oh,
uh,
I like that. That's also a good hook for an adventure.
mhm. Um, to the extent that they have a lair, they tend to live in luxury. Like they tend to love luxurious living, so they'll live in the nicest house in town or the nicest apartment, and they will have expensive taste. It's unclear if they will make themselves known as dragons. Some of them will, some of them won't. Because knowing that they're a whisper dragon isn't necessarily a bad thing, because people might come and gossip with them because they know it's a way to get on their good side. Some will choose to remain in secret. Others will be like, nope, I'm a whisper dragon. Like I'm the town gossip. We can chat. Like this is just kind of how I roll. So like some of them are bad guys because they manipulate people into doing things against their own will, but a lot of them are like plenty of them are just nice. They just collect information. So
This is very cute. They seem very easy to use and friendly.
super useful. Great for stories. I'm these spoiler, this is in my top three. I love the Whisper Dragons so much. All right, so when we get into the mechanics of the Whisper Dragons, they have this ability called communal knowledge. This is kind of what I described earlier. They can commune with their entire information network. They gain the effect of the status spell for all the members of their network, and then anything that was learned by those informants is automatically learned by the dragon. They don't have to like communicate with them clearly. It's just I commune with them and I learn everything that they know. So pretty cool. Fun fact, they do not have they like their memories are very good, but they're not like insanely good. So one of the things that these dragons have to do is they have to develop mnemonic devices to memorize everything that they've learned. Um, very rarely will they write anything down. It's actually considered like a point of shame if they do have to write anything down. They pretty much just develop memorization tools so that they can file everything away in their brains forever. And
And
good luck
that's a
getting it
real thing
out.
that can happen. People can memorize an entire phone book, like in our world, in
Exactly.
real life. So a
Yep.
dragon could certainly do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. They have an ability then called information network where they can use society to recall knowledge about basically anything because all their societal connections have told them everything.
Yeah, I like that. My
Yeah.
friend knows it.
It's goofy. It's weird. I like it would be very situationally useful, but I love it as an ability.
And the communal knowledge is only a 3 action activity. It's really
hmm
fast.
It's really fast. Yeah, it's crazy. Diplomatic solution, they can just cast calm whenever they roll initiative. Love that. By the way,
Oh,
you don't
that
actually want to fight me.
that just seems like BS.
Yeah, it's
Like,
awesome.
all right, let's start the fight off with no.
Yeah, no, no, let's talk this out. It's fine. Distracting Whisper as a reaction, they can cause a penalty on a triggering strike. That penalty can make the strike not a hit if they choose a strike well enough. Um, Cogitation Breath. It's an AoE cone that deals mental damage. Savor Stupefied, another dragon that you do not want to fight as a caster.
There seem to be a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of dragons you just don't want to fight, period. They've made most of these suitably terrifying, and I love it. Steal Knowledge, if they can force penalties on skill checks. They can literally take your knowledge of how to do a thing away from you, and then they gain it. They gain a bonus on skill checks that they have stolen from you.
Wow. Another one
Yeah.
that would be very frustrating to fight.
Yep. Especially if they're smart and like they target the thaumaturge. Guess what? You are no longer good at esoteric lore. Guess what?
Oh,
Yeah, swashbuckler, you're no longer good at acrobatics
oh, or fainting.
or
Oh,
fainting. Yep.
oh, this is messed up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Uh,
are the ultimate controllers.
they're really good. Thought Whispers, they get mind reading within an 80-foot radius. Just a cool ability. And then I love this one from a role play perspective. It's not the easiest thing to use in combat. So, unveil secret. You learn a target's secret, and they know that you did that, so you can force frightened on them because they'll be scared that you will reveal it. And then, as a reaction, you can force disadvantage on any skill check they make by revealing that stolen secret. So you can make them frightened, and then at your convenience, as a reaction, you can make them roll disadvantage on a skill check.
I see this as check with your players before the session,
Yep.
but make up some BS.
Yep.
Like you killed your first child because blah blah blah.
Yep. You could totally mess with your players, or if you know something in the backstory, this is the perfect way to make it show up. You know,
Yeah, totally is.
it's awesome. Look at alternate abilities. I love this one, draft contract. They can offer a boon, which is not specified, to a mortal in exchange for information. And then when the deal is struck, that information that the mortal offered is gone. They lose
Ah,
it.
ah, Oh,
This
that's
is the best
cool.
ability from a plot perspective.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
by the way, I will give you whatever because as the GM, I can determine what a boon is, and in exchange, you lose your memory of this thing.
You know what would be
Awesome.
really weird if you have a character who chose the amnesiac background, just have a
Mm,
random character walk up to them in the middle of a town and hand them a backpack with information in it.
yep, yep. Or have a character with the amnesiac background, and there's always like every once in a while somebody shows up and gives them something useful for no reason. And only way later do you realize, oh, this is my boon from the Whisper Dragon for the memories of the family that I don't have anymore.
I've actually seen players get pissed at that kind of behavior from a GM. I think that would be funny.
This is the dragon where player consent is needed before you implement them to their fullest possible extent, but they are awesome.
Yeah, okay, I see why you love them. I do.
Yep. Yep. Share sight. They can just straight up see through their allied informant's eyes. Uh, awesome. Super cool ability. Again, role play, not combat, you know. And then change shape. Honestly, I'm surprised that's not part of their base kit.
Yeah,
But it's fine.
I would always take it. It's necessary.
It's really important. And then if you have their spellcasting, they have a bunch of innate spells: Foresight, Retrocognition, Charm, Suggestion, Mind Probe, and Clairvoyance. All of
All
those
make
make
perfect
sense.
sense.
Yep. And then if you tack on the spellcasting set, then you get Overwhelming Presence, Telepathic Demand, really like that one. Disappearance, pretty good. Unrelenting Observation, Project Image, great on these dragons.
Yeah.
Scrying, Synaptic Pulse, and Rewrite Memory.
You just
Rewrite
can't be a
Memory is
caster.
really messed up on these guys.
Oh wow, yeah. Nobody uses that because it's evil.
hmm I like making this with draft contract because you take away a memory and then you rewrite memory to put something else there in its place. So you don't feel like you've lost anything.
Wow. Wow. I would totally just grab one of my players, pull them aside, and say, okay, so I want to do something with a Whisper Dragon.
Mhm.
How much of your story can I rewrite?
Yep. Or at least rewrite in the temporary sense because you now have to figure out how to get back to the real story.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, it is. These guys are awesome. Like,
Very creative to use these guys. Yeah.
hmm hmm All right, we are back. And once again, you'll have to judge by Jake's outfit and tell that it is another recording session. But we're going to power through and get these done this time, or at least we're going to try. Uh, I've clocked it so far. We are at like over the 5 hour mark already, uh, or we're really close, one of the two.
Oh, we
But
are. We're over
yeah,
5.
yeah. But here we go. Sage Dragons. We are still in the Occult Dragons. These are the actually, before I do that, um, we're not even to the Sage Dragons yet, and I already have to issue a correction. So I did forget to mention in our last session the Whisper Dragon, the one we just talked about.
Yeah.
That is actually the new version of the Brass Dragon.
Oh,
I
right.
yep, I
You mentioned
DM'd you
that
that
like after we,
afterwards.
yeah,
Yep,
that.
yep. So for those of you who have Brass Dragons in your existing campaigns and you want to update them, they are now Whisper Dragons. Excuse me. The same can be said for the Sage Dragons. They are
They smell great
also,
when they're burning.
yes, absolutely wonderful. Although you do have to be very careful to use them as a seasoning. It can overpower your recipes. Sage Dragons are known for many things, but their subtlety in cooking is not one of them.
Are there Dalmatian sage dragons? It's
All
a
right, the
different type
Sage
of sage.
Dragons, you might have been able to tell from the color scheme. The Sage Dragons are the new interpretation of the Bronze Dragon. Now, I had mentioned earlier that there are several types of Nerd Dragon. This is another one, as you could tell from the image. Um, yeah, so the Rune Dragons are the kind of academic nerds. These are the other academic nerd dragons. There's one more particularly nerdy one in the Primal Dragons, but the Sage is definitely the one that, at least based on appearance, really takes the cake. I absolutely love what they've done with this. I love the talismans and scrolls hanging like necklaces as like hidden information on their chest. And then I love that they spend so much time in their cave that they grow a moss beard.
That's what that is.
Hmm.
Okay. They remind me of the junkyard Muppets from the Labyrinth.
Yes, yes. I hadn't made that connection, but you are absolutely right.
Everything that's important to me in my life is on my back.
There you go. Yep, exactly. Yeah, so the Sage Dragons are similar to the Rune Dragons in that they are the super nerd dragons. So they, unlike Rune Dragons that all begin with like a basic fascination with language and uh, like writing and linguistics, the Sage Dragons are a little different in that they all kind of have a starting specialization unique to them. They start with something really specific, and then they slowly branch out over time. Um, Notably, so we briefly talked about the Whisper Dragon needing to do like mnemonic devices to help them remember everything. The Sage Dragon doesn't need to do that. They have basically perfect recall for memory. They don't need to do like a mind palace. They don't need to do anything like that. They can just remember everything they've ever read in particular. I'm not 100% sure if it's the same way with spoken things, but I assume it's very similar. Um, so
Is it
yeah.
visual too? Like they remember where everything is?
Um, I don't know that they remember where everything is with precision, like everything they see. I do know that they do remember where all of their lore is hidden, because their libraries, unlike the Rune Dragons, who can just naturally remember where everything is, their libraries are they remember where it is because it's perfectly organized. So, they a Rune Dragon and a Sage Dragon would have very similar personalities, but they would probably not get along very well because working together would be a nightmare.
Dude, they'd be fun as roommates.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. I am absolutely picturing a sitcom starring a
Yes.
yes,
The
a
odd
young
couple.
sage dragon and a young rune dragon coming to a channel near you.
If I could illustrate, I'd be happy to do that.
Hmm. That would be quite funny. Um, So, very similar to Rune Dragons, they are also extremely reclusive. They are not especially interested in dealing with the outside world, especially as they get older and the amount of stuff that they're trying to understand increases. So, they are very keen on having intermediaries and agents that work for them. Notably, the book does make note that these are one of the dragons who just like love working with kobolds. The kind of stereotype on Galarian is kobolds work for dragons, but this is one of the dragons for which that stereotype is true and probably where it came from in universes. These guys love working with kobolds, them and magma dragons that we'll get to in a little bit. But they have a tendency to just hire them, and they will employ like entire clans of kobolds if they're like big and strong and wealthy enough. So
They
they
wouldn't
can
rule
they
by
can sustain like
intimidation.
whole research communities.
They wouldn't rule by intimidation. How would they rule or like ensure loyalty?
So the new lore surrounding kobolds has kind of backed off of the intimidation aspect. The kobolds have this thing where they seek to align themselves with a powerful magical force of some kind. So they will naturally gravitate toward whatever source of magical power is in the area that isn't immediately trying to kill them. And then their bodies will kind of slowly adapt over time to that magical source to be of better aligned to it. That's not to say they seek subservience, just that they seek something more powerful than themselves that they can ally themselves with as kind of a survival mechanism. They don't
Oh, okay.
necessarily need to be scared into submission. And like with sage dragons, and you'll even see with the more explicitly violent magma dragons, they usually don't scare them because they're like, no, these are my friends. Like these are my little buddies.
Okay, so they get safety out of it.
Yeah, yeah, it becomes a much more like uh yeah, it's a much more like exchange of goods, service for safety, essentially.
Okay.
Sage dragons, they don't have a ton of information regarding where they like to lair because realistically, depending on what they're trying to study, they can be anywhere. So they give examples of like this sage dragon is studying the history of this town. So naturally, their lair is in town. This sage dragon is studying this. It started as a stream, and they've moved on to a river, and now they're studying an entire river system. So their lair is somewhere along the river system, or it might be mobile. It might be a boat, you know. So it's really specific to what they are studying, which gives you a ton of freedom as a GM to just put these guys wherever and like, hey, I'm the guy who knows everything about the place you're at right now.
This is awesome. Like Mississippi River Barge Captain Dragon.
I would absolutely take advantage of that as an idea. Oh man, one of these on like an old style riverboat near Alkenstar with like cowboys and stuff. That would be awesome.
Dude, I think that's gonna be in-house canon for me. That's
Hmm.
awesome.
Oh, you could even have them be like, "Oh, I'm studying the effects of the mana wastes on this particular river." So I just go up and down running a gambling boat. Yep, new
Uh,
canon.
yeah. And if they are ever like in a fight, sure, I may not have spells because I'm in the Spellscar Desert, but I'm still a dragon.
Yeah, I'm still really strong, by the way. I'm a nerd, but I am a jacked nerd. Unsurprisingly, their hordes are, of course, mostly information. So if you're looking for books, scrolls, any piece of written information, um, unlike Whisper Dragons, they will write stuff down. So like if you're looking, and they don't mind like just maintaining written word, as you can see. So if your characters are looking for anything like that, there's a sage dragon somewhere that has it. The one thing that is cool, and I'm checking to see if this is in their mechanics. Yeah, yes, spell scales. So they have this ability where they can take one of their scales and turn it to a scroll of any spell of any tradition. So that's pretty awesome. These are very rarely given out as treasure to like helpers, but when they are considered a tremendous honor. They hand you a big scale with a bunch of writing on it. It is a scroll. It's
Is there
awesome.
any limit to how many of those they can have? Because like in a combat, could they just pull one off and have it be whatever?
I think they can only have so many activated at a time. I'd have to go look at the mechanics to see. It does like it's called endless spell scales, but I think there is a limit to how often they can act, like how frequently they can activate it in terms of
Okay.
number of rounds in between. I'd have to go look it up though. But if we go over to their mechanics, they did some fun stuff here. They haven't their aura instead of frightful presence is eldritch interference. It messes with your spell rolls. Basically, like it imposes disadvantage on spell rolls targeting the dragon, which is fun, and it improves their saves slightly. So that's good. Just fun stuff.
It
Um,
seems like every dragon just has a counter to every spellcaster.
there are certain ones that are really like, yeah, don't fight this thing with spellcasters, but this is one of them.
Wow.
Hmm. They have Divert Essence. It's as a reaction, they can just gain resistance to spells that are targeting them. So that's great. Again, don't throw spells at this dragon. Uh, Mystic Facility, activate all spells and a scroll. Oh yeah, this one is they can activate all magic items, all spell items, all scrolls because they are spellcasters of every tradition. They count. And then their breath attack is called Overwhelming Proclamation. They proclaim some secret knowledge, and it's a cone that deals mental damage. I love it. I love the flavor. It's so good.
You're just characters in a story, story, story.
Yep. And then we all do. It's so shocking that we take mental damage down to our core. My favorite ability, Sanguine Knowledge. If they hit with a bite attack, they automatically succeed on a recall knowledge check. So by biting you and tasting your blood, they learn about you. It's awesome.
Wow, actually, that is pretty cool. It's like
It's a cool ability.
the memories are stored in the blood. This would be an interesting, like, undead dragon to take that direction. Vampires or ghosts feeding on blood and memories of people.
Yeah, you could do some really interesting stuff with this and just like that idea as a concept. It feels weirdly vampire-y, but I really like it.
Yeah.
Reveal shame, if they can basically like, reveal something that you are ashamed of. You make a will save or you are frightened or confused. Pretty straightforward. Reflexive understanding, if a spell is targeted at them, they can learn it and then they can cast it back. Uh, Again, not to be fought by a wizard.
I actually picture them stopping in mid combat if some wizard or some caster casts a spell that they made up at the dragon and just being like, That's a new spell. Where did you learn that? Hold on
Mm,
a moment. Sit down.
that would be cool. That would be cool. Oh, that okay. That gives me a funny, a more comedic version of that. Have you ever seen Team Four Stars Dragon Ball Z Abridged?
No.
Oh, okay. In their version, Frieza keeps track of. I'm assuming you know who Frieza is in Dragon Ball Z. Uh,
Yes.
okay, I have to make sure.
No, I haven't watched the show, but there are
Okay,
so
but
many
you
memes.
are aware who Frieza is, yes.
Yeah.
So in their version, Frieza keeps track of every time somebody says something to him as they try to fight him, like "I'm gonna kick your ass" or "I'm gonna save my planet," and like every time they say it, he just like lists the number of times it's been said. So like 17, or you know. And now I'm imagining this dragon doing that every time they're hit with a spell. I cast Fireball, 312.
Yeah, just calling that out. That's
Mhm.
funny. I like that.
And then they're kind of one of their other iconic abilities is endless spell scales. They can use their scales to cast a spell of any tradition. So your spell basically functions, or your excuse me, your scale functions as a scroll, and you can just cast any spell. So they are incredibly versatile in terms of spellcasters. They are
This is
obviously the mightier the dragon, the higher level spells their scales can actually use. So.
this is an easy contact for a GM to throw in for any knowledge that's required in an adventure.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's got a built-in thing because these guys don't like to leave their homes. They could just hire the party. Be like, you need this information. I have this information. I need a job done. Go do it. So, if you get to their spell casting, they do have some innate spells, indestructibility, dispel magic, synaptic pulse. I think those all make sense. And then if you slap on their spell casting template, manifestation, overwhelming presence, foresight, quandary. Quandary is nice on these guys. That just feels right to me.
Oh, hell yes.
Spell riposte also feels perfect, as does spell rack. These
Yeah, like
very
meta
much are
magic
the
spells.
anti-mage. Yeah,
Yeah.
anti-mage dragons. So, but very
I
cool.
think
Love
I
the
would have
art.
I think I would have too much fun role playing these guys in humanoid form. Can they shapeshift?
Mm, they don't have any innate shape shifting, but they can cast any spell of any tradition with their
Oh,
scale, so they
right.
could just
Go.
cast humanoid form.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
you
So,
could do a lot with this.
yeah, be a lot of fun to role play.
Hmm. All right, then we have the mocking dragon, the one which my daughter looked at this picture and said his name's Wingy. Uh,
How old's your daughter?
3.
Yep, that's perfect.
Yep, Wingy.
Good call.
She likes his big
Wingy.
smile.
Yeah, he's so happy.
He's
He
so
reminds me of a
happy.
clown.
hmm Not terrifying at all. All right.
No.
So, among the dragons, these are the unrivaled masters of wit, humor, and satire. They want nothing more than an audience and to make that audience laugh and to be praised for having made that audience laugh. Um, for that reason, they are extremely reliant on disguises, more than the vast majority of dragons, and they have a tendency to make themselves noblemen so they can gain access to people who aren't used to being made fun of, viziers for the same reason, and then poets and artists to kind of get that sort of artistic shield to keep themselves from getting into too much trouble.
Yes, this makes sense.
Hmm. They love using their transformations also as recon because the part of the way that they write their like songs or poems or plays that they are most famous for is by spying on everybody that they want to talk shit about, so they can hit them with everything that they don't want to be known publicly.
That makes sense.
hmm hmm They absolutely hate anyone who's wealthy or powerful, just by virtue of them being wealthier, by virtue of those people being wealthy and powerful, and having basically power over others in society. So when they have the opportunity, they most frequently use their skills to undermine authority figures. These are very much like the rebel leader dragons, if such a thing existed.
I could see them also just being able to be a complete jackass to someone and knowing exactly how to hurt them with words.
100%. Yes. The most pointed and like well received by the public critique would come from these guys. They are awesome. They are known for uh manipulating like citizenry in and stirring them up to trouble, essentially. And then they also have a tendency to recruit and encourage adventurers because they think that adventurers are just great. So these are ones who act. These are dragons who actively seek out adventurers and egg them on. Like, come on, go be an adventurer. You can go over here. There's like a secret door.
That's very cute.
Yeah, I like these guys a lot.
I could see
Also,
them hanging out in a tavern just to get adventurers to go out the door and do stuff.
100%. Yes, 100%. Also, they absolutely hate conspirator dragons, and the feeling is mutual. Uh, they are very good at figuring out where conspirator dragons are, and
Ooh,
and even if they weren't good at that, the conspirator dragons naturally get to positions of influence and power. The thing these guys target. Uh, once they figure out they're conspirator dragon, they're like, okay, this is my life now, is taking down this conspirator dragon because it's just who I am.
that's great.
Yeah.
Could you draw a correlate of like diametrically opposed metallic versus chromatic between the two?
Let me look because these are also another these are the copper dragons. So the mocking dragons are the new name for the copper dragons, and the
And that fits the lore of the Copper Dragons.
absolutely. The so it's interesting because the conspirator dragons are not one of the new types. That's not what they're brand new. So it's not a perfect because which ones did the copper dragons used to fight? I can never remember how the old layout was.
I think it was black.
Okay, they would fight bog dragons. That doesn't really line up too well anymore. It's not to say they wouldn't fight a bog dragon. It's just that they're not the way the lore is laid out now. It's not like a perfect one to one.
Okay.
So
I was just curious. It would be interesting to draw lines between people.
they would probably be willing to fight like other the brass dragon, the whisper dragon. But the whisper dragon, and that's metallic to metallic. They wouldn't have had a rivalry back in the old days. So
And for them, it would be more more good spirited instead of the conspirator dragon versus anybody.
yeah, yeah. Conspirator dragons seek power. Whisper dragons aren't necessarily evil. So they do eagerly pursue alliances, and then I forgot to finish the sentence, but they work with, I mean, they'll work with just about anybody who's not an authority figure, but they frequently work with rebels, followers of like deities of freedom, so like Caden Kalian, Milani, the goddess of rebellions, Lubaiko, the goddess of revolutions. So they work with freedom fighters essentially. That's their
Firebrands.
like yeah, yeah, the firebrands, exactly. Yeah, if the firebrands were dragons, they would be mocking dragons, 100%. Their lairs tend to just be fancy apartments in or near humanoid cities. They have a nice apartment and it is richly furnished. And as far as their hordes go, they're not as like wealthy as other dragons in terms of like the things they hoard. It's mostly just, hey, this reminds me of that time I, joked with a king and nearly got my head cut off, but didn't because I'm a dragon. Uh, so yeah, they're fun. Their mechanics are they're as fun as their lore is. I actually think their mechanics are more fun. Um, their aura, never fight one of these if you are a swashbuckler because their aura is you make a will save or you get disadvantage on athletics, acrobatics, and performance. So God help you if you're a bard or a swashbuckler or a like wrestler and you're
Yeah,
fighting one of
wrestler.
these things, you're gonna have a bad time. Uh, if you fail to hit them, they can use their jeer at failure reaction to get a free demoralize check on you.
Thematically, that was necessary
A
because if
hundred
they are
percent.
reducing your ability so that you will critically fail, there has to be a response mock.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Exactly. And then uh they have an ability called Vex. I love this. They use their tail to perform a dirty trick on you after they do a tail strike. Uh, and then at high levels, it becomes a free action. They don't even have to spend actions to do it.
Oh, it's great. They're just messing with you.
Yeah, I imagine like they like pull your pants down and have like they pants you with their tail after they hit you with it, or they like knock your sword out of your hand. Like it's
Yeah.
yeah, just great stuff. They do have changed shape because of course they do. Humanoids or animals, so they
What
often
the?
spy as like I'm just a
Oh,
dog.
spying.
Yep. And then they have my favorite breath weapon so far. It's called Hilarious Exhalation. You have three options. You can have a cone that is as laughing fit. You can have a cone that is as grease, or you can do gales of laughter, which is just mental damage that is persistent and causes deafening.
I have to. This is one of my new favorites.
They're so good.
I totally relate to these guys, and it would just be so much fun to
Hmm
laugh my ass off in a combat, mocking the PCs unabashedly
hmm
because that's the character.
hmm It's great. It's awesome. They don't have much in the way of spellcasting, even if you tack on their spellcasting ability. It's just not
Eh.
what they're built for.
Well,
But they do
synesthesia
have
is
like the good
BS.
ones.
Yeah,
Duplicate foe, perfect. Quandary, perfect. Confusion, more than perfect. And synesthesia, because it's great. So
yeah.
yeah,
It's overpowered.
I'd be
They mess
sad if
with
they didn't
people's
have it.
minds. I
It's
would
the
be
kind
sad
of
if they
cheese
didn't.
they should have.
Oh yeah, they should have cheese, but I would be sad if they didn't have confusion.
Yes, I agree. Or duplicate foe, honestly. Like, haha, it's you.
They seem like avatars of insanity.
Yes, yep. These are the dragons that would do like the Woody Woodpecker yell. The
Seriously, when I get tired, I laugh like that. And Storm says, "Oh, Woody Woodpecker's here. It's time to go to bed."
I love it. All right, now we're getting a little creepier. Umbral dragons. Uh, they're what I love about them is their scale. Their scales are so fine and so tight over their skin that it outlines their musculature. It's such a great art direction choice.
Yeah, it was a really good idea. I never would have thought of that.
Hmm
Having their scales be so close that they just like are wearing skin tight see-through latex.
Yeah, it's awesome. Umbral dragons are great. They have three eyes, or three pupils on each eye, for some reason. It's not reflected mechanically. It just helps make them look creepy. Um, but
Yes, it does.
yeah, they're great. So Umbral dragons, they are native to the Netherworld, which, for those of you unfamiliar, is the new word for the Shadow Plane. This is a place where like Zon-Kuthon, the deity of darkness and pain, lives. But they also live in places like Nidal, which is the realm devoted to Zon-Kuthon, Ustalav, which is the gothic horror part of the setting, Multhun, which is just kind of a vaguely scary place, and then Geb, the land of the undead and the
No
dark
way,
lands.
Gab.
I know, yeah. They also, it's not listed here, they also definitely live in the Gravelands, which is the realm of Tar-Baphon. Reason for that
Where
will
in
become
particular? Oh,
reason for that will become
okay.
clear in just a minute. They eat undead. Uh,
That
they
was foreshadowing.
yes. They eat undead. They do not eat living creatures, and in fact, living creatures will actually set up shop near them, because they're like, well, these guys eat the undead, and we don't like the undead, so like he'll protect us. Uh,
That is so freaking weird. An
mhm,
occult shadow dragon
mhm.
who only eats undead. That
It's
is
because they
weird.
it's because they developed in the netherworld, and the netherworld naturally sustains undead
Sure, I
beings.
know it's
That's their
logical
prey. Hmm
considering it like follows actual biology, but like lore wise, mythology wise, that's like the opposite of what shadow dragons have been historically.
It's so interesting. They went in such a cool direction. They also have an ability that is create undead. They make it undead and then they eat it if they're hungry. Like, I need a snack. Snap.
A mummy rises. What would you have of me, master?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I don't think I have this written down here. Oh yeah. In their hordes. So they love to get haunted objects because the objects will manifest ghosts that they will then eat, that the haunted object will restore, and then they'll eat it again. These guys are messed up. They're so great.
Dude, that could actually work as a PC tie-in to have a ghost character with the party that is absolutely terrified of dying because he'll respawn in the dragon's horde.
Hmm You could have so much fun with it. Yeah, this is also a good way to like threaten a ghost NPC of like, listen, buddy, we will just feed you to the dragon forever.
Over and over again.
They're like, what are you going to do to me? You can't hurt me. Like, no, he can, and we have no problem just giving you to him. So, unsurprisingly, they have a somewhat complex relationship with several faiths on Galarian. The faith of Urgathoa, who's the patron, like the biggest patron deity of undeath, She has mixed opinions on them because she's like, yes, gluttonous consumption, that is good. But then she's like, also stop eating the undead. They are my friends. And then Pharasma and her faith is like, yes, keep eating the undead. They are our enemies. Also, stop making more of them so that you can eat them.
Yeah, but I see like overall for Pharasma, it ends up as a net positive, and for Urgathoa, it ends up being like a you're okay way over there.
Yep. Yep, exactly. Yep. As long as you only eat the undead I tell you to eat, we're fine. Yep, it's great. And then there's Erasni. Erasni is the goddess of unwilling undeath. And she is like, no, undead are people too. Stop eating them. Uh, I'm undead. That means you would try to eat me.
That makes sense for that deity. They would relate.
Exactly. Their lairs, they tend to be near sources of undead creatures. So places like the Gravelands, or if one could land there, they would totally live on Tar-Baphon's island. Um, Anywhere where undead are going to naturally gravitate towards. And then they will specifically build these things in such a way to draw attention to themselves and say, hello, undead, come over here. Totally not a dragon that's going to eat you. Uh, they, they're like, yes, I'm going to make my house into a buffet that draws the food to me. They tend to decorate their stuff pretty well. They have very expensive tastes, and then they have a tendency toward. This might sound weird for like a being of darkness, but they actually put a lot of light creating objects in their layers, specifically to make more shadows that they can exploit. So cool stuff
When
there.
we're, before we're done with the Umbral Dragons, I have a question. I'll wait until the end.
All right. When we get into their mechanics, the cool one, the one right up here at the top, Void Sense, they have a precise sense that lets them see undead. If the undead's invisible, doesn't matter. If they can't, if like they're blinded and they can't smell or anything, doesn't matter. They can still know right where they are. They have their aura is Umbral Pall. It reduces light levels around them. So if your party doesn't have low light vision, these could actually be a significant problem.
But it's probably the
Um,
least frightening aura.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But given that they work in dim light automatically, that reduces it to darkness, which makes it very hard to see if your party doesn't have dark vision. So it's the least frightening, but they have other cool stuff to make up for it. Pin Shadow, they can strike at someone, and then if they hit, they can turn that person into suffering difficult terrain because they have pinned their shadow to the ground, which is pretty cool. I really like that one. And then they have Devour Undead. Their all of their physical attacks are Ghost Touch, and they deal extra force damage to undead beings.
Holy crap.
They're so good. Despite how evil they look, this is one that if you have a living party, these guys would totally like work with them. Be like, just point me in the direction of the undead that's bothering you. As scary as they look, they're not all that dangerous to living people.
Yeah, it seems like they would have an attitude, but it's just that the PCs aren't on the menu.
Exactly. They have Tenebrous Breath. This is their breath attack. They breathe out shadows. It is the worst of void or force damage. So it's void damage to living creatures, but if it's too undead, it just deals force damage. And then they can, if they so choose, change it to be fort save or enfeebled, which is pretty cool. I
Ooh,
like that they have that
enfeebling
flexibility.
breath.
But yeah, I love it when the dragons have an option. That to me is really good design.
Yeah,
If it
especially if it's not just straight damage.
mhm, mhm. Now this is where the umbral pall is a problem. Hide in shadows. If it's dim light, they don't need cover to hide. They can just hide.
Okay. So they
They
can hide
cause dim light
anywhere.
around them.
All right.
Yep. Yep, it's kind of nasty. Drain vigor, if they can basically like target somebody, say, I give you the drained condition and I gain temporary HP as I drain the literal life force out of you. And then tenacious shadows, they force rerolls on concealment checks. So if you're hitting them and they're
Oh,
concealed, you have to roll twice.
dude, frustrating fight in the making.
Right. Yeah. Now you're starting to see the problem.
Mm.
They do have an innate ritual for create undead. They
Go
also have one.
figure.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's how they make their snacks. And then if you do tack on spellcasting, they get things like Darkness, makes sense. Umbral Journey, which is the new name for Shadow Walk. Wails of the Damned, fantastic. Shadow Blast, great. And then Canticle of Everlasting Grief.
Shadow Double is also amazing. Isn't that the one that creates an eighth level copy of yourself so it still gets spells and stuff?
I think so. I'd have to go look it up. I think
I'm
that's the
pretty
one
sure
though.
that is the case. And on a dragon, that's BS,
Really
man.
scary. Yep. Really, really, really scary. All right. We got a couple minutes here before I have to stop the recording. What is the question about Umbral Dragons?
Let's say some high level PCs or a deity or just the Umbral Dragon itself makes an Umbral Dragon just drop into the middle of the city of Geb in a cluster, a nest of vampires. What the
Hmm.
hell would the fallout be, and how would they get rid of it?
Oh, it would be disastrous. Um, it would be really bad. It would depend on the level of the Umbral Dragon, but like the the Bloodlords would basically have to organize some pretty high level creatures to take them out. Like Grave Knights would be a good match for these because it can eat their bodies all at once. I highly doubt it can destroy their armor, so they can keep coming back and trying to fight it.
Okay.
Um, uh, Realistically, they could just slowly overwhelm it, but it's going to take numbers. There are very few things that could go toe to toe with an Umbral Dragon that is roughly equivalent to their level, but just because it's designed to fight them. You know, like if you get an Umbral Archdragon, realistically, you're gonna have to summon Ghost King Geb himself or like the other really high-ranking Bloodlords, like prior to the most recent, well, prior to Bloodlords, you would have summoned like Kemnebi, because he's the only person strong enough to deal with this, or like the general who leads the armies, whose name I can't remember right now, but like you would need people like that in order to pull it off.
You know, I see it as a weird possibility that Geb might sacrifice himself to the dragon.
I could see that. That would definitely be interesting because I mean, Geb is not the most tied to existence right now. He more so, and I have a feeling in the next couple adventures, he's gonna feel reinvigorated to start his war because I have a feeling his ex-boyfriend is coming back. But uh, up next, the fanciest of the fancy lads, the Vizier Dragon. I love the
Oh my
art. It's
god, it's
so good.
Jafar as a dragon.
Yep. Yeah, it's so good. So the Vizier Dragon. This is the new gold dragon, in case you couldn't tell from the art.
I have never seen this picture.
They are fantastic. I love what they've done. Fun fact, all of their clothing is designed to fall off quickly if they take flight.
Oh, that makes sense. That's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of robes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
when
love
they
the
unfurl their
horn
wings, it all just kind
decorations.
of falls off. So it's cool stuff.
I like their sense of fashion on their horns.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love how the name Vizier Dragon coupled with this art, it's like, oh, I know everything I need to know about these guys. I'm good.
Yeah, yeah.
hmm Really, really well handled. So the Vizier Dragons see themselves first and foremost as teachers of others. They are not the seekers of the spotlight. They are the guides that others need to advance upon their own journeys of like self-understanding and growth. Um, their goal is to guide other people to greatness, not themselves, and nothing brings them greater pleasure than watching their students grow up to do great things. Now, the definition of great is extremely variable. They are not necessarily teaching good people. They could teach a tyrant or a warlord, and if that person is turns into Genghis Khan, they're like, oh, they grow up so fast. Like they would be thrilled. So
Dude, I would have a hard time not speaking as Yoda with one of these guys.
yes, you could have so much fun with it. It's awesome. You could do so many mentor figures from throughout all of fiction. Uh, but yes, this is Yoda the dragon. Very rarely do they intervene directly into like events. After all, it did take until the prequels for Yoda to get into a lightsaber fight on his own. If on the rare occasion that students actually do need them to step in directly, they consider that a failing on their part because they did not adequately prepare their student for whatever life threw at their way. They're like, oh man, I should be a better teacher.
Wow. I mean, I understand that they look like gold dragons, but they're acting like lawful neutral.
They're really interesting and like they can be good, they can be evil, or they can be neutral. They are very. personal in terms of like what they want to make their students prepared for. But in that pursuit, they are all the same. That is kind of the defining characteristic of their species. Their horde is very much the pupils that they've trained. The students are the things that they collect. That's not that they hoard them physically with them at all times. It's just like, yep, I was the teacher of that guy, and I was the teacher of that guy, and look, they still write me their Christmas cards.
I could see that, and like
Mhm.
hanging up letters from their students on their walls.
Yep, exactly. They have a tendency to collect things that remind them of their students or gifts from their students, or like, this was the sword that my student wielded 1,000 years ago, and when they became this great, powerful warrior, won this tournament, whatever, you know.
Okay, Grandpa,
Yeah,
sure.
it's like, okay, it's fine. Yeah, the I like to imagine that gatherings of gold dragons basically turns into a bunch of grandparents bragging about their grandchildren and how awesome they are. Well, my
My
grandson is a
grandson.
doctor. Well, mine is a lawyer.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Mhm. That is exactly how they would interact with one another. Uh, Very rarely do they collect, like, do they go for bulk in terms of students. Most often, they pick one or two particularly exceptional people in a given generation, and then they train those people. Or they might pick one or two in a region. Um, they might be like, I'm training the best person in this city. Okay, they're dead now. Now it's time to pick another one. Or might pick like two siblings or something. There is one very famous exception to this rule. Have you by chance played Age of Ashes?
No, wasn't
Okay.
that the first
It is the
adventure?
very first one. There's a gold dragon. So skip ahead 15 seconds if you want to avoid spoilers for Age of Ashes. The gold dragon in that, before he'd be a vizier dragon now, he attempts to create the perfect society by collecting exceptional people
That
and
always works well.
unfortunately eugenicsing them into a perfect society. Naturally, this fails miserably. Uh, but yeah, he's kind of the exception. But the cool thing about these guys is their mechanics. Their
Hmm.
lore is I like what they're doing with the lore, but there's other cooler lore among the dragons, but their mechanics are where they really shine. So they have powerful utterance. They can cause they utter a word of command and it either stupefies or deals fire damage. Um, yep. And then they have Dragon Tongue, which makes them immune to silence effects. This might sound weird, except all of their following abilities fall under Dragon Speech. This is a series of word effects that they can do. These are the commanders of dragons. When you think of the commander class, that's what these guys do. Uh,
Okay, their mechanics are more interesting than their lore.
uh-huh. So they have Word of Avoidance, where they can grant a stride or a strike to an ally. They have Word of Caution, where they can increase resistance and grant breath immunity. Word of Wisdom to improve an ally's saving throw by 1 step. That one's a reaction. Word of Heroism to grant status bonuses per the Heroism spell, and Word of Vigor, where they just straight up grant regeneration 25. That's the high level one. That's the like
Holy
Archdragon ability.
crap!
And then their Dragon Speech ability for 3 actions, they can do one each of up to 3 word spells. Normally, each one takes 2 actions.
Wow.
They are the commander dragons. Not super strong on their own, but in a party, they are awesome.
Or just with like four of their martial arts students in front of them.
Exactly. Yep. Super good. If you do give them their spell casting, there's nothing super exciting here. Project image, mislead, human form, most of that, resplendent mansion and fabricated truth. All of that is just to make them better viziers without letting people know that they're dragons.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The mansion too.
Hmm. Exactly. So, yeah. The commanders of the dragons. Again, their lore is cool, their mechanics are cooler.
I created a group of psionicists who each had a similar magic item. They were tied together for reasons, but they were all led by one person who was giving them commands. This is a perfect setup for that.
Hmm.
If you want to have the antithesis to your party and have like the evil doppelganger party,
Hmm.
that
Hmm.
are like equal and opposite of the party that you have. This is a great leader for them.
Yep. Yep. Super awesome. I I just had an idea about this thing teaching a party of dragonettes how to be dragons.
That is too adorable, man.
Right. It's so stinking cute.
You know what? If a group of my players wanted to all play Dragonettes, it'd be like, okay, well, this is like your Dragon Daddy.
Yep. Yep. This is your dragon. What's the master's name in Kung Fu Panda? Master Oogway. This is your old turtle who sits under a tree and tells you what to do. Or this is your Splinter to your Ninja Turtles.
He sort of looks like a turtle.
He does. He's very turtleish for a dragon. And finally, the last major set, the Primal Dragons. We do have the Imperials after this, but that's only five. Uh, so the Primal Dragons are tied, of course, to primal magic, which of the four magical traditions, primal is the nature magic. That's what druids do. So Primal Dragons are by far the most animalistic. Uh, Generally speaking, they are bulkier and scarier looking than most dragons, with the exception of the Conspirator Dragon, the most terrifying thing you will ever see. Uh, they are extremely territorial, and their mating habits, to the extent that we know anything about them, are the most inspired by real world animals. It's like these are the dragons that would do like the bird wing display to attract mates or stuff like that.
Okay, so animalistic, you meant mentally and behaviorally, not physically.
Yes, yeah, animal, yes, behaviorally, generally, physically speaking, they just tend to be more bulky. They're reminiscent of like apex predators in terms of design. So like there's some that look like that have like the body style of crocodiles. There are some that have the body style of rhinoceroses, just in terms of general shape.
Cool, thank you.
Yep. Very rarely are they interacted with. Like of all the dragon types, these are the ones that are the most difficult to find if they do not want to be found. And based on their personalities, they very rarely want to be found. They're very good at hiding in their chosen environments. They tend toward very far away and dangerous and hard to reach places. So volcanoes, glaciers, vents at the bottom of the sea, places where there's lots of earthquakes. And on top of all of that, they are very temperamental. They do not get along with other people. Even a minor slight will just get you killed. And they are very slow to build trust with people. Just like just like trying to tame an animal, so to speak, the process of befriending one of these dragons is extremely slow.
Okay, so it sounds like they're less arrogant than traditional dragons, but they're more reactive in general.
Yeah, reactive, territorial. They definitely can be haughty and arrogant, but it is counterbalanced by a more primal, for lack of a better word, like instinct that they follow regarding
Okay.
this is my territory. I am the apex predator. You will respect me or you will die. Um, they the other thing I do want to highlight here is that um, they also I just lost my train of thought. I hate when I do that. Okay, we're going to come back to that. They are less prone to object gathering than other dragons, with exceptions. So they have interest in nature-themed objects that are adjacent to their particular like expression of nature. So adamantine dragons like gemstones and metal. It's very similar to magma dragons. They also like gemstones and metal because guess what? Those things come out of magma. Like those come from volcanic deposits. Um, but they do have their like particular fascinations. With a few exceptions, they don't really collect treasure. The biggest exception being the Cinder Dragon, but they do collect other things that they find extremely valuable. They do, however, like despite everything I'm saying, that we shouldn't take them to be like uh, dumb or unintelligent. They are extremely wise and extremely smart and cunning. It's just a different kind of cunning than most of the other dragons. They tend to think of themselves as the guardians of nature. Broadly speaking, there's exceptions, but they are very careful of how they interact with the natural world because they do recognize themselves as the biggest, baddest creature on the block, and they recognize that they put a huge amount of strain on the environment that they live in. Like it is really hard for them to live somewhere without destroying everything around them because they eat everything. So they're very careful. They're extremely solitary. Very rarely do they get together because very few environments can sustain two creatures of that size, and they're very
Okay,
conscious of
so
that.
they're very respectful of nature. That's interesting.
Yes, extremely. For the most part. Again, exceptions exist, but they are extremely knowledgeable about the environments they live in and care like fiercely protective of them, including from themselves. So very, very cool characterization. We're gonna start. The known ones are the Horned Dragon, the Adamantine Dragon, Cinder, which is the Horned and Adamantine are entirely new. Or no, actually, I was wrong about that. Horned is the Green Dragon. Sorry, Adamantine is new. Cinder is the Red Dragon. Coral is new. Brine is not new. They've had a brine dragon before, but it's functionally new because it's a pretty different interpretation. Magma dragon is very similar to the old magma dragon. Storm crown is the new blue dragon. Crystal is new. Forest is imperial. We'll get to them at the end. Bog is the new black dragon, and then Rime is the new white dragon. So most of
Is
the chromatics are in here.
is Rhyme like the supposedly weakest, like in previous versions?
I'd have to go look at their stat block. I don't remember them being the weakest, but I read a lot of stat blocks. I can't remember.
Oh, sure. But previously, it was a really big thing in the hierarchy of the dragons. They all looked down on the whites and treated them like garbage.
Hmm. Hang on. I got my book here. We will find this out. Because I'm an old man. I have my physical copy.
Did you pull out your magnifying glass to see it?
No.
Well, then you're not that old.
All right. Mirage. Phase. Nope. Past it. Where is it? They organized it weird. So for
Not a
those of you who do
sponsor.
end up buying this book, they split the alphabetical in two, um, for reasons. Sovereign R. There it is.
Why?
Because they cover everything in
Oh,
the Monster Core, and Monster Core 2 gets this awesome fold out art. It's like 3 pages long and it folds out. Those are all at the beginning, and then they go to everything else after that.
yeah, they have dragons
Yeah,
expanded
the
in the
Rhyme Arch
bestiary.
Dragon caps out at level 18. It is among the weakest.
They kept that. Oh, that's so sad. Poor little Whitey.
Sorry. Sorry, Rhyme Dragon. I think you're cool. We'll get to why I think you're cool.
I
You're not my
think you're
favorite in
cool.
this set, but that's not your fault. You're not my least favorite either, not even close. Okay, Horned Dragon, the most generically named of the dragons. They
Right.
all
It's like
have
a scale
horns.
dragon.
Yeah, this they all. It's like what we're gonna call this one the Winged Dragon. Why? It's got wings. Uh, I have further questions. All right, Horned Dragons. More than any other of the Primal Dragons, they consider themselves the guardians of nature. They aren't like unlike what you would interpret as like guardians of nature. They're not animalistic, brutal, or savage. They are extremely wise, and when it comes to natural things, they are extremely educated. They have an extremely limited understanding, however, of societies and civilizations, and they find the concept of settlements to be endlessly confusing. Um, so they have a tendency to just go check out towns and stuff because they're like, what is this thing? Why is it the way it is? Uh,
I
but
picture them
they're
like poking the walls. Why would you
yeah, they're
have
like,
one
why
of
do these
these?
people live here? Uh, I don't get it. Go live in a tree.
So far, almost everything you've said is the opposite of the D&D Green Dragon.
Yeah, they went in a wildly different direction, and I think
But
that was intentional because their visual design is very similar. Like you can
yeah.
tell this is a green dragon, but they're like, nope, it's a different. Like their personalities are completely different. Now,
Oh, it's the
in
Horn Dragon.
yep, yeah, exactly. But they did make a couple different. They did note that like, no, there are horned dragons that still function in personality like the old green dragons, but the tendency is to lean towards violence as only a last resort. Like they very rarely will they resort to violence unless they've really been pushed and it's their only feasible option. They are, however, very protective of the balance of nature. However, they might only care about the balance in a specific location. Like, this is my forest. Don't mess with my forest. You can do what you want out in the grassland. But then, of course, there's a green dragon in the grassland who's like, this is mine. So it's not a perfect system. They have a tendency to work with animals. And there's actually bits and pieces in the lore. It's not a mechanical thing, but animals that live in an area that's defended by a green dragon have a tendency to become awoken animals, like the playable ancestry. So, pretty cool.
That makes sense because dragons exude magic.
hmm so the reason they're called horn dragons is because the horn never stops growing for their entire life. And it is extremely versatile. So they actually have quite a few abilities that they can do. They can break off pieces of it and use them as throwing knives. They can imbue it with poison, like the poison from their breath weapon. They can channel through it. So it's kind of fun and cool. They have like a gore ability, obviously. They also have a tendency to weave plants into their bodies. So like they make cloaks for themselves to not get wet during the rain. They also like put fungus in their scales because it cleans them off and gets rid of disease and keeps them healthy. So they are masters at manipulating that kind of stuff. Also, many of them are druids in the religious sense, not the mechanical sense. They have a strong connection to the
Hmm.
green faith. Many of them are green faith practitioners themselves, and they often, I think it's once a year or once every couple of years, there's actually this huge druidic conclave that the green dragons host for basically just green dragons. But then if you're like a really good druid, they'll be like, you can come.
I like that. It's far more integrated with the world around them than the D&D green dragon who is
hmm
just a vicious brute who's also cunning.
Yeah, they did a lot of good work on this. This was the one I was most like, I'm not really excited. Just looking at the art, I was like, I don't know. But then I read it and I was like, oh, this has identity. Like, good job, Paizo. Don't know why I
Yeah.
doubted you.
On the art, it's green.
Yep, it's just a green dragon. Yep. The Archdragon art is a little cooler because the horn grows in the shape of like a Bowie knife. It's really interesting. Uh, it's pretty cool. Still just a green dragon though. Their tactics are, I mean, they're fairly straightforward. There wasn't a ton here that was super exciting, but they have camouflage, so naturally they can hide in natural environments. Makes sense. They don't need cover. Twisting Tail, they do have, it's kind of like reactive strike, but it triggers on movement only, not interact actions. But if it critically hits, it disrupts the movement, so it will just stop you, which is pretty cool. They ignore all difficult terrain caused by plants. Pretty cool, especially because they're going to fight you in plant difficult terrain. Impaling charge, they rhino charge you, and they can impale you on their horn. Their poison breath is cool, AoE cone poison damage, but it triggers their miasma ability. This is their aura. It's a poison cloud that persists around them until their breath weapon recharges. So, breath weapon, now you can't come near me. Breath weapon again, guess what? You can't come near me again.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a cool ability.
I could see them making friends with people who are immune or at least resistant to poison, like fey creatures or high level druids.
hmm
Or actually, even what was it? What is the other um alchemists?
yes. Could totally see them working with alchemists. They have trackless journey, so tracking these things and like following them if they're trying to get away from you in the forest is going to be basically impossible. And then Venomous Horn. This is kind of like Spell Strike, but they instead of a spell, they're putting the poison of their poison breath into their horn for way more
Can you say
damage.
overkill?
Yeah. Oh, it's nasty.
What? Just what? No, you don't need to. Okay.
Yeah. When you look at their alternating abilities, they have some fun stuff. Invigorating Spores, they can gain temporary HP and resistance to physical damage, so you can kind of make a tankier variant. Horn
Neat.
Projectile, they can break off pieces of their horn and hide it in their scales, and then like wave their arm around and do like a knife throw attack. Uh, Not super effective, but really cool.
Yeah, impressive.
Yep. And then Apex Dominance. They have innate dominate spell, and they automatically improve their degree of success on dominate when they cast it on animals. So if you're fighting one of these in a place with really strong animals, like, I don't know, the realm of the Mammoth Lords, he's gonna have Mammoth backup that is not going to flee from him. So cool stuff
That's
there.
potentially very handy.
Their innate spells, they have Earthquake, which is I'm pretty strong. Dominate, again, specialized against animals. Charm, same thing. Suggestion, same thing. And then Entangling Flora, just to make sure that you can't get away from the poison. And then for their basics, once you tack on spellcasting, Nature's Enmity and Desiccate are the ones that really stand out to me. I mean, I love Tangling Creepers. It's a fun spell. And then Unfettered Movement and Toxic Cloud, just to kind of round everything out.
These guys, if you're not actually immune to poison,
You're gonna
you're
have a
screwed.
bad time. Yep.
Yeah.
hmm
Something that's interesting is, have you heard of the myth that when you sow dragon's teeth in the earth, it summons soldiers?
I have not heard of that. No.
I think that would be interesting to do a variation on that with the horn projectile. Like if it throws its projectiles and misses the PCs, just have them hit trees and have the trees awaken and become like under their control soldiers.
Oh yeah, that you could totally do something. You could if they're high enough level, you could do like wood golems, or you could do whatever the word for arboreals, the
Yeah.
ents in this setting. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. The chonkiest of the chonky boys, adamantine dragons. These are new and I love them so much. Adamantine dragons, surprise, surprise, live and hunt primarily underground. They are capable of flight, but they're not super good at it, as you can see. These are so when they're talking about dragon life cycles in the book, they have a picture of a young adamantine dragon attempting to fly and just eating shit by crashing into the ground, and it is hilarious. It's so
We need that
funny.
picture on screen.
Yeah, I don't. It's in the book, but it's awesome.
It's not in the adamantine dragon
No, no, no.
section.
It's in the
Man.
draconic life cycles, like at the beginning, where they're talking about like the
Oh, okay,
age.
right. In the
Yeah, yeah.
biology and stuff.
hmm
Okay.
No, it's super fun. They are extremely patient hunt and skilled hunters. They have a tendency to just sit and wait if they know things are coming. There's actually lore in the book about one sitting on top of a mountain and basically fossilizing until their thing comes back 100 years later, and then they break out of the mountaintop, and everyone's like, "That was a dragon the whole time." So beyond just hunting, which they mostly hunt like things like cave worms, which are pretty strong on their own. So that should tell you how powerful
Yeah,
these things are. Yeah, that's
that's
their prey.
cool.
Yeah. They can absorb the natural nutrients from the minerals that they tunnel through. So they don't actually need as much food as their bulk would suggest.
Dude, there's a writing trick of upping the ante
hmm
when your characters when the characters are like really in dire straits, but you up the ante to push the envelope of stress a little bit further. So
hmm
like the party could be fighting a cave worm
hmm
and like they're almost dead and then they get rescued by a dragon that eats the cave worm. But then there's a dragon.
Yeah, yeah. Out of the frying pan, but guess what? Yes, they are so cool. They are so fun. So one of the other cool things about them is the adamantine on their bodies. It naturally collects over time as they grow. It's unclear if it collects from the earth that they are digging through, like it just gets stuck to them, or if they are ingesting small amounts of earth and their body just filters it in. Honestly, I think you could play it either way, and
Yeah.
it would work. They can remove it over time because it will get so bulky that it's a problem. So like many of them will live in areas with like sheer cliffs, at least nearby somewhere, and they'll rub up against the cliffs to kind of shake off the excess scales. This is reflected mechanically, and it's awesome. Um, they also have a thing in the lore where if they give their blood to an alchemist or someone who at least has alchemical skill, that person can use it to harden other metals. It won't become as hard as adamantine, but it will become stronger. So a lot of adamantine dragons will make like a little side business out of doing that in case they need cash.
They are the Philosopher's Stone.
They're so cool. Yeah, they're
Wow.
so awesome. They absolutely love entertainment. This might sound weird, but they love singers. They love actors. They absolutely love performance. They are fascinated by it. So as much as they like spend most of their time under the ground, in the rare instances when they interact with people, if you have a bard in the party, you're gonna be friends with this dragon.
Weird. That sounds very brassy.
Yeah, it's so interesting that they threw that in there, but I really like it.
I like it because it's sort of a dichotomy of their
Hmm.
existence. Like they're so bulky and they can't move much and they live underground, and the people that can like seem like they are flying because of
Hmm.
how they dance, it just seems magical to them.
Yep. Yep. It's really cool. They do some fun stuff. They part of their horde, not as much as other dragons, but they actually collect friendships with artists, and these are things that they will brag about. They'll be like, "Yep, I'm friends with insert famous artist here."
That's cute.
It's really
Oh, I
fun.
like that.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. They are they are neither inherently good nor inherently evil. So there are good ones, there are bad ones. Um, they are more than willing to collaborate with humans when it suits them, but this might sound weird. They actually get along really, really, really well with dwarves. Like classically, you think dragons and dwarves, you think they automatically hate each other. Not adamantine dragons. They think dwarves are awesome. Because they're like, look at what these little people can do with this earth. Like, look at the metal crafting. Like, they are so cool. Um,
Okay, no,
it's
I can
very
see that
wholesome. I
because
really like it.
the adamantine dragon doesn't themselves forge anything,
No,
and
they don't need
like
to.
it might swim by deposits of mithril or whatever,
Hmm.
and then like later on see, whoa, they made it into this giant falchion.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. They're really impressed by it, and their stonework too, because like these guys, they carve tunnels, but it's functional, whereas the dwarves are like, this is our art, you know. Um,
And they like artists.
exactly. They're extremely independent among dragons, like more than most. They don't tend to congregate very much, aside from just like birthing children. And then once they do that, they have a tendency to abandon their eggs. They're just like, your eggshell is made of adamantine. Nothing can hurt you. Uh, so then every once in a while, they'll just be hanging around their lair, and then a baby will walk out and like, hey, our baby hatched. That's cool. I just
Okay,
kind of
so
left it in the back.
they don't really feel much of a connection to their offspring.
It- yeah, there are a couple dragons that don't. The adamantine dragon, it's less like some of the occult dragons, like the conspirator, where they really struggle bonding. It's more just like, well, well. So one of the funny things in the art is they actually have a tendency to lose their eggs because their lair is covered in adamantine and the eggs are made of adamantine, and they just kind of think it's a rock.
Oh my God, that's even cuter. They're like giant squirrels.
Yeah, they're great. They're super cool.
Wow. I know I put my eggs somewhere for safekeeping.
It's
Wait,
here
did I
it's
have
in the
one?
house. They'll be fine. Yeah.
Wow.
And then the kid walks out from the back room like, that's where you were.
And they probably figure that the kid just doesn't need them.
It
So,
doesn't. I mean, what's gonna hurt it?
like humans, when our females give birth, the children are absolutely useless. They can't do anything for themselves.
Yep.
They need to be they need to be burped so that they don't have horrible complications from eating or drinking.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
draconic
these
males
guys
and
are just
females
immune to
do not have
everything.
to worry about their offspring in such a way.
Okay.
Yep. But not this kind of dragon anyway. Some do, but not these guys. They do, however, they are extremely protective of their own kind. As much as they don't hang out with each other very much. They're like, yeah, attack on one of us is attack on all of us. And broadly speaking, that applies to most dragons, not just adamantine dragons. Like they will defend other dragons generally, usually without question.
Huh. Okay.
Hmm. So,
It's a weird instinctive unity they have, even though they're
yeah.
usually separate.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Uh, Obviously, the environments they work in or they live in have a lot of adamantine. However, it is a question in the lore, and it's implied that it's a question among Draconic scholars on Galarian. Did they make the adamantine by their sheer presence because magic, or did they find the adamantine that was already there? They don't know.
I'm probably going to say that they grow adamantine because it makes it fascinating.
Yeah, that's the one I would, or it little column A, little column B.
Sure. But I
hmm
like the idea that the dragon can just be like pull off a scale and give somebody material to make a suit of armor or
hmm
something as a reward.
hmm all right, mechanics. They have some fun stuff. This is my favorite one. Abandoned armor. When they're at half HP, their scales have started to fall off. They decrease their resistances, but they increase their speed. As their armor starts to chip away, they get faster.
That makes sense.
Super cool. It pairs really nicely with where is it? Where is it? Might be on the next one. There's a thing on here where they can do it on purpose, but we'll get to it. Resilient form as a reaction, they can just do a flat check to negate critical hits. Pretty
Of
useful.
course,
Yep,
adamantine.
makes sense. Adamantine body, obviously their strikes count as adamantine. Makes sense. I'd be disappointed if they didn't.
Yeah.
Adamantine weight. They have their ranged attack. They literally pick up a boulder and they throw it at people. And if you get hit by it, you're immobilized.
Because
On
you're
a
stunned or because you're buried?
I think it's because you're buried. Uh,
Okay.
like they bury you in rocks if you fail your saving throw. So it's pretty cool.
That is
Um,
fun.
hmm Avalanche breath. They literally breathe rocks at you. So their breath weapon deals bludgeoning damage. It's awesome.
I think that might actually be my favorite breath weapon because it seems utterly silly.
hmm
They're
Oh,
like
it is
vomiting
silly.
rocks.
hmm and then they have burrowing pounce. They burrow under the ground, then they leap out of the ground, and then they strike. So you lose sight of them. They pop out at a random place, and then they hit you. So pretty terrifying,
I
especially
love
considering
boulets
they're
for
the
that
size of a
reason.
train car.
We totally need to use that. I love boulets for that reason. They're scary as hell.
Yeah, yeah. This is that cranked up to 11. It's great. They have, unlike a lot of dragons, they have swallow whole, so they can just eat you. And then at high levels, it becomes a reaction. They have rock
Wow.
tunneler. They do not need soft earth. They can burrow through solid rock at a speed of 40 feet. And then sky below stone. This is an emanation. They cause difficult terrain and slashing damage. It's not an aura. They have to actively do this, but they basically cause the rocks to shatter into sharp pieces, causing difficult terrain and dealing slashing damage.
Okay.
When we get to their alternate abilities, they have Cratering Smash. This is my favorite just because it's silly. When they're in the air, they can crash down onto the ground, forming a massive crater, knocking you down and dealing bludgeoning damage. And then that bludgeoning damage increases to the damage of a strike if you crit fail your save. And their strike is pretty beefy.
This seems like just a lot of fun to iterate on. To
hmm
like take this as a template, remove a few abilities, maybe change the color of it,
hmm
maybe remove some of the rocks and just make it a different kind of underground dragon because so many of these abilities are just fun.
Yeah, you could play with this a lot. A lot of these dragons you could easily just tweak and be like, this is a mutant version of this dragon. It has little traits here and there that are different. It
So if you're like a sorcerer and you wanted to be part of an adamantine dragon's life or blessed by it, then you'd probably be a dwarf or gnome or something like
I
that,
could see
right?
that, yeah, or like any character with like the earth or metal elemental versatile heritages, the
Or an
Talos,
artist.
or an artist, or a bard. Let us not forget a bard. Yeah, they also have magnetic roar. It's a roar that pulls metal to them, including weapons and armor. So if you're wielding a weapon, you have to resist having your weapon pulled away. Or if
That
you're
is
wielding an armor,
abusive.
you can trip. You will be
Oh,
knocked prone. It's nasty.
that is very nasty. That's nasty for any bad guy to use.
Yep. They have petrifying blow. I love this one. If they critical hit you, they can start to turn you to stone, slowing you or petrifying you.
I love that that exists. I have
Uh-huh.
been upset slightly at some of the teeth being taken out of some of the Pathfinder 2 monsters. I
hmm
love that this is here.
This is nasty, and I love it. This is the one I was thinking of. Repelling blast. They can shake so hard that they shake off their armor in basically a shrapnel attack, dealing slashing damage. And then this triggers that abandon armor ability where they get faster but less defensive.
You think they look like a wet dog when they're doing it?
Probably. That's how I, yeah, that's how again, I'd be disappointed if they didn't.
You just hear.
Yes, exactly. And then scything wings, they can fly and make two strikes with their wings on their flight path. And then if they have spell casting, it's pretty basic stuff. So implosion, falling stars, again, adamantine comes from the sky in this
They're
setting.
all horrible.
Yeah, earthquake, volcanic eruption, petrify, impaling spike, and earthbind. These all suck. I do
Oh
like
my
earthbind
god.
though, because I imagine it's just like, look, I'm terrible at flying, and now so are you.
Right.
Come sit on the ground where I could fight you. Also, you're on the ground, and now I cast earthquake. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, I have ideas of how to use these guys, not like how to use them in an adventure or even story-wise, but how to use their structure to make other monsters.
Hmm. Super cool stuff. Yeah, you could steal a lot of this stuff for any elemental themed creature,
Totally
or earth
fun.
elemental, I should say.
I love doing things that are elemental based, mostly earth because it's easy to relate to.
Yes. All right, now we move on to the most dragony of the dragons by far, the Cinder Dragon. Unsurprisingly, this is the new red dragon. You probably could have guessed that.
Whoa! It's like the color red and
Hmm.
it's the red dragon.
And it's on fire.
It is on fire. That's a
Yeah,
little unnecessary.
if fire was a dragon, it is the Cinder Dragon. We have the Diabolic Dragon who's like, I am Hellfire. This one's like, no, 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 none of that weak sauce. We are just fire, and it is way more dangerous.
I love that his eyes are like leaking fire,
Yep. Eyes, mouth, horns, tail, whatever these
but
spikes on his butt is, like all
yeah.
of it is leaking fire. This is the Arch Dragon. The lesser ones aren't as on fire, but they are all on fire to some degree.
Okay, well now I want one of my players to adopt a baby cinder dragon.
They're so good. But get a fire extinguisher. It will be fine.
I don't
Okay.
think there's anything in the game that works that way.
You could go to Ustalav and pick up some Stasian tech. They've probably invented something.
No, cheater.
It's fine. They have something. If anywhere has it, it's either Ustalav or Alkenstar. I'm sure they have fire repellent. Like,
Oh wait, no, there is an inventor gadget that puts out
yeah,
fire.
I'm sure there's a gadget. Yeah. All right, so I say they're the most dragon of the dragons. They are extremely prideful, they have explosive tempers, and they have the
Check.
power to back that up. They
Okay.
are the most infamous dragons in the entire Inner Sea region because they are the ones who are ready, willing, and able to pick a fight, and they do it frequently. As I was reading this, I was like, "Oh, it's Smaug from The Hobbit. They just did that as mechanics, and that is not a critique. The Hobbit is my favorite book of all time, and I was like, "Oh, here he is. I'm so happy."
His head even reminds me of Smaug.
Yeah, very clearly. Yeah, they like I already said, they are fire incarnate. Um, it is a useful defense for them, but it is also a tool of absolute destruction if not used like perfectly, and they are the undisputed masters. No one uses fire like a cinder dragon. Um, they tend to live in caves, makes sense. Volcanoes, because they're just straight up immune to fire, and then any structure they can conquer. So they see a tower, they're like, I want to live there. They just take it. They see a castle, I want to live there. They just take it. They are very much the conquest dragons. If they see it and they want it, they take it. Very little will stand in their way.
That's a very
Um,
dragonish dragon.
Yep. They also do not like to build things, so they have a tendency to hire underlings to just do it for them. They will tend toward, obviously, anything that can resist fire. So kobolds are very useful for this because their bodies will slowly adapt over time.
Ah,
Nari, which are it's the new word for the
Ifrit.
Ifrits, and then flame druids. They actually get along really well with druids who are of the flame order. Um, Fun fact, they actually also get along with Serenites, the god followers of the goddess Serenray, because she is a fire goddess.
Well, yeah, but they destroy indiscriminately. Why would she get along with them?
Because they like fire and Serenites like fire. They're like, this is enough to work with. Like we can build a relationship on this. Serenites are actually, if it's actually a strategy, like the book discusses this. Serenites will often go to Cinder Dragons and be like, look, you like fire, we like fire. Here's a bunch of treasure. Maybe we can work something out. Uh, in Garund, in I think it's Osirian, it might be Thuvia. I think it's actually no, it is Thuvia. One of Sarenrae's most powerful worshippers is actually a Cinder Dragon. They are named in the book, and it goes into like no, it's like a Cinder Archdragon who is also a cleric of Sarenrae.
Oh, wow, cool.
It's really cool. Yeah.
That is
They're
a relationship I did not expect.
yeah, it caught me by surprise as well. They also get along with other just straight up fire deities. So like Regathiel, the General of Vengeance, has the fire domain. He probably has a Cinder Dragon who works for him. His mom is a fire deity, like an elemental fire deity. I guarantee she has some alongside her phoenixes that work for her. So, but yeah, they all looking at their hordes. It's the classic dragon. They love gold, they love silver, they love gemstones because they love the way their flames reflect in the light, or reflect on the metal. They
So they
build,
have crow brains. They like shinies.
yes, they love shinies because they are a source of moving light.
See,
Yes.
a baby cinder dragon would be adorable.
It would be pretty fun. Again, you get your little gadget that suppresses fire, you'll be fine. Without that, you might have a problem. You have they tend to protect their treasure in specially constructed treasure cellars that they then line with obsidian because it is very safe. It is fireproof. Um, they,
Anybody who's played Minecraft knows that.
yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, I already mentioned they love to watch the firelight reflected in the metal that they collect. So obviously they have smoke vision because they have a tendency to set a lot of things on fire, as proven by their draconic heat. This is their aura that just straight up deals fire damage if you get too close to them. Um, if you hit them with a critical hit, they have a reaction called boiling blood that causes fire damage because their blood is so hot that it will burn you. hmm I would also make this, if I was a GM, I would also say that any attack that deals bleed damage would also trigger this.
Oh, totally.
hmm
How would you eat them? Like, how would you cook them? Like, they're
I
immune to
don't
fire.
I don't know how you would cook them, but they cook food. They actually love to cook food and burn it to a char. They will actually spit out prey if they didn't flame blast it long enough, and then flame blast it again because they're like it's not burnt enough.
Interesting. Then PCs don't have as much to worry about getting swallowed.
Yeah, no, you won't get swallowed. You'll just get spit out and burned again. Uh, so lucky you. Also, they actually do another thing in the lore. They actually do need to eat flammable material, as just to like sustain the chemical reaction inside their body.
Okay.
They don't need to eat as much as their size would suggest. They just need to eat some, but it's just the way the magic works. Um, greatest name that they have for a named ability all becomes flame. This is a curse. They can inflict a curse on you, and all the damage you deal, weapon, spell, doesn't matter, becomes fire damage. You have to spend an action to make this go away.
Wow.
Uh-huh. And it doesn't just go away like you don't spend an action to make it go away forever. You spend an action to make it go away for that turn. Then you have
That's a
to do
little BS.
it sucks. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so it's also invincible.
It's really
Great.
hard to beat. Yep. Um, there is a will save on that, so you can resist that.
But then
Um,
I can just do it again.
yeah, that's true. Uh, they have blazing wind. They fly, and then they unleash a 20-foot wide line of fire damage that goes 200 feet. Because screw that particular army.
No, I just realized if someone were immune to fire, then the dragon would view them as inedible and might just stop fighting them.
Or at least wouldn't try to eat them. It might try to kill them because they're annoying, but it wouldn't try to eat them.
Okay.
They have pyre breath. It is extremely boring in the sense that it's just fire, but it's
Yeah.
also the fire dragon. And to be fair, it does deal persistent fire damage and then causes smoke in the area that makes it difficult terrain or smoky terrain, difficult to see. So like they did give it that, which I like.
Still, this dragon is just a fire sandwich.
Well, the really nasty part is they have an ability called Stoke the Flames. Any persistent fire damage deals extra persistent fire damage. So once they set you on fire, you're gonna burn really fast.
Oh my God.
hmm It's
This would be
nasty.
cool to uh what is it called? It's using an alembic to make your alchemist fire into an oil that you throw and it causes persistent bleeding, persistent
Mm.
damage. So
Mm-hmm.
these would work really well paired with an alchemist cobalt that's just immune to fire.
100%. Yep. And he wouldn't even have to do anything. He'd just have to sit there and do that one ability.
Right. He's just throwing glass vials of, and it's just like the instant ability of an alchemist. I have fire here.
Yep. Yep. We look at alternate abilities. They have some fun stuff. Cloud of Ashes, it's an emanation that causes concealed and coughing. Coughing eats actions, so that one sucks. Inextinguishable Aura, it's an aura that their flames burn underwater, and all flat checks to remove fire damage are rolled at disadvantage. So screw you if you're stop, drop, and rolling. It is not going to work.
I could see Flames Oracle worshiping one of these as if it's the end of
Absolutely.
the world.
100%. Or this an archdragon is the thing that cursed the Flames Oracle in the first place.
Oh yeah, because it has curses and flames. Yeah, I like
hmm
that.
and then we have Inflame Emotions. This one is far more metaphorical, but I like that they threw it in there as an alternate option. They can inflame emotions and force a will save, or their temper burns so hot that they just hit whatever's closest to them.
Okay.
So that one's kind of fun. Spellcasting, nothing surprising. Cataclysm, detonate magic. Dissicate, fireball, that shows up a lot. Volcanic eruption, wall of fire, blazing bolt, and then toxic cloud.
I was actually surprised by Desiccate, but I don't know why I was. Like, it's a
hmm
really good spell. It
hmm
makes sense. It's fire damage. It's just you're out of water now.
Yeah, they just boil the water out of you.
They are a one trick pony, but the trick is pretty good.
The trick is good, and man, do they do it well. Like, it is the fight, the trick is, it's the same trick as the fireball sorcerer, but like, these guys are so much better at it.
Yeah. I like some of the weird things that happen because all they do is fire and all they have is fire and the
hmm
relationships they have with fire people and people immune to fire.
hmm
I think that's interesting, but I think it's inadvertent because these guys are only fire, so it naturally falls into a slot of the things that interact with fire.
hmm Yeah, given the box that Paizo put themselves in by making this the fire dragon, I think they've worked as well as they possibly could within the constraints that they put on themselves. I'm really impressed with how cool this guy looks and works.
I agree. And I like the aura effects,
Yeah.
especially.
Yep, super cool. The curse is awesome. All of it is anything related to the persistent fire damage. I'm just like, oh, you guys made this so much worse than you could have. Like it's so mean.
It really is. Like if you use this against your PCs and the PCs are not flat out immune to
hmm
fire damage in
hmm
some way, even temporarily,
hmm
you're a dick.
Yep. Or your players are really dumb if they knew and they didn't prepare.
Yeah, okay. The players were like, "Hey, let's go into this volcano. There's probably a dragon." You don't want to, an NPC
Don't.
comes by to say, "You don't want to do that." We kill
Yeah.
the NPC. All right.
Or okay.
Mhm.
The NPC is now a ghost and they're still saying you really don't want to do that.
The ghost of no.
No, yeah, exactly. They don't moan, they just go, no. All right, now we are getting to one of my favorite from an artistic perspective
Yes,
dragons in the
artistically,
entire
yes.
book.
They're very pretty and weird looking.
Yeah, they look great. Whoever at Paizo came up with the idea of a coral dragon, hats off. This is awesome.
Even the
Such a
sketches
great
were
idea.
beautiful.
And this is not something that D&D has. This like a lot of these are things that D&D doesn't have, but like they don't even have anything close to this. This thing is
Not at all.
awesome. So the coral dragon. So there's a couple different ocean dragons. We already this is the first one we're talking about. There's the coral dragon, there's the brine dragon, and then there's the sea dragon. The coral dragon is specific to coral reefs. The brine dragon is for the deep ocean, and then the sea dragon is for all the waters in between, plus lakes and rivers. So that's kind of the differentiation between the three in terms of the domains that they kind of reign over. The coral dragons are bound to the reefs where they live. So I really love the environmentalism theme that they created for the coral dragons.
Yeah.
When they are born from an egg that floats on the currents, and it doesn't hatch until it arrives at a reef that doesn't have another coral dragon, at which point the egg sinks into the coral and gestates, and the dragon is born with coral from that reef already growing out of it. It's awesome. And then they can't leave. They can never leave that reef. If the reef dies, they die. If they die, the reef dies, unless another coral dragon, like their child or something, takes it over. Uh,
I could see them like calling out for a mate or hiring PCs to find a mate for them just so that they can have an egg and leave their damn reef.
yeah, it's interesting. So there is one exception, and it is specifically for mating season when the ocean experiences a major change, and it is described in the book as like when a new volcanic island surfaces and the ocean is meaningfully changed. The magic binding them to the reef is temporarily weakened, so they can go out, find mates, lay eggs that are then cast to the currents, and then they go back. So they're extremely solitary. They do not interact with other dragons. But they do interact with other people, but we'll like other beings, but we'll get to that. The reef that they are bound to, that whole thing is their lair. They do not have like a lair within the reef. It is the reef itself. Um, it is also their hoard. Like they cultivate the entire reef as like this massive natural garden.
Well, it's
Um,
their whole world,
it's
really.
their whole world. It's everything to them. All the creatures within it are theirs to protect. All the coral is theirs to cultivate. All the plants are theirs to fertilize and prune and yada yada yada. Um, Unsurprisingly, they know more about reef biomes than any other thing on Galarian. Uh, they are the undisputed experts. That's according to them, but also they're right. Uh, they are not wrong about that. Like I said, they're highly solitary. They never leave their reef, um, but they are occasionally willing to ally with undersea beings that live in and around their reefs, so long as they are respectful. They actually make a habit of interacting with sailors around their reefs and say, "Look, I don't want you to hit my reef because you will destroy it, or you will at least damage it in some way. Also, you don't want to hit my reef because you will all die. Give me some treasure, and I will let you out of here." And treasure for them is usually something that they think would be pretty or interesting that they can put in their reef and say, okay, now the coral will grow on this in a more interesting way.
I picture them taking like a sunken pirate ship and just being like, this would look really nice over here.
Actually, that is mentioned in the book. They will take shipwreck portions and be like, this will look great. Now I'm imagining one who's really into feng shui.
Yeah, paint a red door on the pirate ship.
Yep, yep.
It needs to be
They're
facing east.
They do have some little draconic quirks. They're extremely vain and they are extremely self-centered. They're like, I am the prettiest thing in the ocean. And you're like, I mean, you're right, but you don't have to be a dick about it.
Well, but it makes sense. They're egocentric because they only have themselves.
Exactly. Yep. Themselves and their reef. They constantly crave praise. They constantly crave attention. And if you are going to try to work with one, flattery is your best friend. Don't be obvious about it, but like pay many compliments. It will pay dividends.
That is very draconic.
Yeah, yep, I love that. They look so much not like dragons, but they behave so much like dragons. It's a nice it grounds them in kind of a familiar landscape for
Yeah,
players.
they look sort of like a manta ray.
hmm Oh, one other weird thing. Um, they while they do rely on other creatures for like praise, they rely on creatures to go get things that the ocean can't bring them. They actually really like dragon turtles. They admire how dragon turtles are able to, like, how majestic they are, how self-sufficient they are, and how they are able to travel from place to place, and maintain some of that draconic elegance. So
Yeah, that makes
yeah.
sense.
hmm they are loath to admit this. They do not like to be called out for liking dragon turtles. They're like, no, I don't.
I picture them like seeing I don't know what it would be correlated to for us, but sort of like somebody looking wistfully in the sky as an eagle passes by and like wishing they could fly too.
Hmm. There's absolutely an element of that. Yes. All right, their
It seems kind of
mechanics.
sad.
It is, yeah, it's it's kind of bittersweet. I love how almost melancholic it makes you feel when you read it. It's really well handled. It's again, great book. Love this
Yeah,
book.
this was a good idea.
Hmm. All right. When you look at their mechanics, they have their aura is kaleidoscopic display. So taking after some of the things that live in coral reefs, they can rapidly change the color of their bodies to save or dazzle, or if you really fail your save, you can be blinded, which is great. Um, they have their reef bond where they're bound to their specific reef, but that comes in handy in just a second. Um, Biomineralize, they can, as a reaction, if they get critically hit, they can deal piercing damage. Basically, their blood rapidly hardens and turns into spikes that shoot out at their attacker. It's a very basic ability, but the flavor is awesome.
That is frightening.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep. It's nasty.
I'm
Um,
just thinking of how impressive that would be if you stab something and it stabs you right back.
yep. It's great. How do you like it? All right, they have hydraulic breath. It is an AoE line, so one of the few dragons that is not a cone, and it deals bludgeoning damage. Basically, they have hyper condensed water that they shoot at you. Uh, uh, Reef armor, they can build up the coral on them and have it rapidly grow so that they gain temporary HP and then resistance to piercing and slashing damage. And then reef meld. They become one with their reef. This has no time limit. They disappear and they can emerge anywhere. If they don't
Um,
want to fight you, you can't fight them.
I think if a group of PCs or NPCs were fighting this dragon and it went into the reef meld and they started destroying the reef,
Yep.
every creature in that region would be utterly pissed off at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're destroying our biosphere to get it
Mm-hmm.
an enemy.
Well, well, speaking of, there's an alternate ability called Primal Tide where they cause an emanation where they summon everything that lives in the reef and deal poison and piercing damage because everything tries to kill you.
Okay, I love that.
Right? I'm like,
I
why is that an alternate? That should have been a base ability. It's so
right.
cool.
I am honestly picturing little Nemo like flipping people in the face though.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's like it's like, okay, what happens? Well, he does this thing, and suddenly you're being attacked by eels, anemones, didn't know they could attack, jellyfish, turtles, sharks.
Octopi,
Everything here is trying to
urchins.
kill you.
That's fun, man.
It's great. Uh, they have grasping waves, where they conjure tentacles. Uh, in the lore, it's water, like it's flavored as like water tentacles to grapple and drown opponents. But in my like, if you're close to them, I would totally be like, no, this is an actual octopus that lives on their back and it's just grabbing you. And then they have Palitoxin. Their strikes deal poison damage. It's fort or enfeebled.
I'm
So
unfamiliar with that word, but that sucks.
yeah, it sucks. Yeah, the enfeebled, the thing I'm like enfeebled, I'm like, oh, if you don't have swim speed, your swim checks are about to get a lot harder. Hmm.
I like the octopus thing. I was still thinking about that. Like, oh, it has a familiar.
Hmm. And it grabs you.
It's like a kraken.
Yeah, yeah. All right, then we get to if you tack spellcasting on, they have Nature Incarnate, makes sense. Wrathful Storm, great. Crashing Wave, Desiccate. I love the
Desiccate?
Desiccate. Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
weird.
I'll just pull the water out of you and add it to my
No, I guess
ocean.
it makes sense because they're in salt water, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
And that desiccates people.
Hmm. And then
Interesting.
Hydraulic Torrent Spout, and then I love that they have Chameleon Coat. Like,
Yeah, it makes sense for their lore and for
hmm.
how they look.
Yeah, 100%. All right, now we're getting into the next water dragon, the Brine Dragons. I love how chonky they made them because they look like a beluga whale that is also a dragon that is also part like their wings in particular remind me of the seahorses that are the sea dragons, like the real world sea dragons. Um, you know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Oh, there's a seahorse that has growths that look like these wings coming
Oh
out of
yeah,
its
okay,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know
And
they
then
were
their
called that.
body looks very like dolphin or baleen whale-ish. I really like this. This is
It is
they
very chunky.
yeah, they look goofy in a good way.
You know, their
Okay.
body, if you just take off the wings and the tail, it looks like a dragon turtle.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. It's a good design. It feels like something that would live in the bottom of the ocean, which makes sense. It's
Yeah,
where they
it
live.
does.
So, according to their own lore, they are native to the plane of water. They're not native to Galarian. They actually came here, uh, presumably under the orders of Lord Kelazandri, who is the one of the elemental lords of the plane of water. So, one of the divinities of water. They live in his brackish empire, and they have this really structured hierarchy that they live by. So part of the reason for that is because their bodies and like the way they operate in the world is extremely rigid. Not that their bodies are rigid, but the way they have to use it is very structured. They have to control buoyancy, they have to control pressure, they have to be extremely efficient in the ways that they move, because life in the deep ocean where they live is extremely taxing. There's very little light. Everything is cold. There's not that much to eat. So they have to be like masters of what their body can do,
And
and that
conserving
leave
energy.
exactly, and that gives them a really, really rigid and hierarchical worldview. So within Kelazandri's brackish empire, they are each brine dragon is basically a lesser noble who then pays like loyalty back to Lord Kelazandri. They have their little fiefdoms that they rule over, where they're like, I am the Duke of this region, and you will listen to me. And then their subjects are merfolk, Athamarus, anything, the sentient creatures that live under the ocean. They tend toward merfolk and Athamarus because they're not like super violent or like malicious, but they would rule over other things too.
Aboleths.
They might have trouble with aboleths. I think the aboleths would try to overthrow them, and that would not be received well.
By anyone, even the
Mm.
ephemeros.
hmm Notably, physical size and strength does not determine like their relative position to one another. It is level of experience and level of knowledge. So you don't have to be the biggest and the strongest if you're super like well read or really well traveled. You can be like younger and less physically powerful and still be a higher rank, so to speak, within their kind of society.
Interesting. Sounds sort of like the Navy.
Yeah, it's really interesting. They've done some really cool stuff with these dragons. Their hordes, they often see their subjects as their treasures. However, their subjects have a tendency to give them treasure as a gift. These are offerings that they give for protection. It's like, well, these are the tithes that we pay to our medieval lord.
Where do
Um,
they keep them? Do they swallow them and keep them in their belly so that when they die, there's full of treasure?
That actually is not particularly well detailed. I think some of them could certainly do that, but they probably have layers within their specific territory. They didn't
Yeah.
they didn't get super into the layers. One thing they did get into, these things hate krakens, like absolutely despise krakens because the krakens try to eat their subjects, and they are not easily warded off. So in most cases, most of the brine dragons that live in the world are actually weaker than like the stronger krakens. But the brine dragons, when they do come across krakens, they just team up. They actually like form these large like battalions that then go after krakens and teamwork them until they die. They're really good at it. Then there's actually speculation on Galarian that like the Kraken problem would actually be a lot worse, but brine dragons have driven them to the uninhabited portions of the ocean.
Great.
Yeah, so very cool. Looking at their mechanics, they have aquatic echolocation as a precise sense. So if they're underwater, their echolocation will allow them to target you. Great.
Makes
Uh,
sense.
yep. They have this thing called pressurized pool, where they can create an area. It's a burst uh, that creates encumbered. Basically, the water pressure increases in a region and makes it really hard to move through. So you become encumbered. They have another ability. This is my favorite thing they can do called Pathogenic Barrage, where they do pressure pull 3 times and create 3 areas of the battlefield where you would be encumbered if you went. So they're really
Encumbered
good.
underwater really sucks.
Yeah. Yep. They have Tidal Surge. This is their breath attack. It's an AoE cone that also pushes enemies away beyond just like straight damage. And then they have Decompression Sickness. After a breath attack, the water pressure around them creates an aura, and if you enter it, you have a Fortitude save, or you become dizzy when you swim away.
I would make that so much worse if they survive the fight with the Brine Dragon and
Yep.
go back to shore or whatever. It'd be
You
like,
could have
no, you
so
are
much fun with it.
ill
Like,
for
oh no,
a
you have the
week.
bends now.
Yeah, you can't even move. Sorry.
Yep. If you tack on their spellcasting, they have a bunch of water stuff, everything you would expect. Hydro.
I love that you even wrote that. They have a
Yep.
bunch of water stuff.
Well,
It's all the water
well,
stuff.
tell me that's not your reaction. Hydraulic Torrent, Control Water, Mariner's Curse, Desiccate, Crashing Wave, and Aqueous Orb. It's like, well, yeah. Like
Yeah, they have water things.
this is even more stereotypical than the Cinder Dragon in
It is
terms of the
actually.
spells.
I like that they have curses because it the ocean feels like there should be curses, and there's so
Hmm.
many myths and stories for thousands of years that involve curses.
Hmm.
So I think that they need all the curses they can get.
Yep. Yep, I agree. It's really well handled.
Something I was a little bit disappointed by is that there was no mention of Dagon or Lovecraftian monsters in the deep.
No, no mention of it at all. I was surprised that we didn't get anything like that, but
I'll just assume
there
that
will
they
be more
pissed off.
books.
Okay, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
also going to assume that they pissed off Dagon because they hate Krakens.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, 100%. All right, Magma Dragons. We'll do the lore slide and then we'll skip to the next recording for the mechanics.
It's a drippy dragon.
I really like the Magma Dragon. I'm glad they brought it back from first edition. So the similar to the Cinder Dragon, the Magma Dragon is a manifestation of draconic pride and aggression. It is slightly less like stereotypical dragon, quote unquote, than the Cinder Dragon, but it's pretty darn close. Um, from the minute they are born, Cinder Dragons are incredibly aggressive, they are incredibly competitive, and they are violent, even with their own siblings. So parents, like parent magma dragons, will not really stop the kids from fighting with and potentially even killing each other. Not because they're cruel, but because their worldview is if you're not strong enough to survive, then you no longer have the right to survive, at least among our own kind. Like power gives you the right to rule, but it's not the only thing that defines the right to rule. You have responsibilities if you're going to be the ruler of this territory or this whole nation or even of just yourself. You have responsibilities that you need to tend to, and if you don't do that, then you are inherently unworthy no matter how much power you have. It's a really interesting dichotomy. Like there's a lot of might makes right, but also right brings responsibility.
I like that. That makes sense, and it's more structured than
It's
well
really
the
cool.
simplistic things.
It's not just, yeah, I'm the strongest thing and I can kill everything. It's like, no, no, you're gonna mess with stuff if you do that.
Is it me, or do its finger or its claws look like candles?
They kind of do. Hmm. And like those little flame jets that run along its neck too.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. Also note that their wings slowly solidify, and when they take flight, the chunks of lava that have hardened either liquefy or fall off.
I like them.
It's cool. So their lairs, unsurprisingly, tend to be in or around volcanoes. Uh,
What? Is that where magma is?
I know it's amazing. But they also have underground lava tubes. More broadly, you might see like mountain ranges. They do mention volcanic island chains, and I'm like, oh, one of these would be so cool to set in Hawaii. It would like a Hawaii-based setting. Like that would be cool and feel weird. I'm on this tropical island, and what? There's a volcano dragon? Like,
Yeah. That
That'd be
would
cool.
be absolutely frightening. But it would be very interesting for PCs because they can't really get help from a lot of other sources.
Hmm.
And they might be the only people who could do anything about it.
Hmm. Yeah, I actually think they name drop these things in or for the Polynesian inspired section of Tian Sha because it's a volcanic chain of islands. But
Oh,
I was like, that would
okay.
be cool. Um, but their diet is funny. They're omnivorous, but they tend toward meats. But they love seafood and they really love ice cream. They found
Why ice cream?
they at one point after the invention of ice cream, a magma dragon discovered it, and then he loved it so much he told all his friends, and now they make a habit of going into settlements and be like, "Do you have ice cream? I've heard of ice cream."
This is
I don't know
freaking
where this
cute. They
came
just
from. I
stopped
just
being
love it.
evil in my mind, and now they're just needy kids.
Hmm. Yeah, even the evil ones will be like, "Okay, listen, I could burn down your whole village, or you could get me some ice cream. I don't really care which one. I mean, I do. It's the ice cream, but
I kind of like the idea of like one of the dragons being like, I want to learn how to make the ice cream. And then somebody actually tries to teach the dragon and they just melt it constantly. So they can't get it cold enough.
yep,
So
that
they
would be
have to
so
give up
funny.
and make a deal with humanoids to make ice cream for them.
Hmm. I also
This
love
is
that they love
cool.
seafood because the last place I would like the I imagine it's because they can't go in water or they're gonna, solidify and die. I imagine seafood is like this weird delicacy where they're like, ah, yes, the place I can't go with all the delicious food.
I know this is crazy, but my mind went to salmon ice cream.
Ugh, ugh, sorry. I really don't like salmon.
How about scallop ice cream? It's about textures.
Okay, I can see where you're going with it. I'm not gonna eat it. You're welcome to.
Okay.
I made scallops one time, and my wife said, "You are never making those again." I was like, "Why?" She's like, "It is 3 days later, and I still smell scallops." And I was like, "Okay, fine."
Yeah, that's not a good outcome. No,
Hmm.
nobody wants that.
Hmm. Now, I mentioned this briefly when I was talking about the Cinder Dragons, I think. These dragons also love kobolds. Um,
Oh yeah, you did.
but even more than the Cinder Dragons, they actually treat kobolds incredibly respectfully. Like a disproportionate amount of respect will be given to kobolds, even if it's like an arch dragon talking to a low-level kobold.
This is
They will
weird.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Um, they have a tendency to compete over kobold tribes. So, like, if there's two magma dragons and there's a kobold tribe that kind of lives between them, they will fight each other and be like, "I want those guys to work for me." And then
Dude, this is an entire campaign.
yep, once they've worked with them long enough and kind of earned their trust, they will go to the kobolds and be like, "Look, I have a bunch of eggs. Protect them. You are my babysitters now." But yeah, it's cool. And just like Cinder Dragons, these guys will sustain like whole kobold tribes.
I'm picturing like I know it's a weird correlation, but Smurfs
Hmm.
in,
That is a weird
in
correlation, but go on.
in their village, and then like on either side in mountain ranges are just like big bosses that want to work with
Mm.
these guys,
Hmm.
and they have no animosity at all toward the Smurfs.
Hmm.
But Smurfs might get caught in the middle, need some
Hmm.
help getting out of it.
Yeah. Yep. Listen, we know we're great, but can you please, Mr. Adventurer, go talk to these dragons and make them stop fighting over us? We can work out a like labor sharing agreement. It'll be fine.
That's cool. Yeah. Man, that could be a whole chain of adventures. That could be fun.
Yeah, I love that they managed to make the magma dragons who were previous. I mean, they were pretty brutish back in first edition. They actually
Now they're
managed to make
cute.
they're fun. Like they've got these weird quirks about them that make them way more interesting. And like,
Quirks are important.
yeah, it's like, yeah, of course they can still be brutish, violent dicks, but like now they are dicks who like ice cream and kobolds and
Right.
seafood.
Not all mixed together.
No, no, no. All right.
Now I'm picturing kobolds trying to make ice cream, and like one of them falls in and they just keep stirring
It's fine. Don't tell the boss.
it.
All
Yeah,
right.
I like that. And any PC, any character of any kind needs quirks, needs
Hmm.
something that contradicts or contrasts the rest of the character. Otherwise, they're boring.
Hmm.
Just saying these guys are brutish, they set fire to everything. Meh.
Yeah, it's like, no, that's the Cinder Dragon, but like in a good way.
But even they have more nuance.
That is true, yes.
Oh, we're at less than a minute.
All right, Magma Dragons. Mechanics. So when we look at their non-spell tactics, they have their breath weapon is Pyroclastic Breath. It deals both fire and bludgeoning damage, which I love.
Me too.
And then they have an ability called Volcanic Purge, where if you fail your saving throw, it starts dealing persistent fire damage because the lava got on you. They have Magma Burrow, so if you're fighting them in a volcano, don't, because they can burrow through the lava, and
Don't.
you can't.
I like that they said burrow instead of swim. It's
Yeah,
not water, folks.
yeah,
It's
it is
rock.
it's cool. I like that. They thought about it. It's nice. They interestingly, not part of their lore, they have changed shape. Like the lore doesn't discuss it at all, but they can just turn into a medium humanoid, unlike fire dragons, which is very cool.
I totally see them just playing with people, like posing like a nymph
Hmm.
in a volcano instead of like at a beautiful spring or something, and just posing as like this helpless little fey creature that needs someone to rescue it, and then just eating them.
Yeah. I also think I'm wondering if like maybe they have this because their body is lava and they can kind of liquefy into a new shape because that's what I
Oh,
would make
right.
it
I
look
see
like.
that. Yeah.
Make it like that scene in Terminator 2 where the T-1000 has like all the fire around it and it slowly reforms.
Yeah.
Hmm. My favorite thing they can do, Magma Tomb. They spit magma at you that deals fire and bludgeoning damage, and then if you fail your save, the magma hardens and you're stuck inside a rock.
I love that. In
Right?
previous editions of D&D, it's been very hard to find something that does lava that solidifies and actually uses the lava as more than just fire damage. So the
Hmm.
persistent damage of lava sticking to you, great. But the being encased in rock, even better.
Yeah, so cool. Awesome. I love that ability. And then they have Cataclysm. It's just an AoE burst that deals fire and bludgeoning damage. It's basic, but given how cool everything else is, a basic ability on here is fine.
Hmm.
For their spellcasting, they do have they have breathe fire at will. I would be super disappointed if they didn't, so I'm glad that's there. That then it splits into kind of two sets. You have the fire spells and the rock spells, wall of fire, fireball, fiery body, and volcanic explosion or volcanic eruption. Then they also have petrify, wall of stone, and earthquake. I love that they get both and not just a bunch of fire spells. It's a
I agree.
really nice piece of the identity.
What would Fiery Body do for them?
I like to picture it as, I mean, you get all the mechanical benefits of fiery body, but then I imagine that like it in my flavor, it would be like, oh, all of that hardened magma heats up and liquefies. Like that's how I would flavor it. Like
That would be fun.
their internal temperature rises so much that they go into like a liquid state.
Yeah, instead of casting a spell, they're just like concentrating on being angry.
Yep, exactly. All right. Cloud dragons. These are some of the sky associated dragons. Um, the lore in the book specifically says they're like cats, and specifically house cats.
That's right. You told me about that.
Yep. So they are playful, they are cruel, they are aloof, and they are kind, and they fly between these moods in rapid succession in an order and frequency that doesn't make sense to anybody but they themselves. Uh, they're also extremely spontaneous. They will do whatever they feel like doing. And because they're a dragon, very little can actually get in the way of what they want to do and stop them. They have very short attention spans, but that attention span is super intense. They will get incredibly obsessive about something, and then they get bored and find something else to be obsessed about. Uh, so they're kind of good at everything. And I say jack of all trades, master of most. By dragon standards, they are a master of none, but they're dragons. By human standards, they're master of most of the things that they try.
That's funny.
Hmm. So their lairs. So unlike some dragons, they cannot fly forever. Despite being cloud dragons, they cannot make themselves light as clouds by any like major aspect of their biology or anything. So they choose to layer on physical objects that are as close to the sky as they can possibly get. Most commonly mountain peaks, but also like if you're in a really deep forest, a really high treetop, they will make a nest there. And now I'm picturing the biggest eagle's nest you have ever seen.
Yeah, that makes more sense than what I was picturing them coiling around the trunk of a tree. But like sequoias,
Hmm.
they could be inside the tree at the top.
100%. Yep. Especially younger ones.
Hmm.
Their physical body is extremely light. So I said that they can't just like float among the clouds forever. That is true, but given how big they are, they actually are extremely light, especially compared to other dragons. Um, at the same time, it means that they don't actually need to consume that much energy in order to move around. So when they do hunt, they can hunt their favorite prey, which is birds. They enjoy the hunt of going after other air-based animals. They think it's more fun. And because they don't need as much energy, they can actually do that because birds are, not very heavy and not super nutritious. So,
I have to say that I wish I hadn't interrupted you then because I forgot the name of the adventure that I was running. The harrowing one.
mm, yep. Stolen Fate.
Yeah, thank you. When I was running Stolen Fate, I really enjoyed playing the Cloud Dragon in that
Hmm.
because of her mercurial nature. I was like, okay, if the PCs try anything, I'm gonna have her fascinated with it.
Hmm.
And they
You could,
tried to,
yes. That is a brilliant way to play them.
it was really fun because they one of them was a chef and he started preparing a meal of I think sushi or something like that, and she was just fascinated with the fact that he was cooking something.
Hmm. Yeah, that is exactly how you should play it. Like that was an inspired choice as a GM. That's 100% how you should do that. Uh, excuse me. Their hordes are extremely eclectic, which is a nice way of saying it's everything that they were super interested in that then got bored with. So it's like, oh yeah, that's from when I was a painter for 2 weeks.
For
Uh,
2 weeks.
yep.
I mastered it and I got bored.
Yep, exactly. I'm halfway through making this planet's Mona Lisa, but I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah, it's like half done on an easel, and the easel's like tilted to the side and
Yep.
covered in gems.
Yeah, it's shoved to the side so they can work on their erector set. These
Yeah.
are my Legos. None of the sets are complete. This is my Magic the Gathering deck. I still need to pick up a few extra cards the next time I stop by the store.
Yeah. Wow.
Hmm.
That's not like me. Like I actually spent time and obsession creating 25 magic decks. I
Nice.
just had them in different boxes.
I have three, and I'm like, I can't afford to do more than this.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Hmm.
I was a teenager and stupid with money, so
Oh, yeah, yeah. I didn't get into it until I was a parent, and by that time it was too late.
yeah, because then you have responsibility and you know
Hmm.
how much it really costs.
Yep, it's like okay, I got my vampires, I got my mono red aggro, and I got my little white army deck. I'm done. I can't afford to do any more than this. And then their horde, the other thing in their hordes, they also have a tendency to just grab anything that sounds interesting or looks cool. So just like red dragons, they have the ooh shiny syndrome. They'll just pick up something. They don't always steal. Sometimes they will leave stuff in payment, but it is not always even. Uh, they don't really have a good understanding of what value is. So they might overpay, they might underpay, or they might just steal. Uh,
Yeah, sometimes like cats, a cat will just steal a bag of pork chops right off your kitchen counter.
very cat-like. No word yet on if these dragons will knock cups off of counters for no reason.
Oh, of course they will.
Probably. If you find a
Maybe
counter
even
big
just because
enough.
they can.
Yes, exactly. If we get into their mechanics, they have Thundercloud Breath. It's an AoE cone of electricity damage. Pretty solid. Not my favorite electricity one because the Storm Crown Dragon really takes the cake. But their premier ability, the thing that makes them special, is Dragon Mist. Now, on its own, this doesn't sound super interesting. They can create a burst of concealing mist uh in the battlefield, and then it is permanent, but if you have a wind effect, it will blow it away. They have an ability called Master of Clouds. When they roll initiative, they do Dragon Mist. Then they have Shapes in the Fog. They can, if you're in Dragon Mist, they can force a will save to make you off guard because they can shape the mist into things that make it look like bad guys. Then they have Mist Step. They can teleport between Dragon Mist bursts, and they can lay as many of these on the field as they want to. Oh, and then they have Toothsome Air. They can make claw and bite strikes from every single Dragon Mist within 100 feet of them. So if you let these things set up on the battlefield, they are a nightmare to fight.
And from the youngest uh form of them, they can use vapor form, so they can also just blend in with the mist.
Yep. Yep. I when I read Dragon Mist, I was like, that's kind of lame. And then I saw that, oh, their whole kit is built around this and it's built really well.
Hmm.
I'm I applaud Paizo. This is really good design.
I
Makes
love
these
the toothsome air. That's creative.
right. Yeah, super cool. Their spell casting, it's got two kind of subsets of spells. They have the lightning spells, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, and Wrathful Storm, all pretty solid. And then the air-based spells, Tailwind, Haste, Howling Blizzard, and Punishing Winds. Again, great flavor. I love that they like it's like, yeah, they're not just lightning, they're not just air, they're both. So well done.
I love that at third level they have lightning, at fourth level they have lightning, at fifth level they have lightning, at sixth level they have chain lightning.
Yeah, listen, we're playing the hits. It's like how the magma dragon has at will breath of fire. It's like, well, yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
it's its gimmick. It has to have a gimmick, a thing you do.
hmm hmm All
But they
right,
are
now we're
really fun to
getting
role
to
play.
another one. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, but they are really fun to role play for GM.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now, unfortunately, we go from talking to a pretty cool dragon that is adjacent to lightning to the coolest dragon that is also lightning based. So unfortunately, the cloud dragon takes gets a bit of a hit due to positioning. But the Storm Crown Dragon, this is the new blue dragon. They are amazing. Spoiler alert, they're in my top three. I love these guys.
I love their wings with the lightning tendrils at the end.
Right? So cool. And then, did you notice that their head has a metallic mask as a crest? That's
Oh
their
my
whole,
God,
yeah,
I didn't.
that is a naturally occurring crest on top of their head. And it's got like these metallic deer antlers that grow as they age.
I saw that. I just kind of figured it was all part of their body. I didn't really think of the mask as being separate.
And it is
Looks
part of their
almost like a
body, but
wolf.
it is distinct in terms of material makeup from the rest of their body. It's super cool. All right, so Stormcrown Dragons. Sorry, did you have a question?
I just was wondering what it was made of, mithril or something.
It doesn't say. It just says metal. Some kind of conductive metal. I would flavor it as mithril because I think it's cool.
Yeah.
But Stormcrown Dragons, they are a manifestation of the storm and specifically like the passion that you can kind of attribute to a storm. So they are extremely giving and jovial. They love to laugh. They love to celebrate. They love to host parties and feasts and get-togethers. Um, so that they're like a Minnesotan dragon. They love a good potluck. Uh,
You relate to the dragon.
I
That's
do.
great.
I do
No
relate to the
wonder it's one of
dragon.
your favorites.
They're so great. They are also, unlike most Minnesotans, very quick to anger. And they have a thing where their favorite thing to do to people is to cast Cursed Metamorphosis, which is an innate spell that all of them have. If you piss them off, they're going to turn you into a squirrel.
I
Yep.
think that makes sense. Like they could even end it and then say, "Are you ready to apologize?" If
Yeah.
not,
Well, that's exactly right because they are extremely quick to forgive as long as you give an earnest apology. If you say, "Look, I'm actually sorry," they're like, "Okay, we're friends again." And they're extremely willing to ally with similarly minded creatures. So like if they have an enemy and you have that same enemy, they're like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hey, buddy.
this is I don't think it was intentional, but this is the archetype of a Sagittarius, astrologically speaking. They're
Okay.
supposed to be a very warm fire and really good at parties, and they really join people together. But if they're crossed, then their inner fire comes out.
Yep, that's exactly this. Exactly this. Um Like many dragons, they are fiercely curious. However, they are not scholars. They do not like reading books. They do not like studying. They learn by doing. So they will, if they are like, I want to figure out what, this continent is like, they'll just fly there. They're not going to read a book. They will just do it on their own. And then they have a fairly interesting physiology. I already talked about the metal crest, but that and their antlers draw naturally occurring lightning into their body. And then to support this, their diet includes metal. That they siphon the metal out when they eat it, and then that helps their crest to grow to account for the fact that their head keeps getting bigger. Um,
Makes sense.
what Unfortunately, this means they have a tendency to try to eat Talos Geniekin, which are the metal elemental Geniekin. And then they also sponsor adventuring parties to come and fight them because they know adventurers bring metal gear.
Oh, that's beautiful. How many
Uh-huh.
adventures have you been in where the main bad guy is actually the one that hired you?
Yep.
This is built for that.
Yep, just bring lots of gear. Like I imagine they polymorph into a human like via scroll or something because I don't think they have that ability. But then they go down to the tavern and they're like, which adventuring party? Which one? Which one? And they find all the dwarves wearing metal armor and they're like, those guys right there.
They might even tell them of like a rival dragon or a lesser dragon that you should go kill them and then, you know, just to get more loot.
Yep, absolutely. 100%. For their lairs, they tend to go towards mountaintops. Makes sense, get struck by
Yeah.
lightning. Towers, makes sense, get struck by lightning. Or, and I hadn't thought about this, but it makes sense, savannas. Places that are super flat where it's really easy to get struck by lightning because it
Yeah.
doesn't take much to be the highest thing there.
Yeah. I
So
keep
then we,
thinking golf
sorry, go ahead.
courses because I'm in Phoenix.
Yeah, yep. I'm in the Midwest. We're in Tornado Alley, so I get it. So now we get to their tactics, and this is where I'm like, oh man, they are so cool. They have vibration sense. So do you remember the line from Jurassic Park? Its vision is based on movement. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is that, except it's not vision. If you're moving, it can see you.
That's creepy.
Right. Then they have an ability called Superconductor. As a reaction, they can make a ranged electricity strike against somebody who attacks them at range.
That's just not even fair.
Uh-huh. Now, they have an ability called Coronal Cloak, where if they are hovering, meaning not moving, in a storm, they become concealed. This is especially useful because they have an ability called Furious Cloudburst, or at least the Archdragon does, where if they're outside, they can just make a thunderstorm happen.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Then they have Galvanic Barrage. This is their breath weapon. It is unique. It is arcing. So it will hit a target and then jump to the next nearby target and then jump to the next nearby target. That is their breath weapon. It is not a cone. It is not an AoE. It just jumps between targets until things
That
are out
is
of range.
weird for a breath weapon.
Hmm.
It's
It's
like they
really,
spit out a living lightning.
yeah, it's really cool. I really like it. It's like they did chain lightning as a breath attack. It's really
Yeah.
cool. Uh, um, Smooth flying. They don't fall if they don't take the fly action.
What? Why don't cloud dragons have that?
I have no idea. I don't know why Cloud Dragons don't, but that's one of the reasons I like Storm Crown Dragons better.
Yeah, I get that.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, it's interesting. Command Lightning as a free action, they can just discharge a lightning bolt at anything close to them. And then Storm Howl, they let out a howl that is like a thunderbolt, and it can deafen you if you don't save.
These
I
guys are
love
not
all
fair.
of these abilities. They are so cool.
They're not fair, man. I mean,
Hmm.
they hide in a cloud and just free action lightning bolt everything.
Hmm. Fighting one of these would suck so bad.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the cursed metamorphosis?
Yep, just icing on the cake.
Dude, this is something to put against to pit against your players if you really want them to suffer.
Hmm.
Wow.
Hmm. Oh, and also they have the spell Shock to the System, which is lightning-based healing on a
Yeah,
down.
why? To
Because it's
lightning
funny.
themselves, I guess.
Because it's
Well, yeah.
funny. You strike them with lightning to get. It's like a defibrillator. It gets their heart going again.
I know, but it would only use it on itself, right?
Or its allies. They could have friends. Like,
I
you
can't
know,
picture this thing having
it
friends.
probably doesn't. I just love that they have it. It's such a weird spell for them to have, but also it's like, yeah, they're lightning dragons. Of course they would learn how to do that.
Well, yeah, all right, I agree with that. You're yes, it does make sense. I just right after okay, so this you really should have organized this differently because the cloud dragon, I'm like, oh, fun, cute, silly little kitty cat, and this one is just like, fuck you.
Yep. I love these guys. They're so great. Like, it's
Jeez.
such a simple concept, but just like the Cinder Dragon, they're like, what is the lightning dragon and how hard can we make the concept of lightning dragon possibly be? Like how do we really crank this to the maximum? And they did it. Like they absolutely nailed it.
They even gave it Mask of Terror and Heal.
Hmm.
Just to say, oh, it's almost dead. No, it's not.
Yep. And
And in
now you're
case
scared
you're
of it, by the
resistant
way.
to lightning, yeah, terrified.
Hmm.
Oh
Yep,
God.
so great. These ones feel very much like the blue dragons of old.
Yes.
Like the blue dragon was always like the red dragon's always the scary one, but like the blue dragon's the one where like, oh, I really don't want to fight that though. Like that sounds like that one's scary to me, the player. The red dragon is scary to my character. The blue dragon is scary to me, the player.
Wasn't the blue dragon supposed to be particularly cruel?
Yes. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, this guy is scary. I think I will never use this because I don't like how frightening it is.
It's awesome. I have a special connection with blue dragons though, because the first campaign I ever ran was Curse of the Crimson Throne, and minor spoiler alert, there is a major villain who is secretly a blue dragon in that campaign, and he was awesome. And so I always, when I think of now the Stormcrown Dragon, I'm just gonna think of Kazavon.
Okay, well, that totally makes sense. You
Mm,
have an
it's a
emotional tie to it.
Yep, exactly. All right, now we get to some of the most beautiful art in the entire book, the Crystal Dragons.
I gotta say, I love the gem dragons from 3.5, and I'm glad that there is a shadow of it here.
Hmm. Yeah, that Paizo did a Pathfinder version of it that I think really stands on its own.
Yeah,
Um, I
pretty.
am not super familiar with the old gem dragons. I remember that they exist. I remember them being cool. But when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is chef's kiss. Good art design. So the Crystal Dragon, of course, is obsessed with appearances. Uh, they consider themselves to be, even among dragons, exceptionally beautiful. And looking at this art, I can see why.
Well, but
Uh,
look at just its head. It just looks like a bare skull. Like the upper and lower jaw, it just
mhm.
looks like it's decayed.
Yeah, but like in a cool way.
Okay.
Like the crystal growths really elevate it.
Oh, I agree. That is freaking beautiful.
I love the wings. Like, do these wings make any sense in terms of flight
Nope.
mechanics? No,
Nope.
not at all.
Nope.
But I'm cool with it. I'll
Its
let
tail
it
doesn't
fly.
even make sense. It'd be too
No,
heavy.
yeah, but I'm cool with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So they're obsessed with beauty, and pruning and grooming is a major part of their culture. So they will, as crystals like grow the wrong shape, they will tweak, they will cut them or pull them out and let a new crystal grow in that place. They will also like cut facets into their gemstones so that when the light hits them in a certain way, it will reflect certain colors of light. Um, Naturally, of course, they demand a ton of respect and admiration. Like, just like the coral dragons, they're like, you are going to tell me that I am pretty, or so help me God, you are going to die.
Just like kitties, and just like kitties, they constantly clean.
Hmm. Yeah. Their lairs, of course, are extremely curated and decorated. Just like them, the lair needs to be pretty. So they will usually pick a specific type of gem, or gems for specific sections of their cavern that speak to either their personality or the feeling they want to have when they go to that room. So they will pick, I like rubies more than sapphires, or this room is where I have cut gems, and this room is where I have uncut gems.
It
Um,
almost looks like fluorite.
yeah, it does actually.
Are you
One
still
funny,
coughing?
what was that?
Are you still coughing? Get over
Yeah, it's
that.
getting better. It's actually getting a lot better.
That
It
sounded
doesn't
terrible.
it doesn't sound like it, but it is a lot better than it has been. Um,
Okay.
but the funny thing about this is They actually love to show off for visitors, and some of them open their caves up for tourism. They will openly advertise, be like, "Pretty Dragon Cave over here. Come be respectful and check it out."
Holy crap. I love that. That's
Right?
amazing.
Isn't
You
that
could actually
amazing?
base a city's economy on this dragon advertising leagues away to get people to come see the pretty caverns.
Yep. It's great. I'm imagining this as like the caves in like the little towns that have the caves that you can explore in like southern Appalachia. Where it's like, come check out all the, you're just driving through this little town. It's like, come check out this cave. Yeah,
I
super
think I
cool.
would. I'm tempted to have it in like an icy environment just so that it can get more reflection.
Hmm. Oh, these could totally work with like the rhyme dragons that we're going to talk about in a little bit. 100%. So then one of the things about them is they are not super violent or warlike. They tend toward peace, they tend toward negotiation, they tend toward nonviolence at every opportunity. It's not that they can't fight, they don't see the point in it when they can spend more time making themselves and their lairs more beautiful than ever. Um,
Again, they're egocentric.
Extremely. If they do get into a fight, only very rarely will they fight to kill. Most of the time, if you surrender, they'll be like, "Now, do you feel bad about yourself? Okay, good. You can leave now." Also, they don't prey upon sentient beings as a rule. They won't eat anything that can think and feel. That's not to say they won't eat meat. They will, they'll eat something with like lower forms of intelligence, but like they won't eat humanoids. They just will not do it.
Dude, I am so tempted to run one of these. They
They're
would just be really
cool.
fun to play.
Yeah, they're just fun. When we get to their mechanics, they have some really fun stuff. They have Shielding Stone, which is a reaction. Do you remember the Interposing Earth spell?
Yeah.
Yep, they can do that, um, which I love. I love Interposing Earth, and I love that there's a dragon that can do that as its own little ability. Super
Oh, it's
cool.
not a spell. Okay, so yeah,
No,
just
it's
keep
just
doing
an
it.
ability. Yeah.
Cool.
Then they have Ornamental Breath. They breathe out crystals that shoot at you and deal piercing damage. It's awesome. Lustrous Lunge. This is not an attack, even though it sounds like an attack. They lunge in a direction and make the light reflect off them, and then you save or become dazzled.
They strike a pose.
Yeah, they do. They pose. Yep.
I
That is
love these
that
guys.
is exactly what's happening. They are posing and looking awesome, and you become dazzled.
Oh, they're cute.
Yep. Shimmering armor. If you hit them with a crit, their armor will break off and deal piercing damage. Also, if you do that, they're going to be pissed because you just made them less pretty.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I wonder if they would actually like spend an action checking out the damage or like worrying over it or talking about it.
You could totally do that, and that would be a great way to indicate to your players, "Hey, this thing is way too strong for you."
Yeah. If it spent its whole round just monologuing in the
Hmm.
middle of combat,
What am I
you
going to
should
do about this wing? Do you have any idea how long it's going to take me to regrow these crystals? My favorite thing they have is Crystallize. If their Claw Strike is a crit, it inflicts save or slow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hmm.
Like petrifying.
Yep, exactly. Then they have Shard Spray. It's two tail strikes, and then when they do that, they do AoE piercing damage. Basically, like they strike again, and then they wave their tail around because the crystal pieces have been slightly broken, and those shards then fly out. And then, if you fail your save against the AoE effect, it wraps back around and inflicts that Crystallize ability.
That's cool. That makes sense.
Yeah, super cool. And then they have kind of two sets of spellcasting here. Things like focusing on manipulating earth on the bottom, so heaving earth, earthquake, and cave fangs. And then things on hardening their own bodies, or hardening stone in general. So indestructibility, petrify, one with stone, and mountain resilience.
Okay. And just to it probably doesn't matter, but just to point out that it has a lot of aspects of different gem dragons, like the AoE cone of piercing damage and uh the petrifying or crystallizing someone.
Yeah, I thought that sounded familiar, but again, I didn't remember the gem dragons from the old system. So thank you for clarifying that. That
Well,
actually explains why this felt familiar.
The gem dragons were also about sonic and psionic powers. None of that's here.
Yeah, no, there's no that it's definitely got its own identity. This feels like a variation on the adamantine dragon, but that still has its own identity.
Dude, some of these spells are really fun, like Vitrifying Blast.
Hmm. There's a lot of cool stuff.
It has a lot of things that are constructive. So, like, it
Yes.
could make a very, I don't know, palatial crystal cavern.
Hmm. All right, we got 6 minutes for this call. I'm going to do the lore of the bog dragons. So the bog dragons are the new
They're
version.
ugly.
There's a reason. Uh, so the bog dragons, these are the new black dragons. Um, they don't
That's
look like
green, Phil.
I know, I know. I was confused at first too. I thought for sure this was going to be the green dragon. Then I saw the horn dragon. I was like, oh no, that's the green dragon. But uh, these are the bog dragons, and they are specifically designed to look like crocodiles. Their no, their snout curves upward so that they can put their eyes and nose above the water, so they can smell and see and hunt just like a crocodile does. Um, so that is the thing I want you to remember when I'm talking about this is these are the crocodile dragons.
They're
Um,
crocodiles with beards.
yep, and their mouth curves upward just enough that they can just poke their little lips and eyes out, and they can talk to you while the rest of the body is submerged.
Dude, that would be terrifying.
Right?
If you
Uh,
just see that and its giant head.
hmm Now, because they live almost exclusively in swamps and bogs, mostly submerged, they can fly, but their wings and claws, meaning like the leg function of their claws, have atrophied significantly. And that's why you see kind of this rot and decay around their bodies, is
Oh,
because they don't use them for their original purposes. So their wings have actually adapted much better to help them swim.
whoa, you're right. Their flying sucks.
Hmm. But they suck. They're amazing in the water.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fast.
So much like the swamp themselves, they are extremely old as a species and they are extremely misunderstood because they tend to isolate themselves and like not talk to other creatures. They tend to be forgotten by wider society, meaning villages that are near them might have legends about a monster in the swamp, but they don't know that it's a dragon anymore because it has been so far removed. They also see swamps as inherently beautiful. The act of decay and rot to them is itself a thing of beauty, because of the colors that it produces, the forms of life that like revel in a swamp-like environment, things like funguses and insects and things that live on rot, essentially.
Do they
Um,
have no sense of smell?
no, they have a sense of smell, and they absolutely love the smell of decay.
Ugh.
They think it's
Ah,
fascinating.
I no
Yep.
longer relate.
Now, one of the interesting things about them is they see themselves as the protectors of the swamp. Like the swamp that they live in needs to be protected, and they are the ones to do it. However, they also see themselves as the apex predator of the swamp, and their predation is not something that needs to be protected against. So they see themselves as both the protector of the ecosystem, but a necessary part of that ecosystem as well. Their hordes are actually really interesting. They collect adventurers because they get really bored. What they do is they kill them. What they do is they kill them, and then they have a special ability where their excretions from their bodies can raise adventurers as undead, and they will bring them back to their lair, and they will keep them there forever as entertainment.
Okay, now they're creepy.
Yeah, they're awesome. And now you're starting to see the black dragon. You're seeing like, ah.
The sadism, yeah.
Hmm. Their origins are debated. However, do you remember when we talked about Garhaz, the primal king, the god of the primal
Yeah,
dragons?
yeah.
When he got shot by Cernunnos because he was mouthing off, he
He's a
hid
big
in a
jackass.
swamp. Yeah, he hid in a swamp, and his anger and his hurt pride basically manifested in the swamp after he left and became the first bog dragons. That is where they believe that they came from.
And that is all you need to know about them.
Hmm.
Ew, they're so gross.
Yep. They're great. They do so. They also tying back to the idea of the crocodile. They do in the lore reference that their fighting style is to grab an opponent and go into what's called a death roll, just like
Oh
a
yeah.
crocodile would. There is no mechanical representation of the death roll. That is just the flavor you're supposed to put on their bite
Oh,
attack. They have other cool
oh.
stuff, I promise.
No, they need to have a mechanical death roll.
It's such a cool name. I also was
Yes.
disappointed.
I am not okay with this. Does it exist somewhere else in the system?
Crocodile might have it.
There's a feat for it.
Perfect. Give him the feet.
There you go. You corkscrew your body, twisting your victim.
Done. Give him that. So now we get to their mechanics, and the Bog Dragon, they have a tail lash, which is it's a reactive strike that's not triggered by movement. It's only triggered by strikes or skill checks, but it's reactive strike. Then they have a bite, and their bite is tied to a couple different things. It gives you Bog Rot, which, like, yeah, makes sense. They have Swallow Hole. Yep, makes sense. Then they have an ability called Drag Beneath the Muck. It is a burrow, a strike, a grab, and then another burrow. So it's not death roll, but it's pretty close.
I do love that.
Hmm.
That's cool. I
Yep.
like monsters that drag you into their environment.
Hmm. Yeah, that part of this would suck, especially because it's a burrow. They can get behind your frontliners really easy.
Yeah, and how many characters have burrow speeds?
Exactly. Very few. Then their other main ability is Slain to Serve. This is the thing that they can do. It's a create undead ritual. They kill you, they use this, and then you are their entertainment for the rest of your unlife.
God, that is so disappointing.
Yeah, it sucks.
Wow.
They have two sets of two different subsets of spell casting. So some of their spells are bog related, so earthquake, which is kind of the weird one, control water, tangling creepers, and acid grip. But
Well, there
then
are
they
sometimes earthquakes in swamps.
that is true. Yeah, it's not something you think of when you think of a
No,
swamp.
it's not.
But you're right, that is possible. And then you have the undeath adjacent, or like the void energy adjacent ones. So create undead, harm, because screw you, massacre, and desiccate.
I'm a little surprised that there's nothing that's flamey.
Yeah, nope, nothing. I could totally see them allying themselves with some will-o-wisps. That could be fun.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, nothing inherent.
And they don't have a relationship with Fae of the Swamp either.
Nothing in the lore, at least.
I'm
All right.
totally adding stuff to that one.
All right, the last of the Primal Dragons, the Rime
Okay, it's
Dragons.
prettier than the whites.
Right? They look awesome.
Yeah.
All right, the Rime Dragon, great new art. I also love that it's more blue than white because that's more reflective of like actual ice color, especially
Yeah,
in the
deep
context
ice.
of, yeah, exactly, especially in the context of like glaciers where they actually live. So more than any other dragon, unsurprisingly, the Rime Dragon is perfectly adapted to boreal life. They have an extremely low internal temperature, meaning sub-freezing, and they have an extremely low metabolism. They don't need to eat that much in order to survive. Their body doesn't consume a ton of energy. They are one of the very few dragons that hibernates, so they can choose to hibernate if they want to. Um, they can survive in sub-zero temperatures with no ill effects, meaning what little water is in their body doesn't freeze. And they are semi-aquatic, so they live on both land and in the water. So they can live on floating icebergs very effectively.
Can they breathe underwater?
I don't think so, but they can hold their
Probably
breath for a
not.
very long time.
Okay, cool.
Um,
That's something that the white dragon didn't have.
yeah, it's a really nice piece. Like I love that they clearly took inspiration from like penguins and polar bears, and
Yeah.
they did cool stuff here. Um, this is the third kind of nerd dragon, because they are scholars and historians, and specifically, they are scholars and historians of things that are trapped in ice. So frozen fossils, frozen corpses. They actually collect even frozen bacteria that are buried in permafrost. Um, They have an understanding of germ theory.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how do they know what bacteria is
They
if
know
no
what it
one in this
is.
world has germ theory?
Yep. They actually are very careful about it because when they harvest it, they make sure to never, ever let it get to a place where it could warm up because they know how dangerous it could be. A germ that the world has kind of forgotten about.
This is very subtly entered in here. I thought that this world didn't know about germs and therefore didn't know about diseases from a scientific perspective, and therefore didn't know how to create chemical reactions that we do in this world.
hmm Some creatures do, and this is one of the few instances where they've seen it. I have a feeling they might introduce some of that stuff into Northern Ustalav, where they're doing Stasian tech,
Yeah, makes
because
sense.
they're definitely on the verge of that kind of thing, or in
Hmm.
Alkenstar, the realm of science.
Yeah, mustard gas is not far.
It really isn't, especially in like parts of I could also see that cropping up entirely uh unintentionally in Irison because World War One soldiers wound up in Irison. Like that is a thing that happened in the lore.
I didn't know that
Oh, you
about the
did
soldiers.
do you know
Whoa.
where Queen Anastasia comes from in Irison?
Russia. I know that part.
Oh, yeah, but I mean she is Princess Anastasia. Like when
Yeah.
the heroes went and got her, there are regular Earth people that came with them by accident. It doesn't happen in
I
the adventure path, but after the fact, the lore is like, no, there's like Russians here now.
I didn't know it was like the time frame of World War One.
Yeah,
There's
no, it's World
wow.
War. You fight Rasputin.
Holy crap.
He's an oracle. He's a level 16 oracle. He's awesome.
Oh wow.
He's Baba
Does he
Yaga's
have the you
secret
can't
son.
kill me thing?
What was that?
Does he have the you can't kill me thing?
No, because he already used it to not die during the Russian Revolution.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. No, he's actually Baba Yaga's secret son.
Oh my God, spoilers
It's
for everything.
yeah, you need to play that AP. It's hilarious. It's so good.
What's the AP?
It is Reign of Winter.
Oh, that's a more recent one, isn't it?
No, Reign of Winter is it's over the halfway point in first edition.
Oh, okay.
It's a 1E1.
I was thinking about the one that had trains in Arison.
I don't know that one.
That's from this year.
It
Or well, okay,
was?
last year. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go look that. Was it an adventure?
Yes, it was a scenario, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not as familiar with all the scenarios. I'll have to go look.
Okay.
Oh, good. I was hoping they would put a train in Galarian finally. I've been
Yeah.
waiting for the opportunity to play the Great Train Robbery.
Nice. Yeah, there's a train in that one.
Good. Good, good, good. That's the perfect place to put it. All right. So their lairs, hibernation. Their need to hibernate tends. I keep jumping ahead. So they're scholars and historians. They collect things that have frozen, and they create these museums with their frozen things. There's actually this art in the book of this mammoth trapped in a giant ice block that they put on display of like, look at this thing that I found. Uh, they have these
Oh,
academic conferences among themselves. Like it truly is like a physics conference or an archaeology conference when they get together and they're like, look at this research I've done. It's really cool.
this is totally an opportunity to put alien DNA in the ice cores.
100%. Yep. Yep. Yeah. The Dominion of the Black landed here and got stuck. Like this is where you accidentally do the thing. Uh,
Yes. The thing, if you haven't seen the movie, go look it up. It's
hmm
awesome.
hmm Now, the other thing to note here, I didn't have it written down, but one of these has actually recently settled in the Kodor Mountains in New Thassalon, which is where one of the Rune Lords happens to live now, and is trying to set up an agreement with Rune Lord Sorshin to be like, yep, we're going to create a museum, and your students are going to come here and learn. They're so nerdy. They're so great.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't mind hanging out with them.
Yeah, they're so fun. Like it's so interesting that they did something really interesting with the Rhyme Dragons. I'm really
Well, yeah,
pleased
and the
with
white
that.
dragons were the most animalistic, bestial, and simple-minded. They were the
hmm
dumbest dragon.
Yeah, they went completely the opposite
They
direction. I love
did,
it.
yes.
So as they get older, their need to hibernate increases. Obviously, their body's getting bigger, so they expend more energy. Um, It goes from having to sleep for months a year when they're young to having to sleep for decades once they reach like archdragon status. When they do that, they have a tendency to like burrow into an iceberg. And then when they fall asleep, their body magically reduces in temperature to the point where it actually makes the iceberg colder and has it freeze more water onto itself. If one of these things falls asleep for long enough, it will create a new glacier.
In the jungle, I have to
Hmm.
do this.
It's super cool.
A glacier has formed off of the Mwangi Expanse.
Hmm. There's mountains there. They could do it. All right. Their lairs tend to be within glaciers or frozen caves. So if you're gonna like hunt one of these things down for some reason, bring cold weather gear or spells. You're gonna need them. Learn the hypothermia rules. And then their hordes tend to be preserved artifacts or like preserved corpses that have been frozen in the ice. They also go after like any um, like ruins and artifacts that would have been frozen because if things are frozen, they're not rusting. So they're actually they're good at finding well-preserved items in the ice.
Interesting.
Mechanically, they have a number of non-spell tactics. Arctic Hunter and Snow Vision are two abilities. They can hide in Arctic terrain without cover, and then they can just see through snow. Both very powerful.
No
And
blindness is a real thing, and if you're a PC, it sucks.
yep. Blizzard Breath, AoE cone that deals cold damage.
Oh,
It's
weird.
yeah, it's basic, but like yeah, they need to have that. Rhyme Shield. As a free action, they can gain bonus AC and temporary HP after flying. Reason being, their body freezes the water in the air and creates ice armor when they fly.
That makes sense.
Hmm.
I
And
read
it's just
and
cool.
temperature after flying. I'm like, how do they increase in temperature when they're flying?
They don't. They just let themselves get colder. Then they
These
have
would be
Pierce.
interesting in the layer of hell that's frozen.
Oh yeah, they would be cool there. I forget which one it is, but I know which one you're talking about.
Phlegathon? Phlegathos?
I'd have to go look it up.
Flemmy Flem? I don't know.
Not Dis. I know that one's hot. All right, they have piercing ice where they can launch ice crystals from their body. This is an emanation that deals piercing and cold damage. And then radiate aura. It's an aura that if you fail your fortitude save, your speed gets reduced because you're so cold, your body won't work.
I like that the piercing ice does piercing damage because when your cells freeze, they break
Hmm.
from ice crystals.
Yeah, it's really cool. Their spell casting, just like the uh, water dragons, it's a lot of stuff that you kind of expect. Arctic Rift, Wall of Ice, Howling Blizzard, Wrathful Storm. That one kind of stands out a little bit. Control water, speak with stones. Again, that's really leaning into their academic side, and then unfettered movement.
I would say the Speak with Stones works on ice.
Yeah, I could totally see it. Ice that's been around long enough, I would say you could
Yeah,
probably rule that.
it's probably intentional that way. I mean, they probably intended it that.
Well, that concludes the Primal Dragons, and we only have five left. Uh, we are down to the Imperial Dragons. So, what is an Imperial Dragon? So, the Imperial Dragons are a classification of dragons that is all the dragons that are based on East Asian dragon mythology and tradition. They are distinctly different from the rest of Paizo's dragons, both in and out of universe. In universe, other dragons consider the Imperial Dragons kind of a separate group that have dominion over Tian Sha, and they won't mess with that region for the most part. There are exceptions, but generally they're like, nope, Tian Sha is yours. We're not going to mess with it. That's your turf. Um, Additionally, mechanically, the Imperial Dragons are notably different. They have abilities like Coiling Frenzy, which allow them to deal claw and tail strikes and then grab you on a hit as they wrap their more snake-like bodies around you. And then they have Constrict and at high enough levels, Greater Constrict, which are these squeezing abilities from the monster core that usually are reserved for, well, they are monsters, so they are reserved for monsters, but they squeeze you and deal extra bludgeoning damage to a foe that they have grabbed. All of these dragons have these really serpentine bodies. They're very snake-like. They don't have wings. And to the extent that they have limbs, they're really short. If you think of the classic Chinese dragon, that's it. That's the body plan. Um, the Imperial Dragons in the Pathfinder lore, they do technically fall into the magical traditions, like they are arcane, occult, divine, or primal, but within their own lore, they are far more related to the elemental cycle of Tian Sha. And Tian elementalism is a little different than like classic inner sea elementalism. Inner sea elementalism has water, earth, fire, and air. Um, Tian Sha elementalism, by contrast, has five elements: water, earth, fire, metal, and wood. They don't consider air an element. Um, the inner sea region is getting a little more accustomed to the ideas of metal and wood because those metallic planes have since returned. But yeah, they don't consider air an element, and even the sky dragons, weirdly enough, are not tied to the plane of air. They are tied to the plane of metal. We'll get to that.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's weird. Yep. And because they're tied to this elemental cycle, as it's thought of in Tian tradition, they all have these weird interactions with different elements. So they have their own element, and then a different element will strengthen them, and a third element will weaken them. So we'll get into that. Each of them has their own designation. We're like, oh, the wood dragon is strengthened by, I think it's earth. But then if you hit it with a metal weapon, it gets weaker. It
I've
has
seen
to
that
do with the
repeated
cycle.
in I've seen that repeated in Japanese folklore and movies, Japanese movies, and even Japanese toys.
Hmm. Yep, I've seen it a lot in manga. They do something similar in, well, the most famous one I can think of. They do something similar in Naruto, with when they start incorporating like elemental stuff in I think Shippuden. But but yeah, so they also yeah, so we're ready. The five of them are the Underworld Dragon, the Sea Dragon, the Sky Dragon, the Sovereign Dragon, and the Forest Dragon, and that's the order we're going to talk about them. The art for all of these is fantastic. So the Imperial Dragons, we start with the Sea Dragon, which is one of the two Arcane Dragons. This is another one of the water slash ocean dragons, like I mentioned earlier. They are associated with seas broadly, but also with lakes and rivers. Um, Supposedly, they originated from the plane of water, much like the brine dragons. However, they no longer live there. For some reason, which they don't like to talk about, it's possible they don't know themselves. They fled the elemental lord Kelazandri, and now they live around Tian Sha, making up, like, kind of becoming the manifestation of that region's waterways. They are adaptable to both salt and fresh water. They don't really have a preference. Within that region, they organize themselves under these four characters, the Sea Dragon Kings. There are four sea dragons that are so powerful, they are essentially the monarchs of all sea dragons in the region. And they have sworn an oath to the peoples of Tian Sha to say, we are your protectors. Um, what that means, and this has been the case for a very long time, to the point that now basically all sea dragons are in some way descended from one of those four royal dynasties or more than one. This means all of them are royal and they all act like it. They have very expensive tastes. They are extremely I use the word haughty. They look down upon other beings as things they need to protect, but also, I'm a royal. I'm better than you.
They're pompous.
Yeah, they're pompous, exactly. Among the Imperial Dragons, so all of the Imperial Dragons have kind of this function in the five of them kind of split broader functions. Most of the Imperial Dragons don't like interacting with humanoids directly. The sea dragons are the exception. They have become the diplomats of all Imperial dragons. So, like, if a sovereign dragon needs to make a deal with a human settlement, they will go reach out to a sea dragon and say, "Can you go talk to them? You're better at this than I am."
I know that they're not technically, but I'm going to assume that they are good then.
Yeah, they're more good than they are evil. Evil ones are relatively rare because when the Sea Dragon Kings bound themselves to defend the peoples of Tian Sha, they also bound all the other sea dragons because all the other sea dragons are oath bound to them.
Hmm.
One interesting little quirk, they don't need to eat in order to sustain themselves. Some of the Tian dragons or some of the Imperial dragons do, but this one doesn't. But they absolutely love fine dining. They consider it a thing that they can choose to indulge in, even though they don't need to. So if you're trying to get on one's good side, you will offer them good food.
It makes sense that they wouldn't have to eat because there are so many of them, and Tian Sha isn't all that big
Hmm.
to support a lot of sea dragons. So I'm glad that they don't have to eat anything.
Yeah, they are sustained by their connection to the elemental plane of water, even though they haven't been there in like thousands of years.
They're
Oh,
like
also,
kineticists.
what was that?
They're like kineticists. They
Very much
carry
so,
water in
yes.
them.
Yep, exactly. Also, before I forget to mention it, I think all of the Imperial Dragons, I know it's most, I think it's all. I'm pretty sure they all give live birth. I don't think they lay eggs.
Definitely different cultures.
Yeah, very, very different. So if we look at their mechanics, they have an ability called Liquefy, where as a reaction they gain resistance to fire damage. Um, but that's their strong against fire. Their weakness is countered by earth. If they get hit with an earth effect, it turns off their ability to use Liquefy. So if you have like a fire earth kineticist, hit them with earth, and then you can hit them with fire.
Or a magma dragon.
Or a magma dragon, exactly. They also have an ability called Fed by Metal. This is where the cycle really comes in. So Earth, they're weak to. Metal, they're strong to. If you hit them with a metal attack, their scales absorb that metal and they get stronger. They get higher AC. So don't hit them with a metal
Okay.
sword. Good luck with that.
Wow, that's
Uh-huh.
interesting.
It's cool. Now there's a limit to that. They can only do it one time, but
It's still way more intricacy than I expected.
mhm. They have Black Water Breath. It's an AoE cone that deals bludgeoning damage. Uh, I gotta pronounce this word in my head. Hyponatremia, which if they critically hit you, I don't know what that word means, but if they critically hit you with a jaws strike, it causes you to become sickened.
I think it means low potassium.
Thank you. Vortex basically is an aura around them where all water becomes difficult to rain. They can cause a tidal wave, which is an emanation all around them that deals bludgeoning damage. And then, this one's fun, Typhoon Fling. They can just throw creatures up into the air with a water spout. I love that they can do this.
Oh, sorry, hyponatremia is low sodium.
Oh, they drain the salt out of your body. That makes sense. And then they have some spellcasting. They all have an innate ritual, control weather. They can cause storms. This comes back to Tian and therefore East Asian folklore as like the deeper point of inspiration.
Hmm.
If you tack on their spellcasting, they get Cataclysm, Wrathful Storm, Desiccate, Mariner's Curse, and Project Image. Project Image is the only one that kind of stands out to me. I'm guessing that has to do with lore that I'm not as familiar with. But the other ones all make sense to me. So
I don't know Asian folklore very much,
me
so I don't
neither.
know.
All right, then we have the coolest looking of the Imperial Dragons, Underworld Dragons. Yep.
Why are the evil dark ones always the coolest looking?
Yeah, these are also the fire ones, so they have the coolest elemental association. So originally, the Underworld Dragons were the elemental dragons of fire. However, they have cultivated a lot of growth in themselves over the centuries and tried to grow well beyond that association to fire specifically. They are now masters of arcane magic and alchemy. That's kind of their cultural practice. And they have broader connections to earth and fire because of this. They love volcanoes, they love fault lines. I like to think of the earth as kind of the reactive chemicals that they draw from the earth around them, is
Sure.
kind of how they built that connection.
Yeah, I could see that.
So among the Imperial Dragons, the Underworld Dragons are the scholars. So if they, I talked about nerd dragons earlier. These are the nerd dragons of Tiansha. They specialize in alchemy and arcana, but they have a pretty good knowledge of like the elemental cycle in general, and then cultivation. Now, they use the word cultivation in the book. I don't actually mean if that means cultivation of like plants, which I think is what it means, or if it means cultivation as in like the cultivation of the soul as kind of a more philosophical idea. The book does not make it clear. I'm pretty sure it's the plant one because it fits in with their practice of building laboratories that then last for a very long time. They're not opposed to collaborating with each other. Labs could be shared, labs could be passed down from parent to child. Um, and that's what their lair is. It's their scientific or alchemical laboratory.
I see how it's confusing though, because alchemy and arcana also could have something to do with cultivation of the spirit, and
Exactly.
alchemy is a transformation of the spirit.
And maybe it's both. Maybe they left it vague on
Yeah,
purpose. Um, Yeah, so their layers are their labs. It's where they conduct all of their alchemical and arcane experimentation. They do create traps to protect them. However, they are always traps that are beatable. It's not something. It is designed to kill, but like it is technically like survivable if you do it right, because it is seen as a test. If you get in there, they see you as worthy of witnessing their secrets and kind of exploiting their knowledge.
it's like they're mad scientists with a conscience.
It kind of is. They also have assistants that work for them, just like other dragons. It doesn't say what these are, but they have like whole communities that they will protect as their lab assistants, basically.
Oh,
I
okay. I was thinking alchemical golems,
No, 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 no. It's like actual like living weaker creatures that they protect and say, "You work for me now."
which could be
Um,
anything.
which could be anything. Kobolds make a lot of sense, but I think I'm thinking of like they live underground, so now I'm thinking like rat folk, the Isoki, are very common in Tiansha. They would
Yeah, okay.
totally work for these guys, and they're really good at laboratory work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Some of them have, was it resistance to diseases and poisons?
Exactly. They'd be really good at that. Um, Getting to their mechanics, they are fed by wood. So if you hit them with a wood weapon, which there's a fair number. They recharge their breath weapon automatically, so don't do that. Uh, and then they are countered by water because they're still fire dragons. If they're hit by a water effect, they take a penalty to all their attack rolls. So that one's pretty pretty cool. They have smoke vision, makes sense. Um, they have adamantine claws for an action. For one action, they can make their claws act as though they were adamantine.
Ah, because alchemy.
Exactly. Yeah, I love that it's an action only from a lore perspective because I'm like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
they have to alchemically change it. It would
yeah,
be cool if it was permanent, but it's way more flavorful if you're like, oh no, they pour a chemical on their hands or something.
yeah.
Their breath weapon is exploding red breath. This one's cool. It's a burst. So they basically shoot their fire breath somewhere and then it explodes and deals damage. It's not a line or a cone that goes back to their head.
They spit a fireball.
hmm Yeah, it's really cool. Sweltering heat, it's an aura, it's a fortitude or it's a fort save or fatigued. And then they have scorch earth where they can burrow, and then even from underground, they do an emanation that deals fire damage.
That's mean.
Yep, that one's nasty.
Sweltering aura isn't that big of a deal.
No, it's not that bad. And then volcanic fumes, this one's probably my favorite. They can exude heat and chemical reactions from their body that deal both fire and poison damage.
That makes perfect sense for a
hmm
dragon that obsesses on alchemy.
hmm hmm Really cool. I like how they tied the lore of formerly purely fire, but then cultivated expertise in themselves to go beyond that into mechanics.
Yeah, I do find it interesting.
If you do spellcasting, they have things like Wall of Fire, Fiery Body, but and Toxic Cloud. But then they also have Mask of Terror, Spell Rack, Mirage, and Remake because they're arcanists on top of everything.
They are a very interesting type of dragon.
Super
They have a lot
versatile.
of character.
You could lean into any of this and make like three or four really drastically different underworld dragons.
Yeah, you could. I'm totally picturing one has an underground mad scientist lair where they're like combining different creatures to make new ones.
Mm. Yes, Show Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist, but a dragon. Yes,
Zoom.
yeah. Someone in the audience just had a flashback to the most traumatic episode of TV they have ever seen. It's real bad. Don't watch it.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people out there went, yeah,
Yeah. All right, then we get to the Sky Dragons. I really like this art. I think this is real pretty.
yeah, it is damn pretty. It
Uh,
reminds me of the Yao Guai as well.
yes, actually, it does look very Yao Guai-ish. All right, so the Sky Dragons are the divine dragons. So the first two are arcane. This one is divine. So this is going to sound weird. They originally came from the plane of metal.
Yes, you're right.
It does sound weird. When the plane of metal vanished because it got sealed away by the elemental lords, these dragons lost their connection to their home plane. That meant they lost a bunch of the innate magic that helps keep them alive. Uh, they were going to die out as a species. They traveled all over Tian Sha until eventually they went into the mountains and they communed with the gods who took mercy upon them and imbued them with divine power so that they might be sustained as a people.
Okay.
hmm Cut off from the plane of metal, they have problems, even with all of that. Their hatchlings are extremely vulnerable. They don't grow in their scales until much later in life. I say hatchlings. They do live birth. They don't hatch from eggs. And then, unlike a lot of the Imperial dragons, they actually do need to eat. They very rarely will eat living things. They actually are very accomplished farmers, especially
They're
in the they are
farmers?
farmers. Yes,
I
they are
can't
farmers, and
picture
they are
that.
specialists in high altitude
I'm
farming.
just hoeing the dirt.
They're specialists in high altitude farming because they live in mountains. But yes, they farm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Now, all the Imperial dragons have a function. The Sky Dragons are the priests. They are the religious authorities among the Imperial
That
dragons.
totally makes sense. They made
Yep.
friends with gods.
hmm So they are scholars in the sense that they have a greater understanding than any other Imperial Dragon of the nature of divinity and the relationships among the gods. They also are like the negotiators with divine powers when other dragons need divine intercession.
Okay.
Um, Broadly speaking, their goal is to seek religious enlightenment. However, that is not necessarily a specific religion. Like when you think enlightenment in Pathfinder, you might think like Sangpochi, which is like this reincarnation cycle, or you might think Irori, basically martial arts Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not devoted to a specific deity as a species. It's a dragon by dragon basis. Their lairs are often, I mean, they're in the mountains. They're hidden away because, again, their children are extremely vulnerable and they're still, you get the sense from the reading that they are still kind of processing the trauma of having been cut off from their home plane. So they hide themselves to try to be safe. But they also tend to found temples that if other non-dragon mortals show up to, they will be welcome so long as they are respectful and safe.
Cool.
hmm
Easy plot hook. I see their children being kidnapped.
Oh, totally. Yeah. They do have hordes. We haven't really talked about hordes yet among the Imperial Dragons because they don't do it very much. But they do have something that you could qualify as a horde. It's mostly religious texts or artifacts relating to specific faiths. So they
Mm.
might have sacred weapons of like a religious warrior or books, scrolls, uh,
Or
you know,
Bones of a Saint.
tablets. Yeah, exactly. They could do stuff like that. So yeah, Sky Dragons, you wouldn't think plane of metal, you'd think plane of air, but air is not considered an element in Tian folklore. So,
I also wouldn't think religious.
yeah, yeah, they did some fun stuff here. I really like it.
I think it's weird to me that it's a myth that I don't relate to, because that just doesn't happen often.
hmm
I have some exposure to most myths, but that's really just most like Slavic and Western myths.
Yeah.
I don't really have any exposure to Asian myths, like
Have
any part
you
of Asia.
have you yet read the Lost Omens uh Tian Sha source book? Have you read that one yet?
No, just bits and pieces of it.
Super fun. So much there that is just like I'm like, "Oh, this is referencing a cultural touchstone that I just have no idea about, but it's cool." But it's a great book.
It's weird learning more about cultures through a game.
I think it's fun, especially because Pathfinder and Paizo put so much effort, especially now in second edition, to
Yeah,
drawing on the elements of those cultures that are more authentic. I am
yeah.
really excited for the eventual, fingers crossed, Arcadia book, which will be specifically based on South America and Mesoamerican folklore because that's what it is. It's like it's the native peoples of South and Central America, a culture that I'm not super connected to or familiar with. So I'm really excited to see what they come up with for that.
Cool. I'm curious.
Yeah. So mechanics for the Sky Dragons, they are countered by fire because they're metal, fire mounts metal. Decreased AC if they're hit by fire. Makes sense. But they are fed by earth. So if they're hit by an earth ability, I don't know why they become concealed by it, but they become concealed. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I'd have to go. I think the book explains it a little bit better,
Makes a
but
dust cloud?
why not? Sure.
You're
Um, they have
like, it's late, Jake. I don't care.
yeah, it's whatever. There's two dragons left. Let me finish. All right. They have steel lightning breath. Because they are connected to the plane of metal, they can deal electricity damage. I love that the plane of metal allows for electricity damage. It's an AoE, it's a burst, it's electricity. So just like the Imperial Dragons, they throw the burst out there and then it explodes. Super cool.
It
Um,
is at
per
least different.
Yes, much like the Stormcrown Dragons, perfected flight. They do not need to spend actions in order to hover. They can just fly.
Why do the cloud dragons not have
I
this?
don't know. Uh, this is cool. Divine Lightning. Any electricity that damage they deal also counts as spirit damage when they're fighting unholy creatures.
That's neat.
Right? And because they're so religious, they could theoretically be sanctified.
They could.
Hmm.
Oh, that's
St
neat.
Yeah,
Totally
I love
ideas
that.
for
Then they have
there are
stunning
totally ideas
electricity.
for a
Sorry, go
holy
ahead.
war. Sorry.
No,
There
you're
are
good.
totally ideas for a holy war going on in my head.
You can totally do something like that. Stunning electricity. It's an AoE emanation that deals electricity damage and has the chance to inflict stunned. I just included that because it's nasty. Anything that does stun,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that's evil. People
Yep.
hate that. I hate that. I feel bad for people when I stun them. I'm like, I'm sorry, you don't get to go this turn.
Hmm. And then metallic strikes. Their strikes count as all metals,
Whoa.
right? Super cool.
To heck with the I have to lick my claws to make them adamantine.
It's like this guy's like, no, it's adamantine, it's silver, it's everything. Cold iron. And then if they have spellcasting, it's a lot of it's a weird mix, honestly. So it's Cataclysm and Wrathful Storm. Okay, you're a sky dragon, that makes sense. Interplanar teleport. Okay, talk to the gods. Spirit blast and divine wrath. Okay, because you're a divine messenger, I guess. It's a weird mix. They all make sense individually, but it gives a really unique spell list.
Yeah, there's a lot that's just I'm divine. Okay, yeah, I don't. You know what? I wonder if some of this relates to culture again, like Canticle of
Yeah.
Everlasting Grief. I would not associate that, but
Hmm.
maybe that makes sense culturally speaking.
Yeah, maybe there's mythology that I'm just not familiar with.
Yeah, like Blessed Boundary. I don't know. Sure, whatever. Cool. I mean, they're good spells.
Yeah, and they're cool. Like you could have a lot of fun with it from a role play perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, up next, Sovereign Dragons. These are the occult dragons among the Imperial Dragons. And you had asked if they are wearing armor. Yes, that dragon is wearing armor.
Okay, that at least makes sense. It looks like armor.
No, it is actual legitimate armor. So, what is a sovereign dragon? Where did they come from? Short answer, nobody knows. The sovereign dragons themselves have absolutely no idea in terms of like concrete knowledge. The theory goes, because of their elemental connection, the theory goes that they originated on the plane of Earth. However, like how they were born there, why they left, no one knows. And there's not a lot in their like society today that really connects them to Earth as an element, aside from some of their basic mechanical stuff. The modern sovereign dragons of Tian Sha, the vast majority of them are descended in some way from the famous sovereign dragon Pham Tuan Nguyen, who was the first empress of Jahui. Yes, they have a dragon as an empress. They still have a dragon as the leader of their nation to this day. Uh,
That's neat.
and because the vast majority of sovereign dragons are her descendants, they are organized as members of the Xiaohui government. Um, Between their official status as technically princes of an empire and their just general code of being loyal to the family, that defines their status in society throughout all of Tianxia.
That is so weird to me.
It's fascinating. It is
The
absolutely
dragons are
fascinating.
dragons are interwoven into politics.
Hmm. Yep, they have these. they have estates where they are formally recognized as dragons, even if they live in their human forms. So sovereign dragons have like more than any other dragon except for conspirator dragons. They hide among humans constantly. Most of them will spend more time in humanoid form than they will in draconic form. Part of the reason for this is their draconic forms are not especially strong. For some reason that no one fully understands, sovereign dragons don't have as many scales as other dragons, so they construct armor that they build around their bodies to kind of make up for this. However, they find it much easier to just turn into a humanoid and then live their lives as humanoids, where they don't even have to worry about that weakness. By hiding in plain sight and not getting into fights, they just don't have to worry about it. They are so committed to this lifestyle that many cases exist of sovereign dragons finding a mate, giving birth while still in their humanoid form to humanoid form children that are still dragons, but are born in their human shape rather than their draconic shape.
Cool.
Yeah, really cool. Um, to the extent that they have a lair, that you could call it a lair, it's just a big fancy house. Most of them are very wealthy. They live among people, either openly or in secret. And they're like, well, I just want a big fancy house. So that's what they do. To the extent that they have a hoard, it's just all the stuff that they use to furnish their house. They have loyal servants and companions that work with them. They have family heirlooms and they have like a family fortune that helps to sustain them. That's all part of their hoard.
They're boring.
They're not the most exciting. I think they're boring at the outset at first, but then the concept of having dragons woven into your economy and politics feels very interesting because the guy you're signing a real estate deal with, by the way, he's actually a dragon. It's like,
Yeah, I agree. It could surprise PCs because you could be like, and this is the dragon, blah, blah, blah. And
mm-hmm,
then PC would be like, okay, so some special title. Cool. Nice to meet you, man.
mm-hmm. It's like, no, no, it's not a title. I mean, it is, but it's literal. So they have some fun mechanics. They have Sanctified Sight, which is really interesting. They can determine if something is sanctified and how. So if you're sanctified holy or unholy, they know.
Okay, that's just weird.
It's weird. I'm assuming it has to do with a piece of folklore that I'm not super
Yes,
familiar
me
with.
too.
Yep. Um, I love this one. They have Violent Retort, where after they get critically hit, they get really mad and shout a retort at you and then hit you with their claws. Uh, love that.
How
Um,
dare you?
how dare you? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yep. They have changed shape, like I talked about already. They can change shape into large humanoids, so they could potentially hide as like an Oni or something, which is
Cool.
pretty cool. Gleaming armor. They can harden their armor and gain increased AC, elemental resistance, and then this also dazzles. Um,
These powers are just weird, man.
they're all over the place. Sovereign's Rebuke, it's an AoE cone. This is their breath attack. They rebuke you, and it is so powerful that it deals a cone of mental damage.
Oh, okay. That makes
Yep,
sense.
I like that one. Inspire Envoy, they have a chosen agent, so these are those servants that they work with. They grant bonuses to a chosen agent for a single day. And then Mentalist Counterspell, as a reaction, they can counteract a mental spell. They're really a grab bag of abilities. It's a really interesting mix. There's a lot of lore that I am just not familiar with, but man,
Yes,
this is
I'm
all over
thinking
the
that
place.
too.
hmm More than the like all the Imperial Dragons are kind of this weird mixed bag, but the Sovereign Dragon in particular just feels
In particular,
everywhere. Yeah.
like the sea dragon, I think I kind of get. This one is like, what are you supposed to be about?
Yeah, sea and underworld make a ton of sense. Sky mostly makes sense. This one's like, whoa, buddy. Like you are all over the place. But I do want to highlight something. They have an innate ritual, wish. They can do wish as an innate ritual. Unlike the wish dragon, they do not automatically succeed. They have to actually do it.
Are they supposed to represent the epitomized concept of rulership?
Maybe that would make sense why they have the name sovereign, as in the sovereign.
Right,
Uh,
and violent retort, extra
mhm,
strength, durability.
I have probably, but again, it's not my area of expertise in terms of
Yeah.
mythology, so I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
But yeah, even their spells, gate, okay, indestructibility, okay, foresight, disappearance, planar palace, that one at least makes sense. Subconscious suggestion, nevermind, and
Oh
enthrall.
my God.
It's a weird mix.
It's like, what overpowered spells can we give? Well, we have to start with Wish.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Like they're powerful, and it'd be fun to work with, like to fight one or to use one, but there's just so much to choose from in terms of how you want to run these characters.
I think I'm running a little bit short on how to use this in a campaign. Besides, this guy hired you and told you to go do a mission.
Yeah, I would suggest reading the Jahoy segment in the Lost Omens Tian Sha World Guide because I remember it being super interesting. I don't remember a ton of details, but I remember it being super interesting because it's still ruled by a dragon. Like the emperor is still a dragon. So like
And
you
the
could
city probably has a bunch of dragons in it. So even if
it's
there
a
were
it's a
an
country, not
army.
it's a whole country, not just a city.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
All right. Well, that's better. They're spread out.
Yeah, yeah, they're spread out quite a bit, or at least they can be.
Okay.
All right, this is gonna sound weird, but this is the last one, the last dragon.
Does that dragon have a pig nose?
It does, yes.
What? This thing is weird and I love it already.
This is the forest dragon, the primal one of the Imperial Dragons.
You're so pretty and strange.
Hmm. So, unsurprisingly, they were born from the plane of wood. Why they left there, we have no idea. Apparently, many of them have since gone back there, since the plane of wood has reappeared, but I don't think any still lived there, like through its disappearance.
Okay.
I'd have to go look that part up, though.
You have a
Oh,
pig nose.
they're really cool. Like, I love that the horns are wood, like it's a tree growing out of their head.
Yeah, this is really pretty.
It's cool. This is my favorite visual design of all of them. The Underworld Dragon looks the coolest in terms of like just looking scary, but like this one is just it's so pretty.
I gotta know why the pig nose. Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So the society, they are extremely isolationist. Once they're adults, they don't really talk to each other very much. They are extremely territorial and they fight over territory a lot. Um, these are the only Imperial dragons where their young are born from eggs. All the other ones do live birth.
What?
So
Why?
just
Okay.
kind of a weird quirk. Um, when they have children, their hatchlings have kind of two paths in life, depending on how their parents treat them. Either their parents allow them to leave the nest and kind of wander on their own, at which point their body naturally starts picking up seeds and spores from other plants, or they are overprotected by their parents within the lair, at which point the parent cultivates specific seeds and plants them on their child's body. So you either have wild dragons that have this really crazy mix of plants and stuff growing on them, or you have cultivated dragons who were basically like decorated like a garden by their parents.
Dude, this is like, I mean, it's like Yao Guai the dragon.
It's
Like
super cool.
the plant Yao Guai becomes a dragon. It's just interesting. They're really neat.
Hmm. So their plant-infused bodies are cool for a number of reasons because they're specifically like over time they will change slightly to match their particular biome. Um, so like one who's born and raised in a coniferous forest will have coniferous plants. One that's like further south in like a rainforest will have more mosses and stuff like that. It's fun. But the photosynthesis of those plants generates excess energy so that this dragon doesn't need to eat.
Wow, the
Hmm.
Rhyme Dragon could learn a few lessons and maybe not sleep so much.
Yeah, probably. That said, the plants don't like freezing that much, so there
Well,
might
yeah.
be a challenge. So to the extent that they have a layer, they basically just pick a section of forest and they begin cultivating it. So they won't necessarily like pick trees up and plant them somewhere else, but they will plant seeds and then use their magic to help the trees grow more quickly, so that they can get the desired result through natural processes, but at a greatly accelerated time in a greatly accelerated time span. Once they have this territory that they've started to cultivate and shape to their own will, they are extremely protective of it. If you show up there, um, they might allow you to leave so long as you didn't step on anything like a twig. But if you did, they will probably just kill you.
Okay, so I have seen some of that repeated in Slavic folklore. Like you stepped in my land and you broke 3 blades of grass, so I'm going to take 3 of your ribs.
hmm Yeah, they're extremely protective, but if you are respectful and you didn't break anything, they will politely, to to quote Hank Hill, we ask them politely yet firmly to leave.
I wonder if the egg is if these are hatched because it's a metaphor for seeds. It would make more
Maybe
sense for the wood dragons.
that would make sense. All right, looking at their mechanics, they have fed by water. If they're hit by water effects as a reaction, they can just heal. Um,
Oh
Pretty
my
cool.
God.
hmm and then they have yeah, so I didn't write it down as its proper name, but they have vanishing tracks and woodland stride to where they can't be tracked and they can easily pass through forests without difficult terrain. But if they get hit by metal weapons, because that's their elemental weakness, it throws off their sync with the natural world and they can no longer do that.
That's cool.
It's
Their
really
chi is
cool.
messed up.
This one's fun. Azure Swarm Breath. It's an AoE cone that swarms out like poisonous spores and like bits, like splinters of wood that deal piercing damage. And if you fail your save, you take poison damage too.
Is it actually blue?
I don't know. I
It's
didn't
more of
find anything in the
insects.
lore that said it should be blue, but I might be missing a piece of like assumed knowledge from like
Yeah,
mythology.
maybe. I don't know. I feel so lost with the Imperials.
There's a reason I saved them all for the end. I figured there would be a lot of I don't
Man,
know what this is referencing, and we get them all out of the way at the same time.
man. Ugh.
There's going to be somebody in the comments who's like, "Hey, this is my thing. Here's everything you missed."
Yeah, that would be useful. I,
That would
I
be
hope
very
so.
useful. If you know it in the comments, sound off. They have draining blight. They can drain the life of enemies to gain their HP. It's pretty intense. Then they have lignifying bite. This is my favorite. If they bite a corpse, it turns to wood.
Okay, well, it would make things grow from it, so that makes
Yep,
sense.
make things grow from it, and is gonna make Raise Dead really hard to cast.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Ult
Don't fight them.
Ultimate Remedy. They have the ability to produce antidotes for diseases and poisons from their bodies.
So they can be helpful to PCs as
This
well.
this is one of those things I'm like, this ties back to folklore that I am not familiar with, but it makes sense.
There are a lot of myths about creatures in the forest, the
hmm
magical beings that give diseases and poison resistance or cure people of diseases.
Yeah, yep, totally in line with that. Um, Spellcasting, speak with plants and animal messenger. I like those. Lignify, turn things into wood. Tangling creepers, nature's pathway, desiccate, and nature's enemy. All pretty solid stuff. So, but yeah,
This reminds me so much more of the original Green Dragon.
interesting. Because this existed at the same time as the original Pathfinder version of the Green Dragon. They must have been
Oh,
very similar back in first edition.
probably.
All right, well, believe it or not, that takes us to slide 119. We are done discussing all the new dragons. So now we have to pick our top three, which I know is going to be hard because there's 48 of these bastards. But I cheated and picked mine to start.
Yeah, you did. I didn't realize you were gonna have it written down. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I kind of sprung that on you. But yeah, do you want me to do mine first, or do you want to come up with yours first and then we discuss?
Oh, no, no, no. I already have mine. You go first.
Okay.
because it's up on the screen. They already know it, so you might as well
Yep.
say it.
So my top three, in no particular order, this is not like best to worst. My top three are the Phase Dragon, so the one focused on teleportation, the Storm Crown Dragon, which is the new blue dragon, the lightning guy, and the Whisper Dragon, the new interpretation of the Brass Dragon. So, why are these my favorites? The Phase Dragon, the teleportation aspect of it is just so interesting to me. That the like from the body shape looking like a greyhound to the lore of this constant need to move, and then all of these abilities that just say, I'm the teleportation master, and no one will ever be better at this than me. Like, I am imagining trying to make this creature a a target that the PCs have to chase down and somehow pin down, maybe not even to kill it, maybe just to talk to it. And it just that sounds like something I want to run because it sounds like an absolute nightmare for the players, but also a blast for the GM. Like, and poof, you're gone. Poof, you're gone. Dragon breath, all three of you are gone. Like, and now I teleport to another dimension. Come find me there. Bye. Like, they just seem so. It's just this really nice blend of lore, mechanics, and plot hooks that sounds super fun. On kind of the other end of the spectrum, we have the Stormcrown Dragon, which is just the brutality of having to fight this thing between I can make a storm. When I hover in a storm, I'm concealed, so I'm hard to hit. I can launch lightning at you if you hit me with ranged attacks. I can just do it anyway if you don't. Um, and then my lightning breath is chain lightning. It just jumps between things. And then if you like really piss me off, I can just turn you into a chicken. Like,
Dude, your first two are the cheesiest dragons in this book.
yep, yep, they're so nasty. But like, I'm like, these sound fun to use, especially because they have such interesting personalities too. Like the Stormcrown Dragon, I love that he's quick to anger, but he's also quick to forgive if you're sincere. He's super friendly until he gets mad, and then he's just like super explosive. Like this sounds fun to role play for players, like to interact with somebody like this. It feels both of these first two really feel like the players would be interacting with something where they have to walk on eggshells or they have to anticipate where it's going to try to escape to, and it just sounds like a really fun tool for storytelling. And then we have the Whisper Dragon, and the Whisper Dragon, I'm like, this is the NPC that I want to either point the characters in the right direction at all times, or is the master manipulator who is behind the scenes, and this vast information network is just the coolest resource that you could use for storytelling. Like they could know what's happening on other planes because they have a friend over there and they communed with them for 3 actions and learned everything that the friend knows. Like that information network ability just blows my mind with how cool it is and how interesting it is from a storytelling perspective. Plus their design is awesome. Like they just physically look cool. On top of all of that, they hate conspirator dragons, which is great because I hate conspirator dragons too.
Conspirator dragons are the worst. They're just dicks.
Yeah, they suck.
Can
But
you
those are
switch
my
to the
top three. So,
can you
Jake,
switch to the whisper dragon so we can see the image of them?
yes, yes, yep. Yeah, here I will go to Stormcrown Dragon, the
So
the
many.
lightning. They look great. I love the mask. Like they're so cool. Zipping up to the top, the Phase Dragon, that kind of greyhound-like
Very
body,
pretty.
as the teleport one. And
Very
then
mercurial.
yeah, super cool. And then I skipped over it, the Whisper Dragon. So like almost an Imperial Dragon design, but with a uniqueness that feels special. This is my favorite art of them. There's another great piece of art in the Monster Core that I highly suggest people check out.
That one, I like the whisper dragons that they are part of societies around them.
Hmm.
That
Yep.
is really interesting for a dragon. They're
Yep.
not just high up in their lofty peak or buried under the mountain. They're just like, hey, how's it going?
Yep. Got any rumors?
Yeah, I'm hungry for a good rumor.
Hmm.
Literally,
Literally.
I'm
Hmm.
hungry.
Yes, please.
Okay, I want to give you my two. I couldn't break it down more. Uh, and don't write these down, but the two honorable mentions for
Ah,
me
yes.
are Phase Dragon and Delight Dragon.
Ah, yes. So we already looked at phase, but let me pull up delight.
Delight Dragons are just cute, fun little dragons that nobody's afraid
Oh,
of.
wrong
They're
one.
basically fairies.
Yep.
And I love fairies and everything fae. And they are very much about let's have fun. And I enforce the having fun. You're required to do so.
Yep, you're in my playscape. You can't hurt me.
That they're an honorable mention only because there's not a lot of depth to them.
Hmm.
And a lot of people seem to like them. They just don't seem all that special to me. They
Hmm.
just seem like a fairy that has scales.
Hmm. Hmm.
But the phase dragon is not on my list only because it's not the way I want to interact with players.
Yeah. Yep.
I love its abilities. It's fun. It's weird, but it just doesn't have enough complication for
Hmm.
me to
Hmm.
interact with characters through that face.
Yeah, the vast majority of the problems it can inflict are you teleport away from me. And you just have to come up and hit me again. Or I teleport away from you and now you have to come up and hit me again. Like I
It's
totally get
funny.
that. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so number 3 on my list is Rune Dragon.
Ah, yes. My chonky
Uh,
boy.
Yeah, the Rune Dragon I love because they are nerds. They love collecting stuff and telling you about the things that they love. And
Hmm.
they live in absolute random chaos, but they can still somehow find what they were looking for. I love that and I relate. And also in a combat, it's comedically absurd to make everything blow up every round, every action and reaction.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
like that. That's
the
silly.
area control that you could do with these guys is insane. You could make a battlefield an actual literal minefield. Like it's so cool.
And then if you chase it, every step on your way to find them is also a minefield.
Yep.
Uh, okay, so then my second favorite. Oh yeah. My second favorite is and I'm surprised that my first is staying there, but it is. My second favorite is the Mocking Dragon
I thought it
because
would
it's
be that
basic.
one.
Yeah, you did. Because I relate. I love that one. And they also hate Conspirator Dragons because fuck Conspirator Dragons.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody wants to be manipulated.
Hmm.
Yeah, I love that they are just silly and insane. And I
Hmm.
relate to the crazy. There's a
I
touch of chaos.
it's really cool. They're great from a storytelling perspective. I love that they would totally align with like PCs who are rebellious against authority, because that's most PCs. Uh,
Yeah.
I also like their design is fantastic. Like this is w one of the best designs of the new dragons. It is unbelievable, and I cannot believe that this was once a chromatic dragon.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa, that didn't hit me before.
yeah,
That's freaking weird.
this one is the copper dragon. They refl
Copper
they
wasn't chromatic.
sorry, metallic. I meant metallic. Sorry.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. I agree. Yeah,
Hmm.
they definitely took it a more insane route. I mean, the damn thing looks like a clown.
Yeah, it's great. They've got some
Uh,
other concept art that they published when they first talked about this thing, and it looks even better. It's insane how
really, I need
good.
to find that.
It's really cool. I really recommend taking a peek. I also
I
like
like
their.
that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I love their Vex ability, the mapless dirty trick. Because it's like, oh, I just tail striked you, and also I can dirty trick, and I don't take the multiple attack penalty.
I have to say that I think that I would just BS it and say, oh, he set up a bucket of mud right over your head where he thought you would be. So he
Hmm.
turns that over on you.
100%. Yep.
And I love that there's so many different kinds of laughter with this
Yes.
dragon.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just, he's insane.
Yep. The three options for the breath weapon, awesome. So great. And all of them are awesome. Laughing Fit, Grease, or Deafened.
Gales of laughter. My favorite is despair.
Okay. All right.
Not because I think it's pretty, but it
Because it
is.
isn't.
It's not. It is full of flavor.
Yes. Yep.
It is intensely what it seeks to be.
Yep. Yep.
And also, you misspelled fear sense.
Oh, I
What'd you
did.
say?
I was just saying they nailed it here. Like a dragon who's focused on fear. It's like I could have told you that based on this visual alone. You know.
Yeah. I'd be like, okay, either it is some sort of weird mind flare or it's about fear.
Hmm. Yeah. It's brilliant. The weird tongue decoy, like I hate it, but I love it because I hate it, you know.
It looks horrible.
Hmm.
Absolutely horrible.
Hmm.
And
Uh
it's so weird. Like, you don't expect any creature to function like that. And it
no.
shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't function at all.
Okay, so part of it is that I have studied fear all my life because I've had night terrors all my life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to understand fear and how you become afraid of stuff. And our conversation about it and using humor and its tactics for fear are fascinating to me because it's not actually trying to hurt anyone.
No.
It just needs to eat the fear.
Yep.
So it's like a cross between Mary Poppins and Pennywise.
I mean, yeah, basically. It's great. I love it. I We were talking about the hilariousness of the mechanics. Look behind you. When you hide, you teleport behind them. And I'm just like, oh man, can you imagine being the character and then this face is immediately behind? That sounds horrible. That sounds like something out of it. Like
Yeah,
it's so scary.
it does. And I'm also picturing it just popping in behind you and going, and with its tongue out, just going, boo.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what it would do. Just boo. It's great. Absolutely fantastic choice. You did make me want to highlight a couple honorable mentions of my own.
Yeah.
Um, I have to shout out the Vorpal dragon. What if your sword was a dragon? Like, what an insane idea. And they nailed it. Everything about the mechanics of it is absolutely perfect.
Even the spells, they're
Even the
perfect.
spells, beheading Buzzsaw was an inspired decision. Like, absolutely brilliant.
I
And
was
then the
amazed that they made that at all and that they gave it so much detail and complexity.
Yep, they did a great job. And then the other one I want to highlight is the Umbral Dragon because
Oh yeah.
it eats undead. Like it's so cool that like one of the scariest looking dragons, and it's like, no, we actually built lore around it that is like, hey, people actually want to live near these things.
Yeah, and what used to be the most evil of all dragons, the Shadow Dragon, which was a black dragon that was birthed in a shadow rift,
Hmm.
is now eating undead.
Yeah, and the mechanics back it up. Like they gave it a mechanical way to do it. So yeah, good top three.
It's both ugly and pretty.
It is. It is. It is ugly and terrifying, but in a way that it's like, ooh, that's kind of elegant.
Yeah, it is elegant. I agree. Elegant, that's a good word for it. I'm pulling up my Discord.
I'm very happy that our top threes do not line up at all.
I know. I was like, oh, Phase Dragon might be on my list, but it's not in the top three. And then I was like, oh,
Hmm.
great. Okay. It's not in the top three. Well, I do see the appeal of some of your choices, like Phase Dragon and Whisper Dragon. I get that. I get
Yep.
them. And I like them.
Hmm.
They're just not what I would like to role play.
Yeah. Yep. And same with yours. I totally get it. I think honestly, as we're going through this, I was like, man, there's things about every single one of these that I really like. Like every single one has something that I like. Even the Imperials, where I'm like, I
Yeah.
am not familiar enough with the folklore to like really appreciate what this is. I'm like, okay, but the wood dragon picks up plants, like
Yeah.
is decorated by either decorated by its parents or wandered. Like that's cool. The sovereign dragons are the emperors of a kingdom. Like there's so much about every single one of these that absolutely love. And I gotta give my hats off to the Paizo rules team and their lore team and all their like specific writers of this book. Like they really knocked it out of the park with their dragons, and I am a huge fan.
I am amazed that they added so much intricacy to all
Mhm.
of them. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
There's not a single dragon in here where if I was running an AP or even just reading it, where I would read that that dragon is in here and be disappointed. I'd be like, "Oh, it's this one. How am I gonna do this?" You know?
I'm trying to think of one that I'd be disappointed at. No, actually, because I would have extra ideas for any of them.
Hmm.
I'd be like, okay, it's the horn dragon. It's just a basic green one, but you know what? It's gonna sprout little soldiers when it throws its nose spike.
Yeah, and like I love that it's like the only way I would ever be disappointed is if they become too reliant on specific ones as they move forward. You know, like Revenge of the Rune Lords had Mirage and Omen Dragons in it. So I'm hoping we don't see them in another AP for quite a while, only because there's 46 other ones that I hope we see before we come back to them. So,
Yeah,
but beyond that, I'm just like, this is awesome. You know, there's it's an amazing number of tools because each one also has four age variants that you can pick from, depending on what
yeah.
level your characters are.
And I still want to, the next time I run Alkenstar, add a dragon or two dragons to the Spellscar Desert to start giving magic back to it and cause more chaos.
Absolutely, 100%. And there's so many dragons that love magic and study that would be willing to do that. There's four different nerd dragons.
Yeah, not to mention Mirage because of heat. Um,
Absolutely. Yep.
what are they called? Heat something? I forget. Heat Mirage? Is that what they're called? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, okay. And time because there's a time cave there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so one of my Discord members, Spooky the Goth, wanted to know more about outer dragons and how to slot them into the new system.
Outer dragons. I'm gonna have to look those up. The term is familiar to me, but I am not super.
She
I,
mentioned she had a lunar dragon in her Taldan campaign as an NPC for about a year.
okay. Yes. So the lunar dragons, the solar dragons. Okay, so we still have time dragons. Um, they haven't, so basically they haven't redone lunar, solar, void, or vortex dragons yet. Um, that's not to say you couldn't just put them in here and steal the mechanics of similar dragons.
Hmm.
So, the solar dragon would probably pull in abilities relating to fire, but you might pull some sovereign dragon items in.
Yeah, Sovereign.
Um, Vortex dragons, who serve as emissaries for powerful creatures and gods. So that's, I'm just reading the wiki here. So vortex dragons, let's see, if they serve as emissaries, I would say, pull in something of like any one of the divine dragons. So you've
Yeah,
got
the Imperial Sky Dragon.
the Imperial Sky Dragon, but then you also could pull in abilities from the Imperial. I wish they didn't use both of those
Yeah, I
words to describe
agree.
dragons. Diabolic, Requiem, probably not Requiem or Resurrection, but
Yeah, they're
Imperial,
very
Diabolic,
anachronistic.
Oath, or honestly Executor dragons. They
Oh yeah,
all
they're
serve.
perfect.
Yeah, the Executor dragon would probably be a great way to do a lunar or excuse me, a vortex dragon. The void dragons dwell in the dark tapestry. That one's gonna be tough. I'm not 100% sure how you would do that.
I
Maybe
would probably
pull
splice together Resurrection with Despair.
resurrection, despair, maybe a few elements of the time dragon. I'm thinking especially the interstellar flight thing that it can do.
Yeah.
Um, but
I
then I would also consider doing well, then if you get to the solar dragons, consider themselves to be the source of all light and life in the universe. Oh, solar dragon, Requiem dragon, 100%. Um,
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah, because they consider themselves the source of light and life in the universe and treat all creatures if they were their own creations. You would have to mechanically, I would go with a Requiem dragon as kind of the base, and then throw in some other abilities like Like the light part, I would throw in like that gleaming armor from the Crystal Dragon. The life part could be, I mean, most of this kit, but also maybe maybe retool the Halo into a not a Halo, but similar mechanics from the Imperial Dragon. There's a
Frisbee
couple.
golf.
What was that?
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf. Yeah, exactly. So there's a couple things you could do there. And then what's the last one I'm missing? Lunar dragons. These are the ones
Yeah.
I'm least familiar with. Social outer dragons who watch interesting planets and interact with mortals. Gossamer wings and swirling cosmic patterns. Hmm. Lunar dragons are tough. Probably pick some of so the Gossamer wings makes me think of the Delight Dragon in appearance, but then they have abilities that are relating to uh, silver. That one's tough. The original Silver Dragon was the Oath Dragon, but that's pretty removed from the idea of silver as a metal. Um, Lunar Dragons start with a Delight Dragon appearance, and then probably throw in Crystal Dragon abilities as a base, reflavored as metal rather than stone. Probably how I
Which
would start.
dragon? Which dragon had the breath weapon that did stupefy? Because that would work for bewildering breath.
That's a good question. I think a couple ones can do that, but it was probably. I don't remember which one it is, but it's in here. I'll hang on. I can do this. I can do it this way. Aura of Authority, Will Save, or Stupefied Aura. That's not a breath weapon, though. Here we go. Cogitation Breath from the Whisper Dragon.
Whisper
AoE Cone,
dragon.
Mental, Stupefied.
Okay, so yeah, that would fit the I misspoke. Alien presence.
Oh, okay. That could work. Yeah. Lunar Dragon is probably the toughest one to work with right now, but who knows? They might they might release them in the future because they took a lot of their old ones and reworked them, but Lunar and Solar and a lot of the outers didn't get a straight up one to
That'll
one.
probably be in a Starfinder 2 book.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's totally coming in Starfinder. 100%.
Okay.
All right. Next question.
Next question. Favorite depiction of dragons in film or TV?
This one is easy. Okay. I need to asterisk this by saying I do not like the Hobbit movies. I like Smaug in the Hobbit movies a lot. Smaug is, I mean, The Hobbit is my favorite book. Those movies disrespected the lore incredibly, but they nailed Smaug perfectly. I could not have asked for a more perfect interpretation of probably the most famous literary dragon of the 20th century.
You mean the Benedict Cumberbatch one, right?
Yes, yep. His interpretation of Smaug was absolutely fantastic. The interactions between Smaug and Bilbo as he's trying to sneak around the treasure were absolutely amazing. I could not look away. So that is probably my number one.
That is a good one. I was actually torn. I almost said Smaug from the original animated Hobbit
Mm, that
because
is
it
that is a
scared me.
respectable choice. Yes,
Um, I think that I'm actually torn between that one and Falcor the Luck Dragon because he's freaking adorable and he has personality. He's not just I'm a fearsome beast.
that is true. That is a good choice.
All right, so how about your favorite pun using the word dragon?
Oh gosh, you warned me about this one and I don't have a prepared answer yet. You said you might have one, so what you got?
I do. It was this is something that I would actually have a delight dragon or a mocking dragon say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like if they uh overreact or they're hyper, then they would reply to any annoyance with, well, at least you can't say that my ass is dragon.
Okay, that was pretty good. Ah, I have mine. Well, if there's one thing that you can definitely say about this video, it has a tendency to drag on.
Oh,
Oh no, I
oh,
killed Jake.
that did mental damage. God. Ow. Oh my God. Spooky. You have too many questions. Best NPC dragons in Pathfinder.
Mine is Kazavon. He's technically, I mean, he's an NPC, but he is an enemy. He is the secret shadow villain of Curse of the Crimson Throne. He's absolutely fantastic. Weird. Now he would be a Stormcrown dragon. He was a blue dragon, a great Wyrm back when that was the word for archdragon. But he is weird and notable for the fact that, unlike most dragons of his species, he actually spent the vast, vast majority of his time as a human. He polymorphed himself into a human and made himself a warlord. The fact that he was a dragon was a closely guarded secret. Um, so yeah, that he's probably my favorite. I will say the new Revenge of the Rune Lords campaign introduces a dragon as a NPC ally and also as a road trip tool. He carries you where you need to go, which for a high level mythic campaign, I was like, yes, Dragonback road trip. This is
Yeah,
amazing.
that's
So
perfect.
yeah, his name is Kandervik. He's cool. He is fun.
I don't have one because I've only had two dragon NPCs, and I don't feel that that's a big enough pool to say the best one in PF and in Pathfinder.
Fair point. Very, very fair observation. The other one, I haven't played them or anything. They haven't been incorporated into a campaign. But there is a black dragon now. This is one where I would have to kind of tweak it a little bit because it used to be a an ancient black dragon who was on. Now I'm not going to be able to remember her name, but an ancient black dragon. Oh, that's right. She's a resurrection dragon now. That's how they retooled her. Oh, black dragons that were more invested in undeath. There is precedent in this book for reflavoring them as resurrection dragons rather than bog dragons. That is a thing that happens. Um,
Thank God.
yep. So
Bog dragons are gross.
they're pretty gross. But yeah, so there was a black dragon who worked, well, lived on the island that Tar-Baphon conquered, and he slaughtered both of her children. One of them he turned into a Wyrmwraith, and the other one he turned into his helmet. Uh, that's why he's got these big dragon horns on his helmet. He can rip them off, and they will reform into a dragon, and he will throw it at his enemies. I can't remember her name right now, but she's the other one I really like. Because she's evil. She's really bad, but she hates Tar-Baphon more than anything in the world.
You know some dragon NPCs, sir.
They're cool. I feel bad for not remembering her name, but she actually comes up in this book, so she's in there. She moved to Geb, apparently.
That's a weird place for all but one dragon to move to.
Hmm.
All right, next question. As a player, how do you make dragons important to your character aside from just going like Draconic Sorcerer? Easy. Have your backstory be that you were raised by a dragon. Have a
Hmm.
lot of dragon perspectives. Pick a specific dragon type and take all of that dragon's perspectives and maybe even a couple physical characteristics because you hung out with the dragon so much. Like
Hmm.
make your hair gold sheened because it's actual gold that grows out of your head because you were around a gold dragon so much. I
Yeah.
know there's no gold dragons, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the Vizier Dragon. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So the obvious answers are you could worship one of the draconic deities because none of them require you to be a dragon in order to worship them, and they all have very interesting perspectives on the universe. Um, the next option you might have is to have been trained by a dragon. If you are an illusionist, maybe you grew up in a town where a mirage dragon lived nearby, and that was where you started learning illusion magic. If you're a teleportation specialist, maybe you learned it because a phase dragon came through town and gave your character an object from a far off place that you could never reach without magic. Um, if you're a wizard who has the what is the wizard school that's focused on writing? Um, Arcane,
I
Ars
knew it before
Grammatica.
I got
Ars
tired.
Grammatica, I got it.
Okay.
If you're the Ars Grammatica, maybe you were inspired by a rune dragon scale that they gave you, like, or you picked up after a big battle. There's a bunch of options here that are like related to your backstory. Do you worship a good deity? Maybe there's an Imperial Dragon who like helped to teach or preach at the like was a traveling preacher who passed through your temple. Did you grow up in Cheliax? You probably are at least familiar with diabolic dragons. Maybe one of them taught you how to be a lawyer. Um,
And any of these dragons could have given you a fragment of a wing to make a cloak, or a few scales to make a piece of armor, or a pair of boots, or something like that.
Absolutely. Like resurrection dragons. They can just resurrect people. Maybe you were resurrected by a resurrection dragon after a battle. Like maybe
Perfect
that was your
Duskwalker.
character. For some reason they chose you and then they just kind of wandered off.
Perfect excuse to take Duskwalker.
hmm Maybe the villainous NPC who murdered your entire family was a conspirator dragon. They very
Because they're
well could
dicks.
be. You'll never know.
Okay,
Um,
that's a lot of options. I think that's good.
Yeah, you could do so much with any one of these. Oh, last one. You are the protege of a Vizier Dragon.
Oh, you have to. That's right. You have to include that one. That's
That one's the
totally
easy
true.
one.
But that's totally true. I mean, that's a perfect intro.
Absolutely.
I am the chosen one. Why? My dragon daddy says so.
Yeah, he literally chose me.
I don't
It's
mean
like
like the
I'm not
chosen
being a
one.
conceited asshole. Like, no, I was chosen by this guy. His name is John.
His name is John. John the dragon. It's better than Bob. Bob the dragon.
Bob the Vizier Dragon.
How to fit in delight dragons in a serious-ish campaign. I'm going to say you can't, or you need to use them to bring relaxation between stressful points.
hmm
So much like we talked about humor relieving the tension of fear to get fear again, having a relief from the tension of a serious campaign by adding in this delight dragon for a session or half a session is going to allow people to feel rested, emotionally recharged, and go back into the seriousness.
hmm Yep, I fully agree with that implementation. The only other thing I could think of using them for easily is to raise the stakes. If a Delight Dragon has been around for a while as a like kind of, like a comic relief or a party mascot or just a support person, they probably seem quite strong because they're a dragon. The thing that shows up and can overcome their delight and permanently kill them is now the biggest, most dangerous thing in the campaign because it was a freaking dragon. It was a delight dragon and it died. Like the thing that has an ability to called Can't Kill Fun, where it automatically resurrects at the end of one day and has whimsy sense and playscape. It died. Your main villain is now way more threatening.
And that's totally sad and will rally the group to avenge the death of their friend.
Absolutely.
God, that's sad. You
I
have to make
don't
me
like
sad.
it. I'm just saying it works.
I'm almost done. Oh my God, what is today? Okay. Oh, okay. I did touch on that earlier. This is the last question. Ways that sorcerers could gain their powers, because sleeping with a dragon can't be the only way. And how
Oh,
players could
this one's
interact with the
easy.
dragon. How the players could interact with a dragon to become a draconic acolyte, ways in which a character could become a drake rider, stuff like that. So they're talking about how to use dragons for their archetypes or their class.
hmm Yep. So the first thing to remember is that many dragons, but arcane and occult dragons specifically, have a tendency to bleed magic off of their body into their environment. If you live in an environment where a dragon is present, or if your parent or grandparent or far enough ancestor happened to live in the environment with a dragon that does interact with their environment in a magical sense, then that's going to impact them very, very severely. Like the lore will like if the green dragon like they're primal, they don't even bleed that much magic. The green dragon is famous for creating natural areas infused with so much magic that the animals become awakened animals. Imagine what it does to the physiology of a sentient being that lives there that is also magical or has the potential for magic. Like that's
That
that's an
could
easy one.
That could explain how you and your entire family line have cantrips, even though nobody's ever
100%.
studied anything.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And beyond just it's not limited to sorcerers. Like the same thing could be true of your draconic barbarian. Maybe they lived in an area or they witnessed dragons fighting and it inspired their fury. They base their entire fighting style off of it, and then figured out a way to get the magic to boot. Oracles, their curses can come from dragons. There's a ton of dragons that can dish out curses, even if their mechanics don't say so. Guess what? They're magical scholars. They can do whatever they want. An archdragon who doesn't have inherent spellcasting, he could still do magic. He just has to work around a little bit because I'm the GM and I say he can. Uh,
Right. They're ancient, they're powerful, they could steal or make magical items.
A cinder dragon could easily create a flames mystery oracle by cursing them with fire with a fire curse. Like you could do this with a number of other dragons. Like thinking of the psychic, how many psychic subconscious minds are related to teleportation? Guess what? Your brain got touched by a phase dragon. Relating to um, mirage or relating to illusions. Guess what? You interacted with a mirage dragon and it woke up your psychic abilities. Like this is take advantage of the esoteric nature of dragons and the fact that they are literally infused with so much magic that it ekes out of them to give yourself like you don't have to stress too much about the excuse. Time dragons in particular, it's like, whoo, maybe they interact with me in 50 years.
Yeah, there you go.
Hmm.
A time you haven't seen that. Actually, that would work for a witch patron too.
100%. Oh, all of these could serve as witch patrons with a few minor exceptions. But like,
The Vorpal Dragon.
yeah, yeah, they might not be a witch dragon, but you could be a commander who learned from a school headed by a Vorpal dragon. They
Yeah,
do
there you go.
schools. You can do this for any class. A dragon could be involved. Absolutely. 100%. If you're a bard, guess what? You learned from a wailing dragon, or you were traveling through a canyon one day and you heard this magnificent song. Only much later in life did you realize it had to have come from a wailing dragon, and it inspired you to become a bard.
There you go. And for the Draconic Acolyte, any physical item that you want to say your character has could easily come from a dragon, could be a part of the dragon, could be a manifested part of the dragon's portfolio per se, its magical essence, or it
Hmm.
could be a piece of treasure that the dragon had for 100 years that got infused with its magic. Like you
Absolutely.
could have a coin that's a delight coin now.
Hmm. Totally. 100%.
I'm sorry, one more.
No, you're
Drake
good. This
Rider.
is fun.
None of these dragons fit Drake Rider.
No, because drakes and dragons are separate things in Pathfinder. Um, they are separate. Does Drake Rider imply that you're riding an actual dragon or are you riding a drake? Because dragon and drake are two separate things.
I don't want to answer that without looking it up
Okay.
because I don't want to be wrong. I'll tell you in a moment. That annoys me. I did a video on it. I read it over and over again. There it is. With the dragon trait.
Okay, so they have the dragon trait, but drakes have the dragon trait. They're like a subspecies they're like a lesser dragon in the same way that dragonettes are dragons, I think.
Yeah, and writing dragonette and writing drakes are options as well as whatever else has the dragon trait that your GM says you have access to.
Oh, okay. So you could potentially be a really young dragon from a size perspective if your GM says it's okay. I mean, so any number of these dragons could work, or drakes associated with this dragon subtype. So like drakes are a little different, but you could play as a drake who is associated with, for instance, a Vorpal dragon. Not necessarily a Vorpal drake, but a drake that is learning tactics at a Vorpal dragon school. I imagine that a Vorpal dragon would absolutely teach Drake Rider cavalry classes because who wouldn't want to teach that as a military commander? I want to figure out what a Drake Rider charge looks like. Like that would be awesome. Um,
Something I
maybe.
did is I had a green dragon. She said that she was curious and she likes to experiment, so she mated with, I forget if it was a horse or a goat or something, and it gave birth
We're going
to,
ancient Greek.
Yeah, I don't even remember anymore. But it gave birth to one of these cobra-headed jungle drakes, and
Mm-hmm.
you can use that now because it just modified it a little bit.
Yeah, like there's ways to do it. So like the diabolic dragon could probably wrangle some kind of service out of a drake for a loyal servant in Cheliax's armies. A uh a whimsy dragon might just convince a drake to do it because it's funny. Uh, um, but an oath dragon, if an oath dragon manages to win the loyalty of some drakes, he might like designate a loyal soldier and a drake and say, you two should swear an oath together if you so choose to do so, because like you will like you together as partners will be far more effective than either one of you would be on your own. Like there's ways to work that out. An executor dragon might have drakes that are also servants of a deity. It's like go follow that cleric and help them be a drake rider because they need your help on this divine quest. Um,
And to add flavor to any drake, a GM doesn't have to work hard. Just take one of the auras of any of these dragons and slap it onto the drake.
yep. And even if you don't want to do it mechanically, it's like, no, this drake has been influenced by a crystal dragon, so it's got a bunch of crystals growing out of it. Like there's no mechanics for it, but it looks cool. Like
Yeah, you get
your
to comb
player
its
can
crystals.
imagine it and draw it, you know.
You can make a crystal knife out of it. You already have the
Yeah, totally.
supplies. Okay, that's it. That's all we
Okay.
have questions of.
Well, that was a very grueling video
It was, but like
in the
my
best way
favorite
possible.
parts were the beginning and the end. The
Hmm.
middle part where it was like, okay, the Imperial Dragons, I don't relate to at all. It
Hmm.
was mildly interesting, but I was confused through most
Hmm.
of it. I liked the discussion about the deities and hearing about some of the really awesome dragons that encapsulate a theme so well.
Hmm. Yeah, I think, like we were saying before, I don't think there's a bad dragon in this book. I think they're all great, they're all fun, and
The
I'm
Conspirator is a bad dragon.
that's true. There are evil dragons, but there are no subpar dragons in terms of usability.
The
Um,
Conspirator's a jackass.
he sucks, but like in a good way.
If you're the GM,
If yeah, good for me, bad for everybody else.
right? Oh, I hate those guys. I am glad that there are correlates for other dragons that I loved, like the Steel Dragon I told you about in
Hmm.
3.5.
Hmm.
And that's the Whisper Dragon.
Hmm.
And that I can easily take one of the dragons in here and create my Deep Dragon again. That was the Adamantine Dragon.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
there's
they
a lot of pieces here I can use.
you can tell they took inspiration from a pretty wide swath of RPG history, and then they incorporated those elements into new ideas. And then in the case of like the more classic ideas like the Cinder or the Storm Crown or even the Rhyme, they just like they added something new that makes it feel fresh. They cranked the design elements that work up to 11. Like, the Cinder Dragon is the most fire dragon I've ever seen. Uh,
Yes. And I gotta say, I'm glad that they altered the Rhyme Dragon so much because a white dragon being able to spider climb on ice, who fucking cares? It can fly.
yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, now the Rhyme Dragon is semi-aquatic. You know, like that's
Yeah,
cool. That's
yeah.
cool.
And it kind of makes sense if they're in the top of the world.
Yeah, huge amounts of Arctic and Antarctic uh, environments are on water. You know, glaciers float. But yeah, great. Jake, I want to thank you for sitting down with me for this discussion several times. Uh, I think it was
Oh,
3 sessions.
yeah, we got it done in fewer sessions than I thought.
Yeah, I thought for sure we were going to have to crack 4, but we made it.
Well, this one
Um,
was 4.5 hours, so that's why.
that would explain a lot. Uh, but this video is going to be like 7 hours long.
No, I think it's close to 9.
Ooh, oh boy. Okay, well, to
We
those of you
appreciate
who,
everybody watching it.
yeah, thanks everybody. Hope you had fun. Use these dragons in your campaigns, please. Otherwise, why did I make these slides?
because you loved to. I mean,
That's
you
true because
were
I have
in
a
your
problem.
element. You're like, you know what? I don't have enough slides. I know I said 115, but I need a few more.
I need four more. I could do it. It's fine. Just four more slides, bro.
And overall, you did a really good job. I mean, you only left one space where you were just like, I had too many ideas to cram in and I skipped a space.
Hmm.
That's it. You did good work.
Thanks. It was fun. It was fun. I don't normally read the Lost Omens books in this level of detail when they come out. I kind of skim them, find the articles that I want and read those. This is the most I've read one of these. The only parts I didn't read, weirdly enough, were all the mechanics, for like the archetypes and stuff. And normally that's what I read first. But this time I'm like, I have looked at the Drake Rider page once and I said, nah, I'll read that later. And then I never did.
Eh, other people make those videos. Don't worry about it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
I watched it. It was good and helpful.
good. I'm glad. I thought it was really an interesting archetype. Well, all of them in this book are the acolyte. I like as a spiritual successor to the dragon disciple.
Yes. Yep. I like it as well. I am deeply impressed with the section on Draconic Sorcerers because they're like, hey, by the way, the Draconic Sorcerer is actually 48 different subclasses.
Yeah,
Like,
instead of well, there's like four elements, right?
mhm. Yeah, no. Draconic characters, man, if you like dragons, you ate good with this book because it is
Yeah,
it is everything you could have wanted.
especially sorcerers or kobolds or dragon blooded anything.
Yes. Yep.
And
Exactly.
so our next collab is going to be, I don't know when, but it's going to be on the traditions of magic and how they intersect.
Yeah, I probably should have scheduled that one first so that when I was talking about Arcane Divine Occult Primal, our audience would have some idea what I was talking about. But that one's going to be shorter because that one is only like 20 slides total, and I am not squeezing more out of it. I have a slide. It's like, do you want to talk about rival academies? I'm like, no, I haven't finished that book yet. I do not have time to read the whole thing.
Well, I have a
100
lot
more
to say about
slides.
magic traditions from our world. I didn't have a whole lot to say about dragons from our world because the lore that I've studied, mostly it's already covered
Hmm.
in the lore of the book. And they also diverged so much in the new kinds of dragons like despair. I never pictured a despair dragon before.
Hmm. And I'm glad I didn't because it would have kept me awake at night.
I love the tongue monster. It's freaking
I
weird.
don't love it. I very much do not.
Can you imagine having that as a pet and it licking your face?
Ugh. Ugh.
My
No, thank you.
tongue has arms.
And with that, we're wrapping this one up. I don't need more disturbing visions. It is 11:30 and I need to go to
Go to
bed because
sleep now.
I work in
Sweet
the morning.
dreams.
Goodbye, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the dragons.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Mwah.